The goblin's fist came down on the top of my skull and put my head somewhere around my collarbone. That is not a figure of speech. That is the actual sensation. Your neck stops being a neck and becomes a suggestion, and the last thing you get is a very clear view of your own chest from an angle nobody was ever meant to have. I have had that view about 100 times now. You would think a person gets used to it. A person does not. 2 minutes earlier, I had been doing great. Genuinely great. I had a wooden spear, I had a plan, and I had just put that spear through a wild goblin's throat with the kind of clean, economical motion you only get after dying in the same forest every night for 6 months. In, out, step back, let the weight go somewhere else. I even had the face on, the cold face, the slight smile at the corner of the mouth, peerless master of the blade, quietly disappointed in his opponents. Then I turned around and saw my own summoned goblin flat on his back with another goblin sitting on his chest, punching him in the face like a man tenderizing meat he does not respect. The face went away. You are a waste, I told him, walking over. Hundreds of fights. Hundreds. And it is still 50-50 every single time. People ask how I can tell my goblin apart from the wild ones when they are identical. The honest answer is that mine has a special spiritual bond with me, and I can feel him at a glance. The real answer is that mine is the one who looks the most punchable. I put the spear through the wild one's neck, found the artery on the first try because I have had a lot of practice, and my goblin got up, screamed, jumped on the corpse, and beat it for another 20 seconds to make a point. He turned around with his face swollen shut on one side, grinning, absolutely delighted with himself. Fine. Great. Go pull a few more over here before the big guy notices anything. A few. Careful. Do not bring too many. Go, boo. He patted his own chest. Which is goblin, for I have never failed at anything in my life, and marched into the trees with the swagger of a man who has never once been correct. I dragged the 2 bodies into the ditch behind the bushes, on top of the dozen already in there, and went up a tree to wait for the ambush. Then the forest screamed. Every bird within a kilometer went straight up. Something roared down in the deep green, and the sound had weight to it, the kind that goes through the trunk you are holding and into your teeth. No, I said. No, no, no. My goblin came out of the tree line at a dead sprint with his eyes the size of soup bowls. Behind him came 30 or 40 of his cousins, and behind them came 3 meters of green muscle with a face like a car crash. Do not come closer, I told him. Do not you dare come closer. He came closer, and that is how I got the view of my own chest again. The message arrived the way it always arrives, right behind the eyes, in the smug little voice of a system that has never once been on my side. Trial ended. Trial failed. 1 evolution point awarded. Total, 99. 99. I needed 100. I had been grinding toward 100 for half a year, dying in every configuration the human body permits, and tonight I was going to hit it, and my own summon went and fetched the boss like a dog bringing back a stick that was actually a landmine. 99. I lay on my back staring at my ceiling, breathing like I had run somewhere, with a phantom ache spreading out from a skull that was demonstrably still where I left it. Somewhere in the dark, my card informed me politely that it was damaged and would be back in 13 hours and 53 minutes, that it was already at max level, and that for the low, low price of 100 evolution points, I could upgrade it from a gray card to a white card. 100. I wanted to reach into the dream and drag that idiot out by his ears. Then my phone went off, and the working man's dread rose in my chest like water in a basement. A cold mechanical woman told me an F-rank rift had opened near number 45 Chuanyun Street, North 6th District, and that scavengers receiving this message should proceed to investigate immediately. 5 kilometers straight line, 8 on foot, 30 minutes. Tsk. We cleaned one up the day before yesterday. Already? I complained. I also did not slow down for 1 second while getting out of bed, because 30 minutes sounds like plenty until the day you are 4 minutes late and get to write an explanatory letter about it, and then get told the explanation is not accepted, and then find out what further measures means. Red underwear off. Brown full-body leather armor on, which is uncomfortable in a way that specific parts of me have never forgiven. Fine steel greatsword off the wall, across the back. Window open, look down, nobody in the yard, jump. 3rd floor, under 10 meters. You roll out of it, and you are fine. Then I ran for the shared electric scooters at the gate because I am a professional monster killer with a rare and secret power, and I could not afford a bike. Here is the world, in the time it takes to swipe a scooter. 7 or 8 years ago, the planet shook itself like a wet dog. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanoes, the whole catalog. We buried people and rebuilt and told each other it was over, and then the cracks came. Spatial rifts everywhere, all at once. The world behind them runs on different rules. The first researchers walked in and everything they carried, weapons, instruments, protective suits, collapsed into nothing before they finished the sentence they were saying. Then their bodies started changing. A few adapted and got stronger. Most got weaker or stopped being people. And when a rift finishes merging with reality, you get a contamination zone where technology dies at the border and artillery disintegrates on contact, and nobody has ever taken one back. So we learned the rule. Go into the illusionary rift, kill what is inside, destroy the core, get out. Do it in time and the rift collapses. Do not, and you lose a district. The people who can walk in there without dissolving are called awakened. The ones who do it for a salary are called scavengers. That is me. I am the salary. I got there in 13 minutes, which I consider excellent, and which the electric scooter speed limiter considers a lie. The rift was standing in the middle of the street like a blue neon tombstone, punched straight through the concrete. There was a burned-out car near it. Judging by the position, someone parked in a roadside space at exactly the wrong moment and the rift came down through the fuel tank. Good news though, it landed on the ground this time. Last month I had to climb a ladder. Armed police had it ringed off. They watched a scavenger in full leather armor roll up on a shared scooter, park it in the designated bay, and hand over his phone, and I saw one of them physically fight his own face. I thought scavengers made good money, he said, when he could not hold it in. They do. Rare profession, walks freely in the contamination zone, high-risk work. Of course the pay is good. Then what is this? You never heard the saying? Save where you should, spend where you should, and ride your bike to the bar. Ah, I understand. He did not understand. There was no bar. I was broke. 2 years ago, I was not from Dongchuan at all. 2 years ago, I failed to clear a mid-sized rift. It merged, and I ran here with my parents and my sister and whatever we could carry. The rules of that place had already gotten into my parents. They went downhill fast. So I signed a contract with the Special Affairs Bureau, became a scavenger, and borrowed against every yuan of salary and pension I would earn for the next several years, all at once, interest-free. It did not save them. I do not have much to say about that. I put the money where it needed to go, and it was not enough, and that is the entire story. Afterward, I did not pay the loan back. I bought an apartment with what was left, and I put my sister into Dongchuan University, and the world kept going, because that is the rude thing about the world. School still happens. Work still happens. For most people, nothing changed except that everything got more dangerous. I stepped through the glowing band, felt the world tilt sideways, and came out in a cave, damp. Moss and lichen on everything, small ugly things crawling in the cracks, 6 people standing near the exit in gear like mine, and all 6 of them lit up when they saw me, which is the closest thing to a compliment my profession offers. Knew it, said Lin Wei, a middle-aged man with a shield. Old Wang's family lives right there. They were always going to draft him. I am 24, handsome. You keep calling me old, and I am going to start believing you. The reason they were happy is arithmetic. There are maybe 30 or 40 low-level scavengers in the whole 6th district, so we all know each other, and for the last 6 months I have been dying to goblins every single night, which turns out to be an extremely effective training regimen. My skills went vertical. Being on a job with me is the difference between an evening and an incident. I ignored one specific pair of eyes drilling into the side of my head and looked around. Underground cave. Anybody bring lights? Of course I brought lights, said Lin Wei. I am not like you. You always show up completely naked. He pressed a glowing crystal into the groove of his shield. The beam went out into the dark, and about a dozen crouching shapes with stone spears looked up. Troglodytes. Holy crap, when did he squat there? He scared the hell out of me. They have no eyes. They sense heat. They hear well, and they know when the light changes, which it just had. The leader roared, and they all came. The woman behind Lin Wei drew and loosed without a pause, and the fastest one folded over without a sound. The man next to her aimed his crossbow for a long, thoughtful moment, fired, put a bolt through a kneecap and said, "Damn, I missed again." Then I went in. These were unmutated, weak as goblins. On a good day, I could take 3 of them with a stick. In full leather with fine steel, I can take 6 or 7 and not get scratched, and there were 6 of us. Sever the arm of the one in front. Use his body to block the next one. Step back so nobody flanks me. Wait for the swing. Take the opening. Close. Lin Wei looked up and found himself standing in a large empty space with 7 or 8 troglodytes lying around his boots. As expected of old Wang, absolutely awesome. Whatever exploded, it was not me, I thought, and turned around to say something modest. "Shh," said a voice from the side. "So good. How come you still have not gotten a profession?" And then, so nobody would miss it. Heavy slash. His greatsword flared white and cut a badly wounded, already finished troglodyte in half, and Xiao Ming looked at me over the top of it to make sure I was watching. "You idiot. All you did was awaken common warrior, apprentice warrior, bottom rung of the most crowded ladder in the world. I am a card monster summoner. If I could say it out loud, I would take your eyes off you. Here is the funny part. I have that profession because of him. Months ago, we were clearing a rift together, and something came out of a wall that nobody had accounted for. Xiaoming's job was to hold a line. Xiaoming's actual performance was to step backward, which opened a hole in that line, which is how a monster got a grip on me and dragged me off into the dark. I got loose. I ran. Running is a skill, and I have it. And while running, I fell into the ruins of an altar, and on the platform in the middle of it there was a stone floating in the air with light coming off it. A profession stone. I am rich, I thought, with my heart going like a drum. Hand this in, and my debt disappears. There might even be a bonus, because I was going to hand it in. Obviously, everything a scavenger finds inside a rift goes to the bureau, they assess the value, they pay you a cut. It is a bad cut, and everybody quietly sells small things on the side, and the bureau politely pretends not to see, because the alternative is nobody reporting anything, but not a profession stone. Those are strategic. Steal one of those and you get dragged out and executed on a live stream as an educational service to the public. When I joined, they made me watch 2 full days of those videos. 2 days. And if the profession you stole turns out to be rare enough, they use you up first and then you get the live stream. So I reached out to pick it up carefully with both hands like a man handling the deposit on his own life. It went into my palm and vanished, and a message appeared behind my eyes and congratulated me on activating the class card monster summoner. I stood there in a ruin in another world holding nothing at all, and I did the math. Put yourself in the chair of the man who reviews this. I did not mean to. It jumped into me. It came in on its own. How credible is that? He used the stone. He dies. Otherwise, every scavenger from here to the coast starts developing very creative accidents. The only thing that saved me is that Card Monster Summoner does absolutely nothing to a body. No fighting spirit, no elemental resonance, nothing to find. They pulled every one of us in afterward because of the altar. They put me through a machine for hours, and the report came back clean with a note recommending rest for stress and possible post-traumatic symptoms. I got 2 weeks of paid leave out of it. So no, I do not thank Xiaoming. I did go and have a conversation with his girlfriend at the time about certain recurring charitable donations he had been making to women in a certain industry, but that is a separate service and it was free. Wow, an apprentice warrior, said Lin Wei in the voice of a man reading a card at a funeral. We are saved. Mighty apprentice warrior, you will be leading the way from now on, yes? Xiaoming's face locked up. He looked down the tunnel. He looked at the dozen bodies. He did the arithmetic that idiots do, which is that an F-rank rift cannot possibly have much left in it, and stood up straight. Then let me show you what a professional can do. And he walked in front. Careful, I said. We have not seen the leader. It is still deep in there. My guess is a female, sitting on the cubs. Oh, said Lin Wei immediately. A female leader. Those are worse, right? Much fiercer. Thank goodness we have the mighty apprentice warrior up front to protect us. Xiaoming's back went stiff and his pace dropped by about 40%. Hey, mighty apprentice warrior, speed up. If we run long, they issue a second warning. Which is true, and which matters, because if we go over time, the Bureau sends someone actually powerful in behind us to make sure the rift does not merge. And the reason they do not just send that person in the first place is that powerful people have to be kept on standby for bigger problems, and scavengers are cleaners and explorers, and, if you are being honest about the org chart, ablative material. If something unexpected happens in a rift, at least the survivors bring back information. We found the nest. The leader came out roaring with 5 females behind him. A troglodyte stands about 1 meter 20, hunched. This one was 178, which made him exactly as tall as an average scavenger and about 3 times as strong. His stone spear went through Xiaoming's big metal shield and put him on his back. I stepped over him and went for the leader. Lin Wei took the position Xiaoming had vacated and held. The archer took 2 of the females on the way in. The other 3 were not enough to be a problem. I put my sword through the leader's neck and he went down. Behind me, Xiaoming got up out of the dirt with his face red, staring at my back, and I could feel the resentment coming off him like heat off a radiator. Watching the leader bleed out, I had exactly one thought, and it was not a noble one. If only I could bring this greatsword into the trial. 6 months. 6 months stuck on the beginner trial, dying every night in my sleep. I had searched online in every careful, deniable way I could think of and found nothing about a dream trial. Either the information is buried by people above me, or the dream is a thing that belongs only to card monster summoners. No walkthrough, no forum, no one to ask. We killed the cubs, the cave shuddered, and everyone got the vague warm sense of understanding. That means the core is gone. In low rifts, the monsters are the core. Kill them and the place folds. We picked over what was worth carrying and moved. You do not linger. When a realm collapses, it spits out whatever is still inside, and it is not fussy about whether that comes out as a person or as a general impression of a person. Outside, I handed the loot to the officers, got my phone back, checked the time, and felt the specific joy of a man who has finished work before lunch. Brunch. I could have brunch. On the way back into my compound, I found the retirees doing their morning exercises in the open ground with watermelon knives and steel pipes. A 70-year-old man was making his blade whistle. A 60-year-old woman was doing something with a pipe that I would describe as a staff form if I were being generous, and as a crime if I were being accurate. I went around them in a wide, respectful arc, mostly because I was afraid she would stomp on her own foot, fall over, and hold me responsible. Nobody bans knives now. The state actively encourages martial arts for public health and has relaxed the gun laws because rifts open inside the city too, and a civilian with a blade and some nerve can handle the small stuff. As for the obvious side effects of that policy, the solution was more cameras, harsher sentences, and the occasional public execution, and the crime rate came down beautifully. I said hello to the neighbors, went up, changed, brushed my teeth, ate takeout while scrolling, wrote my combat report for the bureau, lay around, showered, and went to sleep, and opened my eyes outside the same forest. The air was clean, the memories were not. If I kept a diary, 6 months of this would fill a book. I would call it 100 Ways a Goblin Kills a Human. Well, maybe not 100. Some of them repeat, 50 or 60, easy. I said it out loud. There is nobody to say it to. That is not the point. Seriously though, in a population of under 100 goblins, you get a mutated goblin warrior. Is that reasonable? That is clearly a bug. Are we not going to consider fixing that? No response. There is never a response. There is an invisible wall 7 or 8 kilometers out in every direction from the goblin den, and inside that circle I have turned over every rock. I once wondered whether the answer was inside the den itself. First I sent my goblin in to infiltrate. He came back dead, and when I summoned him again, he stood there saying, "Goblin, goblin, goblin," and waving his arms, and the gist was that there was nothing in there, and when he tried the goblin warrior's room, the goblin warrior had slapped him to death. So I did it the smart way, cleared out some wild ones, had my goblin insult the warrior until he chased him, and walked in the front door, killed the few left behind, ransacked the place. There was nothing. Garbage and food scraps, and then the warrior came home, broke my arms and legs, and put me in a pot to stew with a bunch of brightly colored mushrooms. I stopped walking, because I remembered that at that exact moment, with my limbs facing the wrong directions and my vision going, I had thought of something, and then the pain had taken it away. What was it? Brightly colored mushrooms. There are brightly colored mushrooms in the pot. My eyes went wide. Wild goblins are stupid, but they are not suicidal. Whatever they were boiling in there was bright, and it was not poisonous because they were going to eat it. But it does not matter whether their mushrooms are poisonous, because I can send in mine. Except that if my goblin walks up to a pot of soup and starts openly dumping unfamiliar fungus into it, the outcome is that he goes under the pot as firewood. I sat down on the ground and tapped my fingers on my thigh for a while. Then I started laughing. These wild goblins have never seen a stuffed chicken in their lives, so why don't we send them a couple of nice mushroom stuffed chickens? I knew where the pheasants were. I knew where the poison was. Before tonight, my entire plan had been to farm one more evolution point, find a comfortable way to die, wake up, and see what the card upgrade actually did. Now I had a strategy, and I wanted to run it immediately. Consequences be damned. And what were the consequences? Without my goblin as bait, I might not even farm a single point. Who cares? It is just dying again. I will be a hero again tomorrow. I got up and dusted off. How do they catch pheasants in survival videos? I squinted at the sky and recalled absolutely nothing. Never mind. Let us go look at them first. I want to be clear that catching them was easy. Insultingly easy. No traps required, because they charged me. I had seen these pheasants from a distance during exploration and given them a wide berth, on the reasonable theory that startling a bird into screaming would bring goblins. It never occurred to me that when I walked up, they would fluff out, lock eyes, and come at me like debt collectors. I got 2 of them. They got my face and most of my back. Damn it. If I had known you were like this, I would have brought a weapon. I plucked them, found a sharp stone, opened the bellies, took the organs out, packed both cavities full of poison mushrooms, and tucked some of the original organs back on top so it would look like a bird instead of a delivery. Then I rubbed my fingers together, and a card the size of a playing card appeared in my hand, visible to nobody but me, dark at the edges, with a grinning goblin in the middle. I looked at that face for a second with pure contempt and something that was not quite affection. I dropped it. The light came together, and my goblin stood there barehanded, blinking, freshly woken, scratching his backside on reflex. Then his nose twitched. He smelled blood. He looked down, saw 2 plucked birds, and his eyes lit up like a slot machine as he reached for them. I flicked him in the forehead. These are props, not food. Also, what do you even eat? You are a card. Do you need to eat? He looked back at me with big, intelligent, completely uncomprehending eyes. Forget it. Later. Listen. These 2 chickens are full of poison. You cannot eat them. Take them to the den and put them in the big pot where they are making the soup. Understand? He blinked twice and nodded so hard his ears moved. Gobo, you seem very confident. That was the part that worried me. Go. Now. Or there will not be time. There is a clock in the dream. I do not know what it measures. It is not my sleep, because sometimes I am shaken awake an hour after going under, and by then I have lived a whole day in there. But at some point, if I have not died yet, the goblin warrior comes looking for me with friends, and that has become a genuine psychological event for me. About half an hour later, a goblin walked into the den holding 2 bald pheasants upside down under the astonished stares of 40 of his own species. He followed the smell to the pot. He went up on his toes and peered in. Clear broth, some mushrooms, some greens, some roots. He shook his head slowly, with the disgust of a man reviewing a restaurant he will never return to. Then he lifted the first bird, showed it to the audience, and dropped it in. The surrounding goblins gasped. My goblin lifted his chin. Then he raised the second bird high, turned it around so everyone could appreciate the full silhouette, and threw it in with a splash that got the front row. The den went up like a stadium. The soup had been going for a long time, and the smell of chicken and mushrooms rolled out over everything, and every goblin in the room watched their warrior scoop a full bowl out with a nutshell, blow on it, and drink it down in one. He licked his lips, puzzled. 2 birds and it tastes like this? Why is it so good today? He ladled out another bowl, fished out an entire pheasant, and sat down to enjoy it properly. The moment he stood up, the rest of them swarmed the pot. My goblin fought his way into the scrum for a drumstick, which was outrageous of them because he brought the chickens. Nobody even saved him a piece. The warrior sat off to one side, watching his idiots wrestle, full and content. And a strange soft smile came onto his face, and his eyes went somewhere else. In the dim light, he seemed to see a very familiar-looking goblin with a pair of green chicken wings descending slowly out of the sky with its palm extended toward him. He reached up and took it. I waited a long time in the trees, and my summon did not come back. Did he do it or not? He could at least come and say something. In a minute, that big green bastard is going to be over here again. Then I felt it. The card came back to me, cracked, with a repair timer of 23 hours and 59 minutes. How did you die? Did the plan fail? I stood up. I thought about it, and I decided to walk into the den and find out, because if it had failed, the goblin warrior was going to arrive at my tree shortly anyway, and I would rather see it coming. I walked into the den. They were everywhere. Most of them were not moving. The ones who were not moving had all died with the same eerie little smile on their faces. A few were still twitching, rolling their eyes, foaming and giggling. Actually giggling. I found that harder to look at than the dead ones, so I picked a spear up off the ground and went along the row and stopped the giggling. When it was quiet, I stood in the middle of 100 dead goblins and had my one remaining question. The poison worked, so how did mine die? Surely he did not get greedy and drink the chicken soup. The world went soft at the edges. I had time to feel mildly surprised. Then it went dark. Trial complete. Trial successful. I did not read the rest of it lying down. I sat straight up in bed in the dark with my heart going. Job rank unlocked. Current rank, apprentice card monster summoner. All attributes +5. New skill, flying card. I can now throw a monster card up to 10 meters and summon at that point, and the distance grows with my rank. Job level 1. Acquire more cards and use them, and I level, and then the number. 100 evolution points awarded. Current total, 199. Holy crap, 100 points. I am rich. 6 months of work got me 99. Finishing the trial got me 100 in one shot. I laughed, and then I nearly cried, which is a stupid combination to have in your face at 4 in the morning. Half a year, traps, pits, diversions, every clever idea I had, and every one of them ended with my head being introduced to my own chest. And the answer was in the soup. What was all of that for? What did any of it amount to, other than an inventory of ways to die? Fine, all the suffering is over. Time to enjoy the fruits of victory. 2 more cards came out with the goblin. The first had a rusty little knife on it. A thief's custom knife, lost in the wilderness a long time ago, weathered until the edge stopped being an edge, but still holding on to a little of its magic. Attack, 0 to 2, which is a range that includes 0. Equipping it slightly improves the wearer's stealth. Small weapon, small or medium monsters only, 1 monster at a time. I turned it in the light and sincerely doubted it could kill a person. So this is equipment, for monsters. No level, cannot evolve, but it does something to stealth, and even if it does nothing offensively, it is a nice accessory. The second card had gold edges that shimmered in colors and a treasure chest in the middle. Beginner reward. I threw it, and it broke into a rainbow and became an actual golden chest the size of 2 hands, sitting on my blanket, crusted with gems. Huh, they really committed to the ceremony. I opened it. Inside lay 1 card. Black edges, purple gem in the center. Special consumable. Greedy gem. A gem soaked in the power of enormous greed. Can be used on a monster card to mutate and transform it. Disappears after use. That was the entire description. Thanks. The moment I lifted it out, the golden chest crumbled and was gone, and I was a little disappointed, and then quite a lot disappointed, because if that had been real gold, it would have cleared what was left of my loan. Half the world is contamination zone now, mineral reserves are a joke, and metal prices have gone up several times over, gold especially, which also tells you, if you sit with it, roughly how much of the population is still here. I put that thought away. Main event. I cleared my head, rubbed my fingers, and the 2 other cards vanished, leaving only the goblin. I wonder if it will still be this stupid afterward. I complained about him constantly. I had also spent half a year with him. Looking at that smug grin, I sighed and said, "Come here," and stopped. "Wait, let me go wash my face first. You cannot show up to the most important moment of your career looking like that." What if Lady Luck takes one look at your hair and decides not to bother? I washed, I brushed, I showered, I dried my hair, I put on the outfit. The outfit is red underwear with gold patterning and clothing printed with the words lucky, good fortune, and best luck. I faced east. I raised the card. I set my expression, sharpened my eyes, dropped my voice into a register of great gravity, and said clearly, evolution. No pillar of golden light descended. No rainbow was released. The edge of the card went from gray to white, and the picture in the middle changed from 1 cheeky goblin to 3 cheeky goblins. I checked whether I was seeing double. I rubbed my eyes. I held the card up to my face and looked very carefully. Still 3, all grinning. White monster card. 3 goblins. What does 3 goblins mean? It means you can summon 3 goblins at once. They also gain a trait. When goblins outnumber the enemy, their strength is slightly enhanced and their morale is greatly increased. Wow, I said in a high, delighted voice. 1 goblin became 3. My combat power has tripled. Then I threw the card out the window. Are you kidding me? What is this, batteries? 3 batteries better than 1? The card sailed about 10 meters into the night, hit the edge of my summoning range, shattered, and vanished. I sat down on the couch and breathed. Then I pinched my fingers and it came back. To be fair, and I hate being fair here, 3 goblins are more than 3 times 1 goblin because of the numbers trait. To be honest, after half a year of dying and hoping, what I had bought with 100 points was a slightly bigger crowd of idiots. 1 goblin dies instantly. 3 goblins die with a little more effort. I am supposed to be a summoner. My summons cannot survive contact. What exactly are they for? Are they here to stand on the sideline in short skirts with pom-poms and cheer for me? Hiss. What a horrifying image. I sat very still for a second, genuinely disturbed by my own brain. Then I calmed down and looked at it straight. The beginner trial gives you exactly enough to take a gray card to white. 1 goblin becomes 3. That is the design. It fits perfectly. Whatever mysterious entity built this profession probably never imagined the beginner trial could hold someone up for 6 months. If they had known, they would have killed me and taken the stone back. Oh, right, I still have the greed gem. Anyway, it is a beginner reward. It cannot be worth much. I held 3 goblins in my right hand and rubbed out the greed gem in my left. I was too disappointed to do a ceremony. I just said flatly, strengthen. Both cards whipped off my fingers and hung in the air. The surface of the gem cracked all over. Then it detonated. It was like watching shackles come off something that should have kept them on. A thick purple mist came out with a sound underneath it that I would describe as whispering if whispering were a threat, and it wrapped 3 goblins entirely, contracted and soaked in. When the fog cleared, the card was not the same card. The edges had gone from white to blue, with purple runes cut into them. The picture was still 3 goblins. The 3 goblins were not. At the front stood one with a cunning smile and greedy eyes, rubbing his little hands together. Beside him stood one absolutely filthy, matted and stained, like something that had climbed out of a landfill and taken it personally. And between them, half hidden, was a third, grinning sideways, eyes bright, with the specific look of somebody who is already holding your wallet. Special blue monster card. Goblin 3 Scoundrels. Influenced by the power of greed, the 3 goblins mutated and gained certain strange abilities. Goblin Thief. Basic stealth. Skilled thieving. Will proactively steal supplies, equipment, or anything else of value from non-friendly units, in combat or out of it. Goblin Scavenger. Enjoys searching for forgotten treasure in abandoned corners. When its body is dirty, it emits a powerful stench of poverty, which causes other creatures to instinctively avoid it, and significantly reduces the desire of monsters to attack it. Goblin Merchant. Operates on the principle of honesty and fairness, meaning that aside from children with little money and the dying elderly, all other living beings may be slightly deceived. Just slightly. It selects its customers carefully and uses superior communication to trade its goods for something of higher value. It requires startup capital, so it always carries stock when it goes out. In the wilderness, however, not all objects are willing to communicate with it, and whether it makes a fortune or is bitten to death on the doorstep depends on its luck that day. I read that last line 3 times, then the catch. Oppression of greed. The power of the 3 scoundrels is too strong, and the card cannot yet withstand it. Each summon produces only one of the 3 at random. Raise the level and quality of the card so it can hold more of the greed. And then the part that changed my life, placement summoning. In addition to normal summoning, the 3 scoundrels have a special deployment mode. Under placement summoning, they are dropped at a random location between 10 and 30 kilometers away. If a goblin tribe exists within that range, there is a very high probability the thief and the merchant will land near it. The deployment ends after 24 hours, or when they die. Born greedy. They can smell the alluring scent of nearby wealth and follow it. When one of them dies, there is a 50% chance the items it is carrying are not dropped. Greedy space. The 3 scoundrels have a 5x5x5 general purpose space, 125 cubic meters. When a deployment ends, whatever they are carrying goes into it. When the merchant goes out, it takes stock from that space as startup capital. If the space is full, they cannot bring anything else back. I can take things out of it at any time. I cannot put anything in. Card level 1. Blue cards cap at 15. I sat on my couch with my mouth slightly open and my eyes not really focused, and when my brain finally finished processing all of it, I said out loud to an empty room, "This is an idle game. You tap the screen a couple of times a day, and the goblin keeps bringing things back. Wait. The second one of these appears in the city, it gets killed, which means I need the contamination zone." I looked at the 3 faces on the card and shook my head slowly. None of you can fight at all. If you actually land in a contamination zone, you are not going to last long. Of the 3, the scavenger looked most survivable, on the strength of being so repulsive that monsters lose interest. I wonder what the thief's stealth actually is. Oh, and the rusty knife. Maybe I can put it on him. I took out the knife card and thought about equipping it, and it stuck itself to the corner of Goblin 3 Scoundrels and shrank into a little square, and in the picture the thief's grin got noticeably wider. Information poured in. The knife went to the thief. Each of the 3 has his own equipment. Equipment linked to the card is assigned to whichever goblin it suits. Under normal conditions, the card can hold a maximum of 9 pieces of equipment. Makes sense. What I was actually thinking was that if I got 3 rusty knives, each of them would have 1, and the thief would gain 2 additional advantages. My fingers were already twitching towards summoning one of them in my living room when my phone buzzed with a bank notification. I looked down. 1 2 3 4 5 zeros, 1,300,000. A scam. I was still staring at it, working out which department to call, when the phone rang in my hand. The screen said Lin Yuan, which is not a name, which is the point. I saved my sister under something related enough that I would recognize it, and unrelated enough that if somebody stole my phone, they could not use her. I smiled before I picked up. "Hey, May, what is this? Do you miss your brother?" Not really. Did you get the money I sent you?" "Huh? You sent that?" "Yes. You got it right." I sat forward. "Hold on, where did you get that much money?" "I told you I am on a project with my supervisor. It made significant progress. This is the bonus that came through today. I am transferring all of it to you." "No, do not lie to me. I did not finish college, but I am not stupid. You are a student. You should be thanking that man on your knees for letting you carry his equipment. There is no way he cut you in." "That is because I made a big contribution in there. You college dropout. You would not understand. You did not get a rich boyfriend, did you? Wang Lei, do you have a death wish?" She meant it. I could hear it. Cough. Joking. "It is only that this is a lot of money." "Fine. You are ignorant. You are forgiven. Take it and pay off your loan. Immediately. There is no rush." "What do you mean there is no rush? Pay off the loan and then quit the scavengers. I do not want to get a phone call one day telling me to come and collect your death compensation." "Ah, well, if I do not pay off the remaining loan, you would not actually receive my death compensation." "Wang Lei, I am not joking with you." I laughed. I could not help it. "Okay, I understand. So you have given me all of it. What about you?" "I still have a few thousand. That is plenty. Just quit. Find something safe." Okay, I understand." After she hung up, I sat looking at the black screen for a while. Silly kid. Quitting is not that easy. You signed a contract with them in black and white. I looked east, out the window, toward Dongchuan University, 3 districts away. Find a day off. Go see her. That is what I said. And there is something you should know that I did not. My sister was not at the university. 3 districts. West, behind concrete walls, sits a place with no housing and no shops for several kilometers in any direction. And inside those walls there are military fortifications and a lot of very expensive buildings, and past those, through a layer of pale mist, there is primeval wilderness. That is a contamination zone. It formed when a small to medium rift came down on Dongchuan in the early days and merged. They walled it, tamed the border, and turned it into the West Sector 4 research area so that scientists could study contamination without commuting to the end of the world. There is a wide trench inside it, and beyond the trench there is dense jungle, and lying around in that jungle in the afternoon sun there are a great many lazy green figures, because somewhere along the line humanity worked out that if you maintain a certain population of monsters inside a contamination zone, the odds of new spatial rifts opening go down, so they cleared out almost everything dangerous and kept a medium-sized goblin tribe of nearly 1,000. My sister hung up the phone, let out a breath, and her face went from warm to cool and clinical in about a second, the way it does when she goes back to work. She put the phone in a locker, straightened herself, left the dormitory, and walked toward the research base. She fell in with a classmate on the way. The double pore air mushrooms are nearly gone, and we have not found any new ones. The cell culture failed again. The professor is losing his hair over it. Shh. She will get angry if she hears you. Did they not say the double pore air mushroom grows alongside the giant rock beetle tunneling worm? They hired people to go into the contamination zone and kill them. They killed several worms. No mushrooms, heavy losses. They pulled out. There was a bureau bounty on it, was there not? Posted ages ago. Nobody from the bureau will talk to us, so we cannot count on explorers either. Senior, that thing looks exactly like a pig's nose. So why is it called an oval 2-pore jet mushroom instead of the pig nose mushroom? Because that sounds more high-end. Meanwhile, several kilometers east, high-end ingredients require only the simplest cooking methods. That is what the man on my television was saying. He was in a chef's uniform, with arms you could run a horse across, and he looked less like a chef and more like a person a chef would hire for protection, and he was teaching the nation how to steam the brain of a mid-level earthshaker. I was on my couch in my underwear, doing nothing. I had promised my sister I would pay off the loan. It had been half a day. I had taken no action whatsoever. An interest-free loan. Interest-free. Only a lunatic pays that back. If it were not for the contract, I would drag it out for 80 or 90 years and let it be somebody else's paperwork, because the contract is the actual chain. The loan is just what the chain is made of. Unless somebody helps me or I get much stronger, I am not leaving the scavengers before the term is up. My class cannot be revealed. Asking for help means owing favors, so there is no plan to leave, which means there is no reason to hurry. I was lying there very comfortably with all of this settled when the phone rang again. Why is the Special Affairs Bureau calling me? I listened. I hung up. I sat there with an expression I could not fully assemble. Expelled? What the hell? Has my sister gotten so capable in 2 years of university that she has connections in the bureau now? I put on clothes, took the scooter, and rode to the North Branch office. I parked. I looked up. Xiaoming was standing at the entrance, looking around, waiting for somebody. I decided not to have seen him and walked straight past. He jumped into my path with his arms out. "Haha! Wang Lei! You have been caught!" My stomach dropped through the floor. I felt my face go cold. They found out about the stone. Xiaoming saw my expression and lit up like a birthday. "The bureau found out you have been stealing things from rifts and selling them. You are getting fired." Huh. That is it? Damn it. This bastard nearly killed me. I put a hand on my chest, let a very long breath out, and then the rest of the sentence caught up with me. "Wait, you are the one who reported me? For selling salvage?" He said nothing. His face said everything. "Are you out of your mind? If people find out you did that, you will never work in scavenging again." I was not being dramatic. Everyone sells on the side. Everyone. The bureau looks away because it has to. Reporting a man for it is not enforcement. It is treason against the entire trade, and if it gets around, he will die in a rift one day for reasons nobody will be able to reconstruct. In fact, since we were both shouting, a number of people in the lobby had already turned around, and several of them were looking at Xiaoming with the particular calm of men making a note. He did not care at all. "Ha! Your brother Wang has already awakened his profession. Obviously, I do not need to stay with the scavengers. I have switched to explorer, and I am joining my uncle's team to make a fortune in the contamination zone." I looked him up and down, slowly and with visible effort. "Seriously? With your strength and your nerve, you are going into the contamination zone? Did your personality change overnight? Are you not afraid of dying?" His face stiffened, and he was never going to tell me that he was going into the contamination zone to do logistics. "You should worry about yourself. You lost your job, so you have to repay the bureau immediately. What is it? More than $1 million? With your abilities, you cannot possibly— Oh, right. You have an apartment. You can sell it. Tisk tisk tisk. No job and homeless again. Poor thing. He shook his head while he said it, and I have rarely wanted to hit anything more, but I was still stuck on the mechanics. The Bureau would not fire me over one report. They would not. Manpower is not abundant, it is not scarce either, but nobody throws away a scavenger with 2 years and a good record over a thing everyone does, because his uncle has connections in the Bureau. A capable-looking middle-aged woman had come out of the back, and she said it while giving Xiaoming a look of such total disgust that I felt second-hand pain. I turned to him with my mouth open. Good grief. You used personal connections to fire me. Are you sure you did not coordinate this with my sister? The woman turned to me, and her voice changed completely. Little Wang, do not worry too much. I can convert your loan into a low-interest commercial mortgage. 10 years, 20, whatever you need. Is that not against the rules? Xiaoming said instantly, in a voice that had gone up half an octave. Ha, rules. She narrowed her eyes at him, and something came off her that made the air in the lobby colder. You are talking to me about rules. At the Special Affairs Bureau, he opened his mouth. Nothing came out of it. Sister Zhao, do not bother with him, I said. He is not worth your blood pressure. Thank you for the offer, but you do not need to go to the trouble. I will pay it back myself. An interest-free loan is profit no matter how long you hold it. A commercial loan is a wound. If I am paying now. Impossible, said Xiaoming. Where would you get the money? I glanced at him sideways. Oh. This morning a rich woman transferred me over $1 million. I did not want it. She insisted. She said she would support me for life. I could not refuse her sincerity, so I reluctantly accepted. Chi, you must be dreaming because you did not wake up properly. Is that not normal? Have you never had a wealthy woman want to take care of you? I looked at him with dawning sympathy. Oh, right. With your face, that would only ever happen in dreams. His color went bad. He opened his mouth to argue and then discovered that he could not do it with a straight face and settled for, keep pretending, let us see how long you can keep it up. Then he followed me to the counter, ignoring Sister Zhao's expression because he had to see it. He watched me take out my bank card. He watched me clear the loan. His eyes went perfectly round. You are actually being kept by a rich woman? I fought my own face and won. Yeah. Otherwise, where would I get that kind of money? How could you fall this far? He said through his teeth. Are you insane? I shook my head with the sorrow of a man discussing a difficult family matter. She originally said she would support me. She even wanted me to quit the scavengers because she was afraid I would get hurt. Honestly, I was still hesitating. I put a hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Thanks to you, I was able to make up my mind. His face went red, then a color passed red. His breathing became a project. He turned his head, saw Sister Zhao, and his eyes lit up with the wild hope of a drowning man. Sister Zhao, I want to withdraw my report against Wang Lei. She pointed at the door. Get out. I watched him go with his shoulders down and thought, without any real satisfaction, that he had made his own bed. He thinks a scavenger is a scavenger forever. If a moron like him can awaken a profession on his own, then everyone else will too, eventually, and he has offended so many people that it is only a question of scheduling. Little Wang, said Sister Zhao, in a tone I did not immediately identify. Are you really being kept by a rich woman? Hey, I was talking nonsense to make him choke. My sister sent that money. She is at Dongchuan University, top of her class. Her professor took her onto a major project. It is her bonus. I could not keep the pride out of my voice. Sister Zhao did not appear to care about my sister's academic career in the slightest. What she cared about was the phrase not being kept. Her eyes lit up. Not being kept. Then how about getting to know a friend of mine? She met you last time and thought you were quite interesting. Huh? There is a specific brightness that can come into a person's eyes, and it is not warm, and it is aimed at you. I completed my paperwork at a speed I am not proud of, scrambled out of the bureau, got on the scooter, and floored a thing that does not have a floor. At home, I took a bottle out of the fridge and drank the entire thing standing up, and the cold went all the way down and finally put out the fear. Friend. There is no friend. Sister Zhao has plans of her own. She always seemed so serious. So capable, I never imagined, and that look she gave me while I was leaving, that wounded, heartbroken look, I felt like a man who had started something and abandoned it. Actually, Sister Zhao is quite good looking, and I hear her family background is not simple. Why not just give in? I put my hand flat on my own face. You are crazy. What kind of nonsense is that? I patted my cheek twice to reset, made instant noodles, and started reading about the contamination zone, because while I was at the bureau, along with clearing the loan and deregistering as a scavenger, I had also registered as an explorer, which sounds impressive and means almost nothing. Registering is administrative. It gets me a bureau account, access to the app, the bounty board, and a lane at the official checkpoints that skips a lot of the queue. There is even an explorer level, which goes up when you complete bureau tasks exactly like a game, and gates what missions you can see. The legitimate missions are on the board. The murder and the robbery go through other channels. The contamination zone takes its character from whatever illusion realm made it. A swamp realm makes a swamp. A hill realm makes hills. Where two zones overlap, they blend. Where they do not quite touch, there is a strip of ordinary world in between, which produces some genuinely absurd geography. On the left, a swamp under permanent mist. On the right, dry desert. Between them, a border of maybe 10 meters, sometimes half a meter, and neither side bleeds into the other at all. The monsters, of course, do not respect any of this. Sandworms wander into the swamp to drink and swallow a crocodile by accident. The lizardmen gather in fury and charge into the desert to take revenge, discover within about 4 minutes that their skin is drying out, and run home. Dongchuan is ringed by contamination zone on every side except one road north, which is held by the army and the bureau, because it is the only artery this city has left. The city walls carry artillery and machine guns and drones, like an ancient fortress that got a technology upgrade and kept the silhouette. There are 8 official gates into the zone. East is Poison Mist Swamp and Spore Forest. South is Extreme Cold Giant Lake and Dragon Volcano. North is heavily vetted, presumably to stop enthusiasts from provoking something that would then sit down on our only road. And every guide, written by everyone, says the same thing to a new explorer with no special skills. Go west, Emerald Forest. The monsters are weaker, the terrain is easier, and the explorers there are friendlier. They will only take your money, not your life. Usually. At first. The contamination zone is a lawless zone. That is not a slogan. That is the operating condition. Fine. Tomorrow I go and look at Emerald Forest with my own eyes. Tonight, the good child washes up and goes to bed. Because I genuinely could not wait to see what the dream looked like now that I had finally cleared the beginner trial. Kill the plant symbiote. That was the entire briefing. I opened my eyes on a hillside under a bright, cloudless sky, and that was all I got. They tell me to kill a plant symbiote. They do not tell me what it looks like. They do not tell me what it does. Do you people have a customer service department? Nobody has ever answered. I keep asking anyway. It is important to me. I tried placement summoning first, out of pure curiosity, and got a flat refusal. Either the dream does not allow it, or the whole space is under 10 kilometers across, which puts the entire map inside the minimum throw distance. So I flicked the card onto the grass. It broke into blue light shot through with purple mist, and out of it came Goblin Thief. He came out beautifully. He dropped straight into a low crouch, rusty knife reversed in his right hand, burlap sack tight at his waist, head sweeping the horizon in short professional arcs. Huh, I said. He knows to check the ground first. He seems a lot more reliable than the one who used to come out picking his nose and scratching his. Having confirmed there were no threats, Goblin Thief stood up, stretched, and used his little finger to pick his nose, with the knife still in the same hand. Damn, is that a family recipe? He looked up at me, genuinely confused. Gob? Nothing, never mind. I remembered the card said stealth, so I asked. This concealment of yours, is it invisibility magic, or the kind where a thief just walks quietly? He gave me a slow, greasy, extremely unwholesome smile, bent his knees, and disappeared. It really is invisible. Not perfectly. If you look right at where he is, the light bends a little, and it is strange enough to notice, and when he moved, the distortion got obvious. The moment you move, you stand out. Gobo Gulin Guru, he said, appearing again. Oh, the dimmer the light, the fewer the seams. I looked up at a clear noon sky, which is the single worst lighting condition for this, and said, that's fine. Then I looked at the small rusty knife in his hand and thought about the fact that tomorrow I was going into a real contamination zone to test placement summoning, and I could not afford to lose him tonight. All right, new plan. Today we scout. I am not expecting to clear anything on the first attempt anyway. He got bored while I was thinking. He spun the rusty knife between his fingers, which he did with genuine flair, like a gray butterfly in the air, and then he saw a fist-sized black beetle rolling a ball of dung across the ground. His hand flicked. The knife went out with a whoosh and pinned the beetle flat. He walked over, picked it up while the legs were still going, tore off the head, dug out the shell, and put the rest in his mouth. Crunch, crunch. I turned around at the noise and found half a beetle sticking out of his mouth, 2 legs kicking, juice on his chin. Where did you catch a bug that big? He pointed at the dung ball. My lip twitched. A dung beetle. How are you eating that? Gobo Missy stick, he said, and held out the remaining half to me. Goblin thinks it is delicious. Would you like to try? I do not eat sashimi. You have it. He put it straight back in his mouth. So they can eat, I said, watching this happen. When he had swallowed, I asked, Do you know what a plant symbiote is? Glug. He shook his head blankly. What a coincidence. Neither do I. But I would guess that anything called a plant symbiote is a monster with something growing on it. Which is not much, but it is a shape. Fine. You go that way, I go this way. Stay invisible. Whatever happens, do not die. If you meet something, survival first. We meet back here. He was better at protecting himself than I was, and I had already tested the important thing months ago, which is that if I die first, the goblin card does not take damage. So as long as he stayed hidden, he would coast to the end. And if I died, that just meant one more day at home doing nothing. The money my sister sent could keep me lying down for a very long time. No, I have to work. Otherwise, I really will end up living off my little sister. I shook that off, picked up a dry branch about a meter long, and went into the brush beating the grass in front of me, which is a genuine technique for driving off snakes. I did not find a snake. 2 grass-green slimes leapt out and spat at me. I dodged, whacked them apart with the stick, and then discovered that either the smell of dead slime or the noise of me hitting things brings more slime because they came pouring out of the undergrowth like something out of a drain. I did what you do, which is run away fast because I am much quicker than a slime, and there is no dignity to be gained here. There was nothing on this hillside except an excessive number of slimes, some ground squirrels, some rabbits, and those beetles. And then I saw a hill that was slightly trembling. It was not a hill. It was a rock giant, over 10 meters tall, with moss and vines and entire shrubs growing out of it. I got into a bush very quickly. Nothing happened. I lay there and listened and heard a long, hollow sound, like wind through a cave, in a slow rhythm. Huff, puff, huff, puff. I parted the leaves. The enormous rock monster was sitting on the ground, asleep. I let out a breath, and then the headache arrived, because obviously this ridiculous thing was my target. As for why it is called a plant symbiote instead of a rock giant, look at the shrubbery. There is no fighting that. It would not matter if I had my greatsword. It would not matter if I had 2, unless I bring in a tank or several rocket launchers and demolish him as an unlicensed structure. Nothing I own is relevant, so there had to be a trick. There is always a trick. Look what the beginner trial turned out to be. So what is the key here? While I was crouched in a bush asking philosophical questions several hundred meters away, my goblin was solving the trial by accident. Goblin Thief had stolen a beetroot out of a ground squirrel's paws and was chewing it when he spotted a monster. Compared to the 10-meter mountain I was admiring, this one was 2 meters tall, including the enormous golden sunflower growing out of its head, skin like old bark. Thick thorns all over it, like a vine that had been designed by somebody with a grudge. 2 long, thick arms. It walked on its hands and feet like a gorilla and moved like it had all the time in the world. He found the target. He decided to go back and report, exactly as instructed. And then the ground shook and something roared in the distance, and Goblin Thief crouched down in a shadow and stayed there. The shaking got worse. The roaring got closer. And Goblin Thief looked up and saw his summoner being chased across the hills like a stray dog by an enormous rock monster. A boulder came out of the sky, and I evaded it with a technique I would describe as dog pouncing on its prey. I rolled twice, got up, spat out the dirt, and used the dust cloud to change direction and keep running. Was he not supposed to come back and exchange information? Thought Goblin Thief. Why is he playing hide and seek with a stone all by himself? He scratched his head. Human minds are too complicated. Goblin cannot fathom them. He glanced over at the plant symbiote, which had panicked at the noise, burrowed halfway into the ground, and was now doing an impression of a large sunflower, and he did not know what to do about that either. Then the shaking faded, and a green slime came slowly through the grass toward his shady patch, with a struggling black beetle wrapped up inside its body. Goblin Thief's eyes lit up. Why not accept a delivery that has come to the door? His little paws moved. The rusty knife went in and out. The beetle came out of the slime and into his hands. The slime felt a poke. Then it felt its lunch stop existing. It groped around with its tentacles for a long time and found nothing at all, because by then, Goblin Thief was sitting somewhere else entirely. He put the beetle under his nose and sniffed. It smelled of rotting leaves. Also, his fingers were burning, which is when he noticed the slime fluid was quietly dissolving his skin. Tsk. He curled his lip and threw the beetle away. It rolled across the ground and stopped directly in front of the plant symbiote, which had just pulled itself back out of the dirt. The symbiote paused. Then it reached out, picked up the beetle, and ate it. Splat. A blob of green slime hit the symbiote in the side and started to sizzle. The symbiote brushed it off and looked slowly across the field at the large green jelly in the distance. A while later, Goblin Thief sat in a corner chewing a grass root, watching a large number of slimes that had appeared out of nowhere fighting extremely loudly with a group of plant symbiotes. Strange, he thought. Why did these two start fighting? Wow, that one is completely covered. It looks like it is about to die. I cannot keep this up. I am at my limit. That was me, several kilometers away, covered in cuts and bleeding and standing in a cloud of dust and torn grass, looking absolutely pathetic. Here is the thing about dying in your sleep for over 100 nights. Your pain threshold goes somewhere strange. Anyone else being run down like this would have sat down and waited to die an hour ago. How much of a grudge does this thing hold against humanity? We have been running for ages and it will not stop. I heard the whistle behind me and threw myself sideways, which had worked 6 times already. The 7th time I was out of gas. I did not clear the arc. The rock came down and took my lower body with it and buried what was left in the mud. I got a mouthful of something out. Damn, that hurts. I would rather have just been crushed. The footsteps came closer and the whole world shook, and then it stopped. Trial over. Trial successful. I opened my eyes and stared at my ceiling and paid almost no attention because obviously it is another failure notice and those are optional. Sk. Another painful way to die. Evolution points earned. 58. Huh? Wait, I killed 2 slimes. How do I have 58 points? I sat up. Trial reward obtained. Gray monster card. Symbiotic primal. I sat all the way up. I rubbed my fingers and a brand new card came out. Gray-edged, with a big plant seed glowing green in the middle, wrapped in a thick hard shell with half a bud showing, a plant seed about to sprout. No special abilities, perhaps it could be thrown, and its hard shell used to hit an enemy in the head. That is the actual text. That is what it says. I held it and frowned. That rock giant was roaring at full volume. It was not dying. It could not have been throwing pieces of its own body at me and tearing itself apart from overuse, could it? I shook my head. There was a much more likely explanation, which was that my goblin had killed a 10-meter rock monster while I was unconscious. That also seems unlikely. Fine, let us call them out and ask. I sat on the couch, disheveled, half awake, and flicked out Goblin 3 scoundrels. 1 in 3. So, the card broke, the light reformed, and a goblin appeared rubbing his hands together with a cunning smile, and his eyes went left and right across my living room, visibly pricing my furniture. Then a hint of distaste came into them. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? I had just been rejected by my own summoned beast. I was not going to negotiate with this. I put my palm on his head. Return. Summoning is easy. You drop the card. With flying card, you can throw it. Recalling is the annoying half because I have to physically touch the monster to turn it back into a card. Fine. That is the shady merchant out of the way. Now it is 50-50. Bang. The blue-purple light became Goblin Merchant. Return. Bang. Another unscrupulous merchant. By the 4th time, I had developed a theory, which is that once one of the 3 comes out, the card locks onto that one for a while. Or it is luck. How could it be luck? How could my luck be this bad? Even gacha games have a pity system. One more. If it is the merchant again, forget it. We are going to Emerald Forest. It is time to leave anyway. I said that loudly and clearly, while picking up my phone and pretending to check the time. This is a tactic. It is called feinting east and striking west. It is the same as shouting, I am uninstalling this game if I do not get the card, which is not a statement about the game. It is a threat directed at a corporation using only your mind. Bang! A slovenly goblin with an enormous sack over his shoulder and an aura of poverty so complete it had physical presence appeared in front of me. Yes, I knew that would work. Goblin Scavenger swept the room. He confirmed there were no other creatures present, and then his heavy eyelids snapped fully open, revealing 2 large eyes full of shrewdness and greed, and the poverty aura switched off like a lamp. He looked at my furniture. He looked at my things. He did not look impressed exactly. He looked like a man taking inventory. He started reaching for items to put in the sack. I recalled him immediately because I did not have the energy to put my apartment back together. I threw the card again and finally got Goblin Thief. After a long, animated, physically enthusiastic explanation involving both arms and a great deal of pointing, I understood. So, that stone man was not the plant symbiote at all. Then what was that? What was the entire afternoon? I was chased for hours and crushed by a rock for free. I felt personally insulted by the universe. Then I saw Goblin Thief was not paying attention to me. He was looking around my apartment with fresh curiosity, and I quietly let it go. Fine. I focused on symbiotic primal. Evolution. Gray to white. The shell fell off the seed and it grew into a slim green vine with a few leaves and a dense mass of fine roots. White monster card. Symbiotic vine. It puts its roots into the body of an animal or a monster and forms a mutually beneficial partnership. Symbiosis. After summoning, select a host. Photosynthesis. In sufficient light, the vine provides basic self-healing to its host, continuously restoring a small amount of stamina and vitality and accelerating the closing of wounds. Hiss. The effect sounds good. The roots going into the body sounds like a nightmare. I looked up to explain this to Goblin Thief. Goblin Thief had followed a smell to my kitchen bin, retrieved the chicken bones I had finished with earlier, put them in his mouth, and was sucking on them with visible enjoyment. Spit that out. Spit it out right now. If you wanted chicken, you could have just said so, and I would have opened a new pack. He heard the order. He obeyed the order. He obeyed it very slowly, drawing the bone out of his mouth over several seconds, sucking hard the entire way, on the theory that this would keep the flavor. If I had known, he thought, I would have chewed it and swallowed. Then a much stronger smell hit him, and he turned around and saw me holding out a braised drumstick. He spat 3 times. He cleared his mouth of every fragment with the thoroughness of a man preparing for surgery. He took the drumstick, bit into it, and his eyes went wide, and an expression of pure blessedness came over his face. I swear his body glowed. I swear I heard background music. You are overdoing it a bit. He had no objection at all to the plan of experimenting on his own body, which tells you something about the relative value of a drumstick. I pressed symbiotic vine against his back. The card broke, white light coiled out and became a half-meter vine that wrapped around him and put a countless number of fine roots straight through his skin. I have died more times than I can count, and my scalp still crawled and my back teeth still ached watching it. Goblin Thief kept eating. Even if the food is good, you cannot possibly not feel that. Do the roots numb it? I went to the window and cracked the curtain to let sunlight in, then picked a fruit knife off the table and considered where to start. Goblin Thief stopped chewing. He looked at the knife. He looked at me. His face went through several stages. Another drumstick, I said, and cut yourself in half so I can see the healing. He did not hesitate for a full second. He drew the rusty knife and stabbed himself. I said, make a cut. Why did you go that deep? That thing is covered in rust. Are you not worried about tetanus? I got him his drumstick and then dragged him into the sunlight and watched. The bleeding stopped fast. The wound closed visibly, and when the leaves caught the light directly, the surface of the cut actually glowed faint green and the closing sped up. Weaker than the basic healing spells I have seen online, but spells cost mana. An apprentice healer gets maybe 5 casts before they are empty. This one just needs weather. Then, because I am thorough, I recalled the vine to see what the root holes looked like. There were no root holes. Huh. No wounds? I turned that over and got nowhere and filed it under the magic of cards. No wonder he did not look like he was in pain. I decided to try it on myself sometime, checked my phone, and discovered it was past 10 in the morning. It is that late already. I pressed a hand down on Goblin Thief, who was sneaking past on his way somewhere, and recalled him. Leather armor, fine steel greatsword, food, water, bus stop. The subway used to be excellent. Most of it is shut now. When a rift comes down on a fixed line, you lose a train, which is hundreds or thousands of people with nowhere to go. Buses are slower and much dumber and infinitely more flexible, and if the absolute worst happens to a bus, you have lost 40 or 50 people. That is genuinely how the transport policy reads if you translate it honestly. I leaned my arm on the window and watched the city go by, printed in large red characters on the side of the bus, right. Under my elbow, fighting inside a vehicle endangers public safety and is punishable by death. An alarm went off somewhere behind us. Another rift, another monster somewhere in the city. Tisk. They say the magic concentration in the air keeps rising, and that is why the odds of rifts keep going up. A rough voice from the seat behind me. I turned and found a big man in his 30s or 40s in dark blue leather armor with a faint blue shine on it and a face full of scars, working extremely hard to produce a friendly smile. The effort was visible and the result was not what he wanted. He seems powerful, I thought, the kind who could kill 10 Wangguang Chais with one hand. Young man, heading to Emerald Forest? Right. I glanced at the large travel bag beside him and something did not fit. A professional at that level rides his own motorcycle, or the whole team takes an off-road vehicle. Why is this man on a public bus by himself like a first-timer? I want to be clear that when I say first-timer, I did not mean me. This was technically my first voluntary trip into a contamination zone, but I had been a scavenger for 2 years, killed a great many monsters personally, and murdered the goblin warrior of an entire tribe with my bare hands and a plan. The actual first-timers were 4 or 5 kids in the other seats with bright faces and no armor, talking the entire way about how exciting this was going to be. Ha, said the big man, following my eyes. Somebody's kid watched too many videos and now they want an adventure in the contamination zone. Watch, they will not even get through the city gate. They will end up calling their parents and their school to come collect them. I laughed and then asked the thing I actually wanted to know. Brother, why is an expert like you taking the bus to the contamination zone? He waved it off. What expert? I got lucky. I was fighting monsters and somehow became an intermediate warrior. Is intermediate warrior not impressive? What is impressive about it? Warriors are the common cannon fodder, not some rare profession. Cough. Anyway, my name is Zhao Yong. I am with the middle-aged unemployment front exploration team. Huh, brother. Your team's name is quite... The members were all online friends who used to play games together. Not all of us are middle-aged. That was the guild name, so we kept it. He said it with obvious pride. We actually have an armored bus. We all go out together on missions. The city is not exactly safe, so we moved our households to one place so we could look out for each other. This time something came up and I was running late, which is why I am on here. I see. Then he talked for a while about how good his teammates were, how well they got along, how they had never once left anybody behind in the contamination zone, which is when I realized I was being recruited. He saw my face change, licked his lips and said, a bit awkwardly, Joe Chen, right? I actually know about you. There is a girl in our guild who scavenges up in the north, and she mentioned you. Big brother. My name is Wang Lei. Silence. He went red to the ears. He opened his mouth. Nothing usable came out of it. He took out his phone and started typing extremely fast at somebody. I supplied the caption in my head. Family. Does anyone understand? Dongchuan City West 2nd Public Exit. Because I was registered, the checkpoint took less than a minute. Face scan, a series of machines, done. The kids got stopped by heavily armed police, scolded thoroughly, and were still slumped in the corner by the wall when I came out, exactly as predicted. There is another 7 or 8 kilometers between the checkpoint and the actual mist, and none of it is empty. It is a town, built fast and badly out of whatever was to hand, packed with explorers and the enormous support economy that follows them. It gets shelled by its own city walls 3 or 4 times a year when monsters come out, and the guns do not have the luxury of being fussy. Every time it burns down, they build it again in a week. High risk, high reward. Ordinary service workers here make 3 to 10 times what they would inside the walls, which tells you what the people who own the buildings are making. Almost no cameras here. Gray zone. Zhao Yang pointed at some explorers in the distance holding up signs recruiting temporary members. Those guys are scammers who prey on new blood. I know, I read about it. They say the Emerald Forest scammers only want money, not lives. Who knows? Do you know who posts that online? You mean them? No, those few do not have the guts. They are hunting for a couple of greenhorns to charge tuition. The real snakes do not stand in the open holding a sign. He hesitated at the edge of the mist. All right, I need to find my people. Brother Chen, please seriously consider what I said. Our team really are good people. Okay, Brother Guo. I will seriously consider it. I meant that I would seriously consider it in about a month because I had known him for one bus ride and because I still had to build a cover story for where my profession came from before I let anybody stand close enough to notice things. The cover story is not hard. You go deep into the contamination zone, you find a newly descended otherworldly ruin nobody has logged, and there is a profession stone inside. Or you stumble on 2 powerful monsters fighting, and afterwards you search the humanoid one's body, and there is a strange stone on it. There are 1,000 versions of that story online. You just pick one. I stored my phone at a shop that specializes in holding explorers' valuables and walked to the far end of town toward the wall of white mist. Nobody offered to tutor me or take me into their group, which I appreciated. Explorers have a good eye. My leather armor is patched in 11 places. Every patch is where something got through, and the whole thing has been soaked through and dried and soaked again until it stopped having an original color. At the edge, you can half see what is behind the fog. A primeval forest, distorted into something wrong. A team went in ahead of me in formation, and their shapes stretched and bent as they crossed, and then nothing happened to them at all, and they walked on into the green. I drew my greatsword and stepped into the mist. The world tilted, exactly like a rift. I moved my left fingers, and Goblin 3 scoundrels formed between them. Place a summon. The card shattered and vanished. I turned around and walked straight back out. The whole sequence took under 10 seconds. There were several explorers waiting outside for teammates, and they watched a man in battered armor stride into the contamination zone with a drawn greatsword and immediately come back out, and one of them lost it completely. Dude, that is so lame. At least stay in a little longer and breathe the fresh air of Emerald Forest, otherwise you came all this way for nothing. Blonde hair, buzz cut, a grin like a lit match. Zhou Feng, do not talk nonsense, said a teammate quickly. I was not offended. I smiled. I get nervous going in alone. I need to psych myself up. From the way you walked in, I thought you were some kind of expert. Wait, buddy, you did not read online that Emerald Forest is the beginner map and come out here to explore it by yourself, did you? His face changed to genuine alarm. Brother, listen to me. The monsters in the contamination zone are not stupid programs in a game. They are actually lethal. If you want to be an explorer, join a reliable team first. No, not those. Those are all scams. Go check the bureau board for teams that are actually hiring. That is safer. He talked very fast and covered a great deal of ground. I listened with a smile, thinking that this blonde looked like a thug and had turned out to be a decent human being. I did not. I know there was so much to it. Thanks, brother. I will go back and study it properly. Hey. We are all brothers. No need. He watched me walk away and shook his head. That guy is reckless, actually thinking of going into Emerald Forest by himself. The woman with the longbow next to him rolled her eyes. Come on, you are the one who talked us into Emerald Forest, and we nearly died. If we had not run into the boss— Hey, boss, what are you looking at? The solid middle-aged man who had been watching my back the whole time came out of it. Oh, nothing. I just thought that young man did not walk like a newcomer, right? Said Zhou Feng. I got fooled by his aura too. Turns out he is just a clueless greenhorn who knows nothing. Perhaps. Deep in Emerald Forest, a fully equipped exploration team had just finished repelling a pack of poison claw cats. The fight had not been hard. There were more than a dozen cat bodies on the ground and a few people going through them for materials, while others sat to one side cleaning wounds and swallowing antidote. Poison claw venom does not kill, it hurts. Specifically, it hurts in a way that ruins your movement, which in this line of work is the same as an injury. The fight had been over for a while, and one of them was still hissing through his teeth. Ow, that hurts so much. No wonder teams would rather walk around demon cat territory than through it. If we had a healer, or a water mage, one antidote spell and the cat poison is just gone. You are dreaming. A support that important gets pulled into the bureau for special training, or joins a realm breaker team, or takes an invitation from the group. How would it ever be our turn? Are there not healers who lack talent and get stuck in probation and get let go? You read too many idiot marketing accounts. An apprentice mage gets fired, sure. Healer is a special profession. Even an apprentice healer does not get dropped. Not necessarily. I heard the tech healing potion has a new formula. Mass-produced, it would be 70% as good as a low-grade alchemical potion. Trainee healers would be pretty useless then. I saw that too. Production cost is enormous. Nobody knows if it can even scale. Forget healing potion. Is there no genius who can improve the antidote formula? Even 1/3 as good as the alchemical one. This is genuinely painful. The captain, an intermediate warrior in metal armor, snorted. Instead of dreaming about all that, work on your own strength. A few demon cats, and look at you. At which point the man on watch said, in a completely different tone, Huh, where did that goblin come from? There was nothing there a second ago. Everyone grabbed a weapon. Prepare for battle, said the captain, shield up. Do not be nervous, everyone. There is only one goblin. One? Impossible. They come in flocks. Look at him. He is filthy, like he has been wandering around somewhere. Which goblin is not filthy? Okay, that one is excessively filthy. He is dragging a torn bag. He looks like a beggar. Can monsters go hungry? That will not do. It is a wonder he has not been slapped to death. Should we kill him? He looks rather pitiful. Why waste the energy? There is no threat, and I do not have anything valuable on me. Yeah, true. And that is how, for reasons none of them could have explained, an entire armed exploration team looked at a lone goblin, felt something between contempt and pity, decided he was beneath their notice, and went back to talking about something else. That patch of rotting leaves is supposed to be infested with giant tunneling worms. Everyone walks softly. If the ground moves, get sideways immediately. All right, no need to be so tense. Look at that goblin. He has been walking on those rotten leaves for ages, and he is fine, is he not? Boom. The ground came apart, and a mouthful of teeth came out of it and swallowed Goblin Scavenger whole, and dirt and leaves rained down, and by the time the debris landed, the worm was already gone. Holy crap, what was that? Are we expected to deal with that? Captain, I suddenly feel unwell. I think I am getting my period. May I apply to go back? You are a man. What right do you have to have a period? Captain, my hemorrhoids are acting up. I need surgery immediately. All right, stop it. The captain cut across them. Intelligence said giant tunneling worm, body diameter no more than 1.5 meters. That thing was 3 or 4 across. That is a rock-armored tunneling worm. That is not an enemy we can handle. We are leaving. Now. They packed up beautifully quietly and tiptoed out of the area. A few hundred meters below their feet, in a large cave, the head of the tunneling worm came out of the wall, opened its mouth, and went poof. Tunneling worms hunt by vibration. They cannot see. Most of the time they have no idea what they have eaten because it dissolves before it becomes a question. The moment Goblin Scavenger entered its mouth, the tunneling worm experienced a sour, foul, soul-penetrating wrongness that went through every organ it had. Everything in its body rejected everything else. For the first time in its life, it understood the concept of nausea, so it spat him out. Goblin Scavenger rolled twice, and most of the slime came off on the moss. He stood up and watched the worm spit several more times in different directions, apparently trying to get the taste out, and then vanish into the rock. The digestive fluid had left burns all over him. The burlap sack, made of nobody knows what, was completely undamaged, and he used it as a rag to wipe himself down. He had no idea where he was. He did not care. He looked around by the glow of the luminous fungus, his nose twitched, and he walked deeper into the cave. He passed a glowing mushroom with a plump grub on it, blinking its rear end at the world in search of romance. He grabbed it, put it in his mouth, chewed once, and spat it out immediately. Then he stomped on it a few times. What garbage. That tastes worse than me, he went on. He collected every colorful mushroom and glowing flower he passed and put them in the sack. Following a faint scent of wealth, he walked directly into a cave spider nest and got completely stuck in a web. The spiders came running at the vibration, took one look at what they had caught, and threw him out. He spent a long time getting the silk off. He wandered. He found a troglodyte farm and picked a large bunch of mushrooms shaped exactly like pig snouts and put them in the bag, and was then chased for a considerable distance by troglodytes with stone spears. Having lost them, he looked up and found he had run into a tomb, decay, malice, cold, and the smell of a great deal of money. Goblin Scavenger walked straight in without slowing down. A few steps in, something sighed above him. He looked up. A coffin was hanging in the air, and out of it came a ghost, howling, and it dropped on him. Terror got into him properly. He tried to run, and his body would not do it. He was cold everywhere, his limbs would not answer, and he stood there shaking as the thing came down to pass through him and take everything he had. Halfway through the motion, the ghost stopped. It looked at the small, filthy green creature trembling on the floor with an expression of enormous confusion, because it had lost its sense of smell when it died, and it was smelling something anyway, something sour, something foul, and in its ruined, malevolent, mostly gone mind, a memory surfaced from a life when it had been a nobleman of high standing, riding past a disheveled commoner dragging a cart of manure. Ugh, what a disgusting memory. The ghost's terrifying face rearranged itself into disgust, and then into something like anger, and it turned around and fled back into its coffin and slammed the lid, which had not even been closed properly. Before. It took Goblin Scavenger a while to recover. He rolled his eyes at the floating coffin and walked deeper into the tomb. There was a dead adventurer in tattered leather armor, with a rusty iron sword still gripped in one hand, and scattered around it, gold and silver vessels, jewels, cups. Somebody had been here before. Somebody had died here doing this. Goblin Scavenger did not care about that, because Goblin Scavenger has never once cared about that. His eyes went so wide they seemed to be producing light of their own. He crossed the floor at speed and started putting things in his pockets. He was working happily through the body when the mummified corpse began to shake, and green fire lit in the empty sockets, and its mouth opened. Hehe, physics wata wala sa. What kind of nonsense is that? Goblin Scavenger indicated that he did not understand, stepped on its arm, pulled the rusty iron sword out of its hand, and put that in the bag too. Roar. You took my treasure, and now you are taking my weapons. The mummy came off the floor at him, and Goblin Scavenger picked up the bag and ran. It crawled fast, gripping the stone with its hands, but not as fast as two legs, and on its own it would never have caught him. The problem was the howling. The howling woke up the rest of the tomb, skeleton warriors in rusted armor, the mummified bodies of previous grave robbers who came for the same reason and stayed, wandering spirits that had been asleep for a very long time. They had all been asleep for a very long time, in fact. They came up slow and confused, without a clear idea of what had happened. Combine that with the specific properties of a Goblin Scavenger, and he made it all the way to the most magnificent chamber at the very back, picking things up the entire way, without looking at them. And there, in front of an ornate coffin studded with jewels, he found a set of grotesque metal armor and a pitch-black greatsword wrapped in ghostly haze. Goblin Scavenger lost his mind. He ignored the aura coming off the ornate coffin entirely. He ran across the chamber, grabbed the black greatsword, and shoved it in the bag. Then he reached for the armor. Something roared inside the coffin, and the lid came off it like a cannon shell. Boom. The whole tomb shook, and the corridors beyond it. The coffin board, made of something nobody has ever identified, drove itself into the floor and cut Goblin Scavenger cleanly in two, one half to the east and one to the west. Even then, he was still holding the metal helmet. He struggled for a moment, established that there was no version of this where he could lift it into the bag, sighed with real regret, turned into light, and vanished, bag and all. Clang. The helmet dropped, and the contents of his pockets exploded across the floor. Gold and silver vessels, colorful mushrooms with the soil still on them, a rusty iron sword, broken eggshells from something nobody could identify, and several large, perfectly round balls of dung. The hideous mummy in expensive clothing sat up in its coffin and discovered that its pitch-black greatsword was gone. The roar it produced turned into rings of visible force that went out through the whole tomb. Every spirit in the place went flat on the floor or into a corner, trembling. And at the entrance, the hanging coffin swayed slightly, and its lid pressed itself down that little bit tighter. I did not go straight home from the contamination zone. I collected my phone and wandered around Explorer Town for a while because I had never actually looked at it. Almost every building is a shop. There is exactly one hotel, priced hourly, because anybody who genuinely wants to sleep goes back inside the walls, since out here you might be woken up by artillery, and you might not be woken up at all. Most of the shops are buyers. Independent teams who do not want the group's rules and do not have logistics dump their entire haul on a buyer and go home light. People who think they found something special set up a stall in the market instead. I could not afford any of it. I ate my own bread, drank my own cold water, and walked around the stalls purely for entertainment. There is a rich vein of fraud here. Men who may or may not be awakened sell objects that look real and are not, unearthed from ruins that do not exist, using techniques inherited directly from the fake antiques trade. And every few weeks a rumor goes around that somebody bought an unremarkable stone in an explorer town, soaked it in water, or heated it, or fumed it, and discovered it was a profession stone, or a great artifact, or something unspecified but extremely powerful, and became rich overnight and now lives beautifully. Not everything is fake. Some of it is real and priced by mood, because magical equipment is scarce. Outside of ruins and tombs and humanoid monsters, the only source is a blacksmith. And blacksmiths are so rare that Dongchuan has exactly one. Huang Bo, youngest son of the Gao family. He used a profession stone and awakened blacksmith, and 4 or 5 years later he is still a junior blacksmith, and the internet says he is lazy and talentless and wasted a national resource. What the internet does not know, and what I heard from someone who would know, is that Huang Bo used an ordinary profession stone and got blacksmith by accident. He wanted to be a fire mage. Instead, the heir of a great house stands at a furnace every day, and I would call that being thrown into the fire. I was thinking about that, and idly looking at a stall of alleged magical equipment when a plan arrived fully formed. One day, when I can openly summon Goblin 3 scoundrels, I bring them here, to the market, and I let the one who can smell wealth walk the rows and point. Buy everything he points at. Retire. First, I need to confirm the 3 scoundrels' financial instincts are real, and second, I need money, and I had neither, so I stood up and sighed, and there was a uniquely shaped greatsword on the stall with a faint magical shimmer on it that I could not afford and would never see again. Then I looked up and saw a familiar figure. Xiaoming? He was walking behind several explorers with an enormous pack on his back and an armful of miscellaneous gear in the posture of an animal that carries things. This guy said he was becoming an explorer, and he came out here to be a mule? I was less delighted than you would expect, because honestly I cannot decide whether Xiaoming is my curse or my lucky star. Without him, I would never have found the profession stone, never become a card monster summoner, and never gotten out of my scavenger contract without a single official raising an eyebrow. I am not grateful. If I get the chance, I will take my revenge with both hands, but I am not going to go looking for it either. Once I am strong enough, I can crush these little shrimps whenever I feel like it. I lost interest in the market and went home. On the bus, I pinched my fingers gently, and Goblin 3 scoundrels did not appear, which meant whoever was out there was still alive. That is impressive survivability, longer than I expected. Maybe he can go the full 24 hours. I wonder which one it is. I hope he brings back something good. 7 or 8 hours later, in the middle of the night, everybody in Emerald Forest started running. Run. The monsters in Emerald Forest have rioted. Send the distress signal to the wall. Request fire support. Fall back to the wall. I did not sleep well that night. 6 months of dying every night, and then 1 evening off. That does something to a brain. I dreamt about the day the realm merged, the world coming apart. My parents in a crowd with my sister, running from something. I woke up staring at the ceiling with my breathing already coming down, and my forehead cold and wet. I have not had that one in a long time. I got water from the fridge and drank it all. It was not light out yet. I checked my phone and found a red alert from the bureau. Warning: monster riot in Emerald Forest. Large numbers of undead monsters have appeared and are attacking explorers and other monsters indiscriminately. Warning: Explorer Town west of Dongchuan is under attack by an undead legion. Breaking: the undead army that attacked West 2 Explorer Town has been repelled. Situation inside Emerald Forest unknown. Explorers advised to use other entrances. Breaking: combat footage available. No confirmed casualties. Some structures damaged. Click for video. I clicked the video before my brain had finished forming the sentence about it. Drone footage. Ghosts pouring out of the mist by the hundreds, howling, going for the evacuating explorers on the ground and the armed drones in the air. Lasers and sonic weapons cutting them apart mid-scream. Skeleton warriors and armored mummies leaving the zone and immediately being torn into fragments by machine gun fire. And then something else came out. A powerful, high-level ghost, wearing a set of black armor that shimmered in a way that made every commenter in the feed lose their minds, carrying I genuinely could not identify the weapon. The comment section could. The comment section had already decided it was the strongest coffin lid in history. The ghost opened its mouth and screamed, and every armed drone attacking it crackled, popped, wobbled, and dropped, and the ammunition cooked off before they hit the ground. Somebody in the comments said that was high-level mental magic. The filming drone was far enough away that the audience got none of it. The remaining drones ran. And then, from the direction of the city wall, several fast rumbling sounds. The chat filled with high energy ahead, and hope of the shield warriors and the strongest coffin lid in history has appeared, and the ghost slammed the coffin lid into the ground, and its energy went up and became an enormous black barrier of a coffin lid in the air, and it caught the entire artillery barrage. Then an alarm sounded, and 2 missiles came off the wall. Amid the light and comments reading the fall of the strongest shield warrior and the otherworldly people have no martial ethics and the adults ate shit, the barrier shattered and the thing was blasted back into the contamination zone howling. The comments helpfully circled the half of a coffin lid still standing at an angle in the crater. Hiss, is that coffin lid really that hard? I scrolled the comments. Theories about the riot, discussion of the ghost's abilities, a great many people openly coveting the armor and the lid. Nothing to do with me, I will sleep a bit longer. Wait, my goblin is still standing around an emerald forest. I rubbed my fingers and Goblin 3 scoundrels came out with hairline cracks all over the surface. Damaged. Remaining repair time, 42 hours, card level 2, dead, obviously. Wait, why is the repair time longer? Either repair time scales with card quality or with the type of monster. Both are guesses. I have no manual. Nobody has a manual. I stared at the card for a while, and after a while it was like looking through it into a void space full of things stacked without any system at all. Plants with the dirt still on the roots. Brightly colored, obviously poisonous mushrooms, a great many strange fungi shaped like pig snouts, rusted armor plate and weapons, antique gold and silver, dusty, and a pitch-black greatsword putting out an aura I could feel from here. Everything else stopped existing. I thought about it, and the greatsword appeared out of thin air and dropped straight down. I got a hand on the hilt before it hit, and the tip went through my floor without a sound, and a faint black rot came off the blade, and the polished, painted, perfectly ordinary floorboards around it turned black and crumbled like they had spent 1,000 years in a wet grave. I did not have time to mourn my floor. I could feel it drinking, not pulling, not sucking. Something was going out of my arm in a steady stream. The grip was translucent and cool, and looked carved from jade, and I looked at the rest of it and decided it was bone. At the junction of hilt and blade, there was a white skull with its teeth clamped into the steel and 2 points of scarlet light in the sockets, and they got brighter while I held it, like something waking up on what I was feeding it. I let go and flicked it, and it went flat onto the floor with enough force to leave a dent, and the rot coming off it stopped almost immediately. I looked at my arm. My hand was fine. Possibly. If I am honest, the skin on my palm looked older than it had 10 seconds ago. Holy crap, is this a legendary evil artifact? In the morning, sunlight came through the window, and I sat there with my right arm held out and symbiotic vine wrapped around it, catching the light. The surface shimmered, the leaves moved slightly, in no wind at all. Wow, that feels good. I felt like a robot plugged into a solar bank, fully charged and still charging. Energy kept arriving with nowhere to be, and it built into a physical restlessness, a genuine need to go and burn it off. If I wrapped this around my waist on a sunny day, in an open space, and played something high impact, football, basketball, I looked around guiltily. I was alone in my own apartment. That does not help. After you think certain things, you always feel that a pair of eyes has arrived. I looked at the black greatsword on my floor. Then I took a breath, let it out, and picked it up. I wanted to know whether the vine could hold the line against whatever the sword was taking. The best answer, obviously, was to sell it. It is powerful, and it is evil, and it would clear a lot of problems. Selling to the Bureau means questions about origin, which I cannot survive. Selling to a middleman means a worse price and no questions, because that information costs extra and nobody is buying. The problem was that I liked it more every time I looked at it. I gripped it, and the drain started again. A faint black mist came up off the blade and lay along it. The sockets lit, but this time I had a solar bank on my arm, and it was making stamina and vitality out of daylight, and instead of that going into me, it went straight out through my arm, into the sword. In the sunlight, I can just about break even. The moment I step out of it, I cannot. I moved my arm in and out of the light and felt the difference precisely. Then I saw a metal stool by my foot with slightly bent legs and swung. There was no resistance at all. The stool became 2 stools, so sharp, black haze rolled out of the cut, and the metal at the cut looked weathered, ancient, ready to crumble. Does the drain accelerate when I swing? I hooked what was left of the stool over with my foot and laid the sword on it so it would stop eating my flooring, and the moment I let go, the phenomenon stopped and my strength started coming back under the vine. As long as I do not hold it too long, it is manageable. And if I upgrade the vine, the recovery gets better. I do not know what else it does besides drain life. 10 more minutes, and then the hospital for a full body scan. I picked it up again and stood in the light. The sun climbed. The vine's output climbed with it. My phone buzzed. I unlocked it left-handed. An unknown number, sincerely inviting me to join an exploration team. Super hot Tyrannosaurus exploration team. With a name like that, can they actually recruit anyone? 2 more messages arrived from 2 more unknown numbers. What is going on? Are these teams that desperate for cannon fodder? I have a certain reputation among North District scavengers. I am also a nobody who has not awakened a profession. Why would this many teams come to me? A bureau notification slid in on top of them. Reminder: there is no such thing as a free lunch. Be vigilant. If you wish to join an exploration team, use official channels. So, I have been targeted by scammers, and the question is, who leaked my details? Truly, a mystery. I was about to block all of them when Lin Wei messaged. Everybody knew I had been fired. Xiaoming had become, in the space of a day, public enemy number 1 across the entire scavenger community. We talked for a bit, and then he asked whether I would be interested in a friend's exploration team. Salary negotiable. I was not interested in joining anything. I was interested in why. Because, he said, compared to a clueless greenhorn, a scavenger with 2 years of killing monsters is worth actual money, and with my combat talent, awakening warrior is only a matter of time. He also warned me that the teams reaching out on their own were mostly mediocre, and that if I wanted a good one, I would have to go and talk to people myself. So, not all of them are scams. I had been about to block everybody. Instead, I typed polite refusals, one by one, because it costs nothing, and there is no sense making enemies over a message. And while I was dictating replies, I did not notice that time was passing, and the sword kept drinking, and the red light in the skull's sockets rose until it could not rise further. Faint black threads climbed out of the grip, across my palm, onto the back of my hand, and arranged themselves into a mark. Then they faded. I did not see it. I hid the black greatsword at home, put the fine steel one across my back, took a scooter, and went to the hospital for a full-body examination. They found nothing. In fact, my physical condition came back abnormally good, which makes sense because Card Monster Summoner gives +5 to all attributes. 6, actually. It had gone up by 1. I do not know what the goblin who died in Emerald Forest did out there, but the card gained a level, and so did I. Every awakened class levels, Apprentice Warrior starts with +3 Strength and +3 Constitution, and then each level gives 0 to 2 points across Strength, Agility, and Constitution depending on how you fight, totaling 3 or 4. I get +1 to all 5. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Intelligence, Spirit. So, every level I get 1 or 2 more points than anybody at my tier, plus a flat 5 at the start. It would not be an exaggeration to call me an all-rounder. I found that extremely funny for a man whose entire combat roster was 1 support vine and 3 goblins, all of it currently in repair, none of it summonable. So I stayed home and did nothing for 2 days. Television, games, lying down. When I first became a scavenger, I used to go to the Bureau training grounds to work on survivability. Since I activated this class, I have been beaten to death by goblins every night, which turns out to cover the same material. On the second day, another scavenger I know messaged me. Li Mei, single mother, uses a big bow, hard as a nail. She said she was friends with the middle-aged unemployment front through a game and had mentioned my situation to them. Then she explained the part I had been missing, which is that she originally shared my photograph in a group chat with several other women because she thought I was good-looking, and only later, when my combat skills went vertical, did anybody in that chat start paying attention to the rest of me. That is how Zhao Yang knew a name to say on the bus. It was just the wrong name. She gave me a genuine assessment of the team. Not strong, not weak, mature, steady. Their entire philosophy is survival. 4 years running. They lost 2 people in an accident at the very beginning and nobody since, which, in Dongchuan, where whole teams stop answering their phones, is a small miracle. She said that if she did not have elderly parents and a child, and if scavenging did not come with official compensation and family support in the event of her death, she would join them herself. I did not say no. I said I needed to think. Although I am not middle-aged, I had recently become unemployed, which put me most of the way into the demographic. Goblin 3 scoundrels repaired at 4 in the morning. I did not send them out again because the dream reopened that night, and I wanted to see what it looked like, and I might need them. I still do not have enough cards. I need to complete more trials. Then I flicked the card out anyway because I wanted to know which one of them had come home with a black greatsword. Lucky first try. Goblin Scavenger. He gave me a long, energetic, extremely physical account of his adventures, complete with gestures for the worm, the vomiting, the spiders throwing him out, the ghost's face, and the coffin lid. I sat on my couch with my eyes unfocused and my mouth slightly open for a while. When I came back to myself, I turned to say something, and he was gone. He was in my kitchen, dragging a bulging sack, putting every loose object he passed into his pockets. Holy crap, what scavenger, you are a robber. I made him take it all back out. Not one item went back to the correct place. In the end, I put several packs of braised chicken legs into his hands and ordered him to sit on the floor and eat them while I restored my apartment, because he had personally stolen a black greatsword off a powerful undead and I was not going to beat him for it. If I had known how much he could drink, I would have tried him on beer. So that was settled. The necromantic riot in Emerald Forest, the one that destroyed the local ecosystem and got a ghost hit with 2 missiles on national television, had been caused by my goblin picking up a sword. I was not worried about the sword's original owner. Shortly after the riot, the Bureau sent a team of powerful professionals in, ostensibly to suppress the disturbance, and everybody understood they went for the armor. Not long after that, the news said the ghost that took a missile on its coffin lid had been reduced to ash. The fight was apparently ferocious enough to change the terrain of Emerald Forest. The monsters had it worse. First, the undead army came through them, then they got caught between 2 forces that did not care, and now, whether by rift or migration, the entire population of that forest is going to be replaced by something else. I read all of this on my phone with great attention, which I had not paid to it before. I did not recall Goblin Scavenger. I gave him treats. I turned on the television and taught him the remote. He is a great contributor. He deserves to be treated well. He did not initially enjoy it. The treats were good, but he would rather be walking around picking things up, and being made to sit still was a punishment. Then he got bored and stared at the screen too long, and that was the end of that. Slay the greedy one. That was the next briefing, and I got it standing in the ruins of an underground palace, where broken crystals in the walls and glowing plants in the corners kept the dark from being total. Tsk. I just got Symbiotic Vine, and you have already banned it. How is this different from pulling a card and then nerfing it? There was nobody to complain to, and no review section, which is the worst part. And what is a greedy one? You never explain anything, and last time I got beaten to death by a stone man for nothing. I rubbed out Goblin 3 Scoundrels, glanced into the gray space, and found it completely empty. So nothing comes in from outside. Fine. Appear Goblin Thief. The card shattered and blue and purple light knotted together into Goblin Thief. One shot. That is a... Wait, what is that? In the flash of light when the card broke, I had caught something jammed in a corner of the wall. Something familiar. A pitch-black greatsword. Huh? What are you doing here? I stood there wondering whether I had been enchanted, while my hand went out on its own and closed on the grip. The familiar cool drain started up my arm. It is real. I pulled it out of the ground. Although I do not know why you are here, but... A smile arrived on my face that I did not fully authorize. Finally I have a greatsword. Monsters. Prepare to die. Hey 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 hey. Stamina drain is a problem for people with futures. This is a dream. Whatever happens here has no consequences, which makes it the perfect place to find out exactly what this thing does. Goblin Thief pressed himself against the wall and looked at his summoner with an expression I would call concerned. Then his ears twitched and his head snapped around. Snicket. Enemies. He went into stealth and vanished into the dim. I dropped the laughing and came up into a fighting stance, and from the outlines and the low dog-like growls I already knew what they were. Kobolds. 6 or 7. Manageable. Call. An orange fireball came out of the dark. I ducked. It went over me and hit the wall, and the heat came back off it, and my confidence adjusted. There is a kobold mage. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? That is a statement, not a plan. I do not have a plan where I close my eyes and wait. I slipped a kobold warrior's spear thrust, closed, took the great sword in both hands, and swung. Sizzle. A head went straight up. The body swayed twice and dropped, and it was not bleeding. It was wrapped in cold black haze, and it was shriveling. Huh? 2 things surprised me. 1. The sharpness was well past anything I expected. 2. The moment it died, something surged back up my arm and into my body and replaced everything I had spent and everything the sword had taken. Ha! It feeds its parents. I laughed out loud, and when the next kobold warrior brought its blade down at me, I did not dodge. I swung into it. There was a bright crack, sparks, and then the warrior and its cheap greatsword were both in 2 pieces, and before it hit the floor, it had already aged into something dry and smooth, as if time had gotten to it and been thorough. Another one got a spear into my waist while I was admiring that. I twisted, so it only opened a thin line. The wound had barely appeared before it started closing, visibly, before it could finish opening. I killed the last 3, and then looked down to find the cut, and there was no mark left at all. Hiss. Kill an enemy, take its life, restore your stamina, and heal your wounds. This really is an evil artifact. I love it. Hehehehe. I picked it up and looked it over, delighted with everything about it. Either I was imagining it or the shape of the hilt had changed slightly and the red skull looked more vivid and more awake. Hey, wait. Where did the kobold mage go? The kobold mage had a plan. Its small fireball had been dodged, and by the time it could aim again, its own warriors were in the way, so it switched to support. There is a spell called Mineral Frenzy, where you scatter a powder of crushed metal ore mixed with low-grade magical material, activate it, and the metallic smell drives kobold warriors into a bloodline rage. It held its staff in its right hand and reached down with its left for the little leather pouch at its waist. The pouch was not there. Huh? It looked down in confusion. Then its nose caught the powder, and following the smell it turned and saw the pouch lying on the ground behind it with the contents scattered everywhere. It muttered something, apparently deciding to go back and get it, and in the instant it turned, it swung its wooden staff sideways with everything it had. Bang! A dull, heavy sound. Goblin Thief appeared out of nothing where nothing had been, teeth bared, going backwards fast, and threw the rusty knife as he went. The kobold mage had just produced a smug and vicious grin when the knife went through its right eye. The mocking bark became a very different noise. Goblin Thief closed, took the staff out of its hands, kicked it in the waist to put it down, and then used its own staff on its head until the situation resolved. When I got there, the mage was face down and finished, one socket empty and the other eye wide open, wearing the expression of somebody who cannot believe the specific way this has happened to them. Goblin Thief was already crouched over it, sorting through the trinkets, looking for anything worth putting in the little pouch. I am guessing I cannot take things out of the dream, I said. Every time I come in, everything resets. This is an instance. If you could carry things out, I would have found a gold mine, skipped the trial forever, and brought all three scoundrels in every night to strip the place. Wait, what if I can? My eyes lit up. Goblin Thief listlessly tossed the loose change back on the floor. The ornaments on the kobold were obviously gold, and he could not smell a single thing off them, which meant they were fake. He had answered my question without either of us saying anything, and my dream of easy wealth was quietly suppressed for a second time. That powder is the mage's casting material, I said, pointing. You can use it like lime powder. Gobo? Like this. I scooped up a handful off the floor and threw it into the kobold's unclosed eye. Throw it in their eyes. If they do not react in time, that is their vision gone. Goblin Thief thought about this for a moment. Then he understood it completely, and he collected every scrap of the powder back into the little pouch with real enthusiasm and hung the pouch on his belt at exactly the height where his hand naturally fell. I did not know where the wealthy, greedy person was, so I went in the direction the kobolds had come from. Having eaten 5 kobolds, the greatsword had stopped taking my stamina. The sockets burned steadily, and black mist coiled around the blade, and it looked like nothing good. I had no objection. I thought it looked excellent. The only issue was that when the haze got thick, it produced a hissing, wailing, ghostly sound. Not loud, extremely persistent. Like a mosquito in your ear that has learned your name. I found the kobold settlement before it drove me mad. Female kobolds were slicing mushrooms on a stone slab and laying them out to dry. Cubs were playing. The smell of the fight announced me well before I did. The females howled and grabbed whatever was nearby. The cubs went into the nest without being told. I went in with the sword and none of them lasted a single exchange, and when they were finished, I went into the nest and finished the rest. I searched everything, not one clue about the wealthy, greedy person. But after the killing, the greatsword changed again. Bone spikes came out of the guard. The skull growled, low and hoarse, and started breathing, pulling black haze in through the nostrils and letting it out through the mouth. Strange runes surfaced along the blade as the haze passed over them. How does killing break a seal on a sword? Did something get out of it? Fortunately, this was the dream, so if something extraordinary had been released, I could simply die and think about it tomorrow. Actually, if something powerful was hiding in this sword, my first act on waking would be to throw it over the fence of the Special Affairs Bureau at night and walk away whistling. Let me see what you can do. At that point, the trial objective stopped being my objective. My objective was to fill this sword all the way up and find out what is at the bottom. Based on the beginner trial, I get about 8 hours in here. 2 or 3 had gone, so I had 5 hours and a job. About 6 or 7 hours later, I kicked a zombie's head away and looked around, and there was nothing left standing except Goblin Thief, who was playing with a skull. I looked down at the sword, which was now genuinely frightening to hold. You are picky. Killing a spirit does not even count. Do you not? Like cured meat? No response, except that the haze pouring out of the skull's mouth got thicker, and the murmuring underneath it got clearer. The underground palace was already dim. Now it had ambient sound design. I decided I liked it better than the mosquito. Strange. It has been more than 8 hours. Why has nothing happened? Scavengers develop a sense of time because inside a rift, you need to know when to stop pushing and go back out and ask for help. My estimate degrades over long spans, but 7 or 8 hours I can call. During the beginner trial, at almost exactly 8 hours, the Goblin Warrior would arrive with his friends every single time for 6 months. That is not a schedule. That is a trauma response. Maybe this one runs longer. My whole model comes from the beginner trial, and last time I got sent out early because I completed the objective by accident and did not notice. Behind me, Goblin Thief had lost interest in my monologue. He had a skeleton's head. The body was in pieces. The head was intact, with a will-o-wisp in the sockets. He scooped up a handful of powder and threw it hard, and the flame in the skull shuddered violently, like a candle in a draught, and looked like it would go out, and did not. He watched that with enormous curiosity, then he picked up a stick and put it into the socket. There was a faint, almost inaudible sigh, and it sounded very much like relief, and the light went out. 2 hours after that, I finally found what I had come for. In the middle of a ruined building that had probably been a church, a minotaur over 2 meters tall was roasting something over a fire. Black copper sheen on the muscle in the firelight, and behind it, more than 2 meters long, sat a magnificent treasure chest inlaid with pearls and gemstones, throwing off gold light. A chest that size. This minotaur is a miser. We have definitely got the right target. I turned to check with Goblin Thief. Goblin Thief was not listening to a word. Goblin Thief was staring at the chest with his entire soul. What is the point of staring at it? You cannot take anything out of here. Gobo Berggod. Even if he cannot take it out, Goblin is happy just to open the box and touch it. Fine. When the chance comes, I will let you touch it as much as you want. Now let us leave, find monsters somewhere else, see if we can get this sword to its final form, and think about how to handle that thing. Minotaurs are mid-level. They do not show up in low-level rifts. I had no experience with them at all, only the Bureau's published data, which says a normal adult has strength and constitution between 70 and 200, and that both go up when it enrages. I looked at it and thought it did not seem that strong. I thought that between me and this greatsword, I could at least fight it to a standstill, cut it into 5 pieces, skewer them, medium rare, and if I could not win directly, then obviously we do it the dirty way. My first instinct was poison in the food, but I had walked this palace for hours and seen no poisonous mushrooms, so the classic technique of hiding poison inside the stomach was off the table. I also did not know whether a minotaur guts its meat before grilling. What I found instead was a blue-striped tarantula, body about the size of a cow, not counting the 8 legs, indigo patterns on the belly. It webs, it traps, it also runs extremely fast and prefers to jump on things and bite them. 2 venom fangs. Someone like me, with no toxin resistance, gets paralyzed instantly and then gets to watch himself being wrapped. But the body is not tough. An ordinary weapon goes through it. With this greatsword, I could kill it in one strike as long as I did not let it bite me. However, anything the sword kills gets drained into jerky, which turns the venom glands into powder, and I do not know if powdered venom is still toxic in water. Also, the spider injects directly, so I do not know what heat does to it. I thought about it, went back to where I had left the bodies, and collected several spears and 1 dried corpse. I found the tarantula's web and threw the corpse into the middle of it. The web shook hard. The tarantula came out fast, expecting dinner. It arrived and found a half-dried body. It felt like a delivery had arrived containing a lump of. It hissed, and several eyes lit up crimson and locked onto the man standing in the middle of the corridor with his arms out, doing nothing to hide. It came at me like a bull. I stood still, holding a wooden spear with a cheap metal head, and waited until it was halfway and had committed to the leap. Then I threw. I did not watch. I went forward and rolled out from underneath its body while it was in the air. I came up, pulled the greatsword out of the ground where I had left it, and turned to fight. And there was no fight, because the spear was through it and out the other side. Insects are resilient. A hole in the chest is not a serious injury, but a spear that has gone all the way through changes what movement costs. When it landed, its own weight drove the shaft further in. When it tried to turn and charge again, the spear tip caught on the floor and opened the wound out into a gash, and fluid ran down the shaft onto the stone. It hissed and stopped moving entirely. I raised an eyebrow and relaxed. I backed up, moved the greatsword to my left hand, picked up another spear with my right, and threw. It tried to dodge, tore the wound wider, and did not. A few minutes later, it was flat and finished, and I took the rusty knife off Goblin Thief and opened its head and took 4 venom glands out of its mouth. The smell coming off them convinced me that unless a minotaur is dumber than a goblin, it was not going to eat this. Never mind, we keep them. If nothing else, we put it on a blade. I gave Goblin Thief one of the 4, and told him to stir the rusty knife around inside it before he attacked. The knife almost certainly could not cut minotaur skin, but what if? Then I put the greatsword into the spider and watched it wrapped in cold black and shrivel down to a shell, because I am not going to leave food on the table. 2 hours later, I put the greatsword into the last troglodyte cub in a nest at the edge of the palace. The life came out of it, and the body dried and folded. And the skull on my greatsword let out a long, satisfied sigh, and every whisper and murmur around the blade went silent all at once and poured into the black runes on the steel. Identical runes surfaced on the back of my hand. How did that get on my hand? Is this the real price? A curse? I had about 3 seconds of honest panic. Then the greatsword came apart into thick black mist, surged up my arm, and closed around my right hand as a glove of black jade bone, a skull for the back of the hand. 5 sharp claws coming out of its mouth for my fingers, and the entire thing looked like a threat, and information arrived in my head, incomplete and badly translated: traitor, dark knight, soul-devouring greatsword, freedom, unyielding, slaughtering its minions, all are hypocrites, the source of suffering. It was clearly a language from somewhere else, pushed through some kind of resonance into shapes I could hold, and a great deal had been lost on the way. So my best reconstruction was that the original owner of this thing had been extremely powerful, had woken up one day and had walked out on his master over something to do with freedom and dignity, taking his weapon with him. Or he fell. One of those. That is roughly it, right? Honestly, I did not care about its biography. I cared about one line, which was that the black mark on the back of my hand was a contract sigil binding me to the sword, and not a death curse. I breathed out for what felt like the first time in a minute, because the mark is bound to my soul, and dying in the dream does not remove it. If it had been a curse, I would already be finished. I really need to stop touching things of unknown origin. That also explained why the sword had turned up in here in the first place. It came in because I did. The mark is on me. And it can become a glove because it took enough life from the things in this dungeon to fully wake up. Although, logically, if the monsters in here are not real, does it go dormant again when I leave? No use guessing, I will go out and see. Right now I have a minotaur to kill. At that moment, standing in a dead palace holding a soul-devouring weapon on my hand, I felt genuinely magnificent. 9 minutes later, I was hiding behind a corner watching a minotaur snore. Good opportunity. Poison the knife, sneak in, hit the most vulnerable spot. Where is the most vulnerable spot? The throat. The throat looks like thick hide. The eyes, maybe. Or the nose. The nose looks softer. Ideally, Goblin Thief would have gone in with the soul-devouring greatsword and taken the whole thing off in one hit. Except that after the contract, the sword refuses to let anybody else touch it and drains whoever tries. Goblin Thief and that greatsword would have gotten about as far as the church entrance before he became a very small mummy. He nodded, put the rusty knife into the venom gland, stirred it back and forth a couple of times, and watched the blade go pale blue. Then he vanished and went in. He fully intended to follow the plan and go for an eye. But as he came up alongside the head, the minotaur stopped snoring, opened its eyes, and sat up. Goblin Thief backed off fast into a corner. The minotaur took hold of the long-handled axe beside it, sniffed the air, looked around, found nothing, muttered a complaint, lay back down, and was snoring again within a minute. Goblin Thief thought about it. Then he circled around behind, took a grip on the rusty knife, and put it very hard into a vulnerable spot. I was on the other side of the wall, coating the blade of my own weapon with tarantula venom while watching, and I want the record to show that when it happened, my legs closed on their own. The minotaur came off the ground like a carp out of a river, roaring, and saw Goblin Thief tiptoeing away and fading out, and it forgot its axe entirely and charged. With that stride, it should have caught him in one bound and stepped on him. But there are pains that even a tough guy respects, and blue-striped tarantula venom had opinions. The minotaur's gait became, and I am choosing this word carefully, alluring. It would not take a full step. It closed the distance with its legs and its dignity in separate places. Goblin Thief screamed, dropped stealth entirely, and ran flat out. They came past me, and I put the black blade into the back of the minotaur's thigh from the wall. I had expected the sharpness to do serious work. Its skin is like iron and the muscle underneath is like rock, and I did not have the strength to open more than a shallow line. The flesh rolled back and nothing bled. Black haze got into the wound, and the dark red muscle inside it withered while I watched. The minotaur felt the sting, then felt the whole area go numb, then felt the numbness start traveling. 2 ants had now stung it in short succession, and this time it genuinely enraged. It threw its head back, and the roar went through the entire palace, and its eyes went red, and a scarlet glow came up over its body. Damn ants, I will use my big axe. Where is my axe? I moved to hit it while it was distracted, and it pushed off with its good leg, and the ground did something. Not shook, rolled. The floor was flat, and it felt like standing on surf. I lost my balance, and my stomach turned over. When? I got the greatsword up in time to catch a fist, and the impact went into my chest through my own weapon and through me. I rolled several times and got up coughing. Damn, this thing is far worse than the Goblin Warrior. High pain tolerance is not the same as being uninjured. Willpower does not knit a rib. Maybe a warrior with actual class skills can push through internal damage. An apprentice summoner cannot. I could feel my body coming down a level, which was going to matter in about 4 seconds. Then the soul-devouring greatsword started feeding me back the small amount it had taken off the Minotaur, and my organs stopped complaining, and it went straight back to drinking from my arm afterward, because it is not a charity. The Minotaur wanted to close and crush me. Its right leg had dead muscle in it and paralytic venom through it, and it moved like a very angry old man. I sighed inwardly. Poison resistance on mid-tier monsters is genuinely impressive. All that venom bought me a limp. I let the vine feed me until I could stand properly, then I went at it. It opened its arms to catch me and tear me in half. I went around its right side to its back. It had to bring that stiff leg around to follow, and I watched it do that, and my face relaxed. Exactly as expected. Probing is over. Now the real fight starts. I went in low, rolled under the grab, came up on its flank, cut the right leg again. It stamped, and I jumped out of the radius like an enormous toad. Ha! Trying the same trick twice? Every cut fed me. Every cut gave it another patch of dead meat on a leg it already could not use. It worked out the situation and turned to go back for its weapon, and saw Goblin Thief coming out of the church ruins, dragging the long-handled giant axe. The Minotaur's eyes went perfectly round, and it roared. Goblin Thief flinched, hunched, and ran faster, still dragging the axe. Half an hour later, the unarmed, crippled old ox had been slowly ground down to death by a shameless man with a sinister black sword. When it finally stopped, its whole body was shrunken and blackened, without one patch of healthy skin anywhere. Calling it hacked to death would be generous. It had been drunk. I was so full of stolen life that I felt like a man who has eaten 3 dinners in one sitting. My body was over capacity. I wanted to burp and could not. Strange. It is dead. Why is the trial not over? I looked up at the ceiling. I looked down at the corpse. You have been sucked into that state. You cannot possibly still be playing dead. I was walking over to remove its head on principle when Goblin Thief screamed behind me. He came out of the church at a sprint with his right arm missing from halfway down and the stump clamped against his chest. And behind him came the magnificent treasure chest, its inlaid gems now working as eyes, its lid open to show a rim of sharp metal teeth running on 8 long golden legs that were doing an unsettling impression of a crab. Holy crap, is that box alive? The treasure chest monster is terrifying to look at and not actually very strong. Its only attack is a bite. The box itself is exceptionally hard, and even the soul-devouring greatsword left nothing but a scratch on it. But the 8 golden legs are decoration. Gold plating over insect shell. I ducked the bite, rolled, swept, and took both legs on one side off at once. With 2 gone, its movement fell apart. It could not even lunge properly. When I had taken all 4 off one side, it pulled the other 4 underneath itself, retracted its teeth, closed its eyes and mouth, and became a magnificent treasure chest again, radiating an inviting golden glow. The glow does something. A thought arrived in my head, fully formed and very reasonable, that this golden chest contained countless gold and silver treasures and monster cards, and that if I opened it, I could have everything I wanted. Only, it is one thing to stay still from the beginning, transforming halfway through the fight and hoping I did not notice. Who are you fooling? I said that out loud, and while I was saying it, Goblin Thief, still clutching the stump of his own arm, sprinted past me. Toward the box with his eyes shining, I caught his belt and hauled him back out of range. It already bit your hand off and you have learned nothing? It nearly took your head. I recalled him into a card and put him away, because given what the 3 scoundrels are, this monster is their natural predator. Then I went around behind the box and started grinding it down. 2 swings in, I accidentally hit one of the gems. The gem shattered and the box shivered. Huh? Are the gems the weak point? My eyes lit up. I kept out of its front arc and started poking gems off with the tip. As they broke one by one, the golden light dimmed, and even the gold color got dusty and tired, and right through to the end, with every gem gone and nothing left, it did not move once. It sat there patiently waiting for its moment to turn everything around, which is genuinely the discipline of a professional. Trial over. Trial successful. Evolution points gained, 183. Total, 240. Trial reward, green monster card, greedy treasure chest monster. Dream regenerating. Estimated 62 hours. So, the box was the real objective. I lay in bed and conducted a post-trial analysis, which is the professional term for hindsight. If the sword had not gate-crashed, the intended route was obviously to send the goblin to lure the Minotaur away, have him steal the axe, or do exactly what he did and hit a vital spot. Then I sneak in, find the chest's weak point, and kill it with a weapon stolen off another monster. If I stand at range with a long spear and pop the gems from outside its reach, it never even transforms. I sat there with that. So that is how it is. What a load of rubbish. The trial does not tell you the objective. It puts a Minotaur in front of the box specifically to make you look at the wrong thing. This is not a game. Who would ever assume a box that size is a monster? Without the sword, I would have fought that minotaur to the death and died an unknown number of times before finding out. I scratched my head and made a note that I needed to learn more about monsters. As a low-level scavenger, I only ever studied low-level threats. Now I need the strange ones, the wrong ones, because I am going to keep meeting them. Goblin 3 Scoundrels had a new status line above it. Damage repair in progress. 3 minutes remaining. Damage repair. When a card monster is injured, it repairs itself over time after being recalled. It can still be summoned while repairing, in which case the repair pauses and the monster fights injured. So they are patching his arm. The full repair had been about 7 or 8 hours. Before now, my goblin always died outright and the whole card had to rebuild, so I genuinely did not know that partial repair existed. The new card had a smaller, planar chest on it, half a meter across, a single large ruby set into the front of the lid. Green monster card, greedy treasure chest monster, born in labyrinths, ruins, and abandoned caves under special rules. When it digests prey, it leaves the valuables behind, so a strong one usually carries a considerable amount of wealth inside itself. Perfect disguise. It can look like any kind of chest appropriate to its surroundings. Greedy light. While disguised, it emits colored light that raises the desires of prey and lowers their judgment. The lower the prey's sanity and the stronger its desires, the better it works. Both monster and chest. Items stored inside remain when it is recalled as a card, but drop if it dies. A newbie trap, I said, and then, immediately, also an excellent piece of luggage. The light gathered on my floor and became a golden chest less than half a meter in every direction, roughly the size of the box I keep my bedding in. Hey, wake up. I patted it. 8 long legs came out from underneath, then a pair of large crab claws. The ruby opened and became a wet red eyeball, which looked at its summoner with an expression of total bewilderment. Hey, why do you have claws? Are you not the same species as the wealthy greedy one? It had no idea what I was talking about. It was so stupid that it circled around into being endearing, so I reached out and put a hand on the top of its lid. It swayed gently under my palm, and its ruby narrowed like a cat's. You look like the big yellow dog the old man downstairs keeps. Are you sure you are dangerous? It immediately raised both claws. Click, click. The lid came up an inch to show a row of gleaming metal teeth and snapped shut a few times. Jingle. It was doing its absolute best, and the effect was undermined by its dimensions. All right, I know. You are the strongest. Go and play. I patted its lid the way you would settle a child, and it took this as enormous encouragement, ran an excited lap of my living room, found a corner, tucked its legs, and disguised itself as a golden. It stopped. Its ruby opened. It looked around at my furniture. It changed from gold to silver. Still wrong. It went from silver to iron. From iron to wood, then it closed its eye contentedly and waited for prey. I watched this entire process and got stabbed twice by something I could not name. My family is too poor for you to use your full strength. I am sorry. I sighed, got on my knees, and dragged out the frame I had built for the black greatsword from under the bed, which is the wreckage of the metal stool held together with clear tape. This is a perfectly good magic greatsword, and it lives on that. I took the hilt and something ran up my arm like a current, recognizing a current. I thought about it, and the black contract runes came up on the back of my hand, and the sword came apart into mist and closed around my palm. Huh, it unsealed on its own. So you do not actually care how much you drank. You cared about killing. Feeling the gloves start on my stamina, I said quietly, soul devour, hibernate. The red went out of the sockets. The claws retracted. The spikes dissolved. In 1 second it went from an artifact of visible malice to a strangely designed ordinary glove. Dormant, it stops taking anything. Dormant, it also has almost no attack. It takes 5 to 10 seconds to wake it, set it, or turn it back into a greatsword. Teeth, face, hair, shower. The dream would not be back for 2 more nights, so the plan was the contamination zone, place the summon, let them idle. Except Emerald Forest had been wrecked. The monster density there was now too low to be worth anything, and new spatial rifts had started appearing in it, which raises the odds of something coming out. So this time I would send them somewhere else. Outside the western checkpoint, there are 2 zones near each other. 7 Star Marsh, a marshland with 7 decent lakes, aquatic monsters, venomous snakes and insects, but nothing like the permanent toxic fog of the eastern swamp, and Yellowgrass Hills, which is dry enough that the vegetation is permanently the color of old paper. They are close but not merged. There is a strip of real world over 100 meters wide between them. The marsh monsters have no interest in the hills. The hill monsters constantly go to the marsh to take territory and water. Sometimes both sides meet in the neutral strip and fight and scatter before the patrol drones arrive. I put on my armor, took bread and a bottle, and remembered the treasure chest monster in the corner on my way out. Never mind, I am not going deep. It can stay and guard the house. Downstairs, I remembered I had left a window open for ventilation. I looked up. Bright sun, no rain forecast. I did not go back for it. The compound felt wrong, and it took me a moment to work out why, which is that the elderly were not outside doing their exercises. They were all bunched at the gate talking about something with great animation. "Grandpa Joe," I said, sticking my head into the guard post. "What happened?" Grandpa Joe glanced at the fine steel greatsword on my back and did not look up from what he was doing. "Nothing serious. A spatial rift was found too late. A few monsters got out, killed 7 or 8 people across the nearby compounds." That is nothing serious? A few deaths are nothing to worry about these days. Besides, most of them have been cleared. There are just 2 sharp-toothed birds unaccounted for. Oh, sharp-toothed birds. Vicious, not strong. As long as they are not in a flock, easy. I looked at the double-barreled shotgun hanging on his wall and nodded and went to catch my bus. In the green belt of the compound, a particularly large black bird was hopping through the grass looking for food. Behind it, a half-grown tabby cat used the shrubs for cover and got low. The blackbird noticed and flapped desperately, apparently too fat to escape properly, and the cat pounced and both of them went into the dense green and out of sight. There was a scream from inside the hedge, very short, cut off immediately. Nobody heard it. A moment later, a blackbird's head came out of the leaves and its beak opened a little, showing fine, sharp teeth, and a long, thin tongue came out and rolled the red back into its mouth. Scarlet eyes checked the sky. A survey drone went over. The head went back into the bush. A while later, Grandpa Joe came through on patrol with his shotgun and his large German shepherd. The dog got the smell and immediately went rigid and started barking at the hedge. Grandpa Joe's eyes narrowed. He took the safety off, put the barrel on the bush, and started walking in. The bird came out of the green belt at speed, apparently startled by the dog. By the time the gun was up, it had cleared a building and gone. That did not look like a sharp-toothed bird. He stood there frowning at the sky. Half a minute later, the dog followed the smell and found what was left of the cat. Grandpa Joe looked up at the direction the bird had gone with an entirely different expression. A more intelligent mutant. One that knows how to disguise itself. "We need to report this to the Bureau right now and warn the residents." The sharp-toothed bird had tucked its barbed claws under its black feathers and was sitting in the shadow of a building corner, with the crimson in its eyes damped down under the black, watching everything with an air of scientific curiosity. It had finally found a quiet spot and lured something in, and it had been driven off before it finished. Having tasted blood, waiting had become unbearable. Then it saw, on a balcony across the way, a child of 3 or 4 watering a bonsai with a small can. Round, pink face, clear eyes. It lit up everything the bird had. It pushed off the wall and dropped like a black arrow, mouth already opening, barbs already coming out of the wingtips, so that the instant its claws closed, it could take the throat and there would be no crying out. Its eyes were full of red, and it could already see how this ended. And then something bright caught the very edge of its vision. It turned a wing, adjusted, and landed on a 3rd-floor windowsill. A wooden box sat in the corner of the room, giving off a faint red glow. The bird tilted its head at it. The red in its eyes thickened until it looked like it might run, because in that moment, the bird could smell something sweet and rich and raw coming out of the box, and the smell said what was inside, the young of a high-level monster, 1,000 times better than a human child. Eating it would grant the finest taste in the world and immense power with it, enough to take every mating right in the flock. Yes, what you want is right here. Come in and eat it, and everything will be satisfied. The lid was open just enough for a bird to get through. The sharp-toothed bird did not stop to ask why a box would open by itself, because through the gap it could see it, a badly wounded, dying cub of a powerful magical beast, huddled and trembling. It shrieked with excitement and shot straight in. Smack! The lid closed the instant it was inside. The box vibrated slightly. There were faint sounds of struggle from inside it, and something roaring, indistinct. Then it was quiet, and the box sat in the corner, waiting politely for the next visitor. I did not know any of that yet. I was standing in Explorer Town outside West 2, watching a scam. Several men squatted around a stall, surrounding 2 extremely innocent-looking marks, shouting over each other. "My darling, that looks like a good product. What a pity, we arrived too late. Young man, do you want it or not? If not, give it to me." I shook my head. The acting was insulting. There are not enough idiots in the world to justify this level of preparation, and even when they lie, they will not do it professionally. Sure enough, the 2 marks rolled their eyes, tossed the item to whoever had shouted loudest, and walked off. "Pah! Who do you think you are taking as a fool?" The entire group went silent and looked at each other and at the stallholder, who had nothing to offer them. I grinned and turned to go, and an idea arrived. Why am I going into the contamination zone hunting for a way to have found a profession stone? Why do I not simply rip off one of these stalls, buy several fake profession stones, and wear one as an ornament, and it turns out that one of them was real? No, that does not fit my persona. Directly buying a fake stone is too strange, too deliberate. The right shape is a whim. An explorer takes a fancy to a piece of junk that came out of the contamination zone, guided by nothing at all, opens it up at home, and finds a rare profession stone inside. The item has to look decent. The price cannot be outrageous. I will need to spend time going through these stalls carefully. I put it aside. I had only been fired days ago. There was no rush. Right now, the priority was to get a goblin to 7-star marsh and let him idle, because only by selling things could I qualify as a man capable of buying junk. I weighed the marsh against the hills for a long time and chose the marsh. I placed the summon at the edge of 7-star marsh. The goblin went somewhere else entirely. West Sector 4 research area. The wild goblins there live in a box. Walls and terrain keep them inside the zone humans have designated for them. To maintain the population, which suppresses spatial rifts, the research staff feed them on a schedule. The problem with feeding goblins is that goblins in a group get bold and brutal and pugnacious, and every so often a genius or a mutant appears in the crowd and leads a great many idiots into doing something extremely stupid. So the scientists of West Sector 4 develop targeted additives for goblin feed. After eating it, the wild goblins are drowsy and low energy every day, like castrated boars. They eat, they sleep, they show little interest in reproduction, and consequently, they stop causing trouble. Goblins are humanoid. In some ways, they are more like people than monkeys are. So researchers regularly come down to the feeding grounds to pick out specimens with particular traits and take them away for experiments. Liu Fang studies the cultivation of magical plants. She is also the youngest daughter of the Gao family of Dongchuan, awakened water mage via profession stone, currently novice rank. She has 2 older brothers. The younger of them is Huang Bo, the family's celebrated waste of a profession stone, who wanted fire and got a forge. That day, she had acquired several highly dangerous carnivorous magical plants through a bounty, and had come down to collect a few strong green-skinned subjects to test them on. She stood on the high platform looking at goblins lying around in the dirt, full and stupid. Still no news on the double pore air mushroom? Not yet, said her assistant. So in this entire research area, the only remaining sample is the fingernail-sized piece of fungal tissue Professor Chen has. Miss, Professor Chen's research matters, but what is the point of developing more of anything if the raw material runs out? It would be better if they simply gave you the material. If you could cultivate, forget it. Because of my status, I do not get along with people here. Let us not make it worse. Besides, with that little material, growing a new double pore air mushroom is not easy. Even my teacher has no idea how. She pointed. That one, and that one. Take them all. Hey, what is wrong with that goblin over there? The cheeky-looking one. Is it off its medication? Why does it have energy? The assistant followed her finger and found a thin goblin with a cloth bag wandering between the bodies. Every time it passed one lying in the dirt, it stopped and said something to it. That thin. Could it be a clever mutated goblin that worked out there was something wrong with the food and deliberately stopped eating? The cheeky goblin picked up a piece of artificially flavored meat off the ground, took a bite, and produced an expression of total delight. The assistant said, "Ah." Liu Fang frowned. Could a spatial rift have deployed a new goblin? Yes, that must be it. That is why it is so thin. Down below, Goblin Merchant became aware of 2 people looking at him, glanced up at the platform, and saw Liu Fang. His eyes lit up like a bank vault opening. Hiss, miss. Why do I feel like that goblin's eyes are glowing with gold? That one does look strange, she said. Send people in to catch it. At which point Goblin Merchant reached into his sack and produced a palm-sized mushroom shaped exactly like a pig's snout, held it up, waved it at her, and moved it toward his mouth. Stop! Liu Fang's eyes went wide and her hand shot out. Goblin Merchant grinned, held the double pore air mushroom high in his left hand, and with his right rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. Twice. The assistant murmured, "Hiss. This green-skinned thing looks so arrogant. Let me have someone kill it right now." Wait, she frowned. What did that gesture mean? If anyone else did that gesture, they would be asking for money. But a goblin? Money. Her brows came apart. She stepped to the edge of the platform and looked down with the expression of a woman used to closing. How much do you want? Name your price. But goblins have no use for money, the assistant finished under her breath. Goblin Merchant's eyes had already gone to Liu Fang's hand, where a sapphire ring sat with a faint magical shimmer on it. Oh, you want this? She took it off. He nodded rapidly. His smile got significantly brighter. Miss, that healing ring is far too valuable. Let us take it out of. She ignored her assistant. For reasons she could not have articulated, she now needed that mushroom more than she had ever needed anything. She tossed the ring down. Goblin merchant sprinted, caught it in the air, and put it in the sack. You have the ring. Give me the mushroom. Do not try anything, or else. Her voice came down with a chill in it that stopped conversations. Goblin merchant looked up at her, and dimly behind her, he perceived a dazzling column of golden light going into the sky. His smile became genuine for the first time. When you are doing business with a major client, you maintain a certain integrity, particularly when you have already made a killing. He threw the mushroom up with both hands, and she caught it, and the moment it was in her hand, her reason came back. Go, send someone to capture it. I want to see what kind of thing it is. Yes. The assistant turned and ran down the platform, afraid the cheeky goblin would get away. Goblin merchant sensed the change in the air, pointed up at Liu Feng, and began to swear. They did not share a language. It did not matter. You could read it off his face like a headline. Her expression darkened, and she conjured a ball of water in her palm and threw it at him. Water balls are not very aggressive. They do hurt if they hit you in the face. It hit Goblin merchant in the head. He stumbled, went down, struck a rock with his skull, and died immediately, and exploded into blue-purple light, and was gone. Nothing was left on the ground except a large, faintly swaying, extremely colorful mushroom. Liu Feng's mouth opened slightly. She stood there. This is too weak. Wait, where is the corpse? Where is my healing ring? I was still walking the stalls at West 2, looking for something that could plausibly contain a profession stone, when I felt a small unease, like a hair landing on skin. I rubbed my fingers and the goblin card came out with cracks all over it. Back so soon? Were you killed the moment you stepped outside? I stared through it into the gray space. 2 unfamiliar fruits, and a blue gemstone ring. Spotless. No dirt, no dust, no grave. Not something taken off a monster or picked out of a ruin. Could Goblin Thief have stolen it from an explorer? I lost all interest in the market and went home. It was late afternoon when I got off the bus at Lichen Garden, which is a name so embarrassing that I generally do not tell people where I live. I bought a rice bowl on the street and walked in and found police everywhere with dogs and drones, and every resident in the compound standing in the open ground downstairs with their families, and the atmosphere wound tight. Grandpa Joe, what happened? Did a rift land in the compound? He rolled his eyes at me. Can you not wish us well for once? A sharp-toothed bird killed a cat in here. I found it on patrol and reported it. We searched all afternoon and there is no trace. I assume it left. I gave him a thumbs up. That is an incredible sense of security. No wonder you retired out of the Dongchuan Guard. Shame we never issued you a firearms permit. With a sniper rifle, that bird would never have made it out. Do not give me that nonsense. You leave your windows open when you go out. That sharp-toothed bird might be sitting in your apartment right now waiting for you to fall asleep so it can come out and bite your head off. I remembered that my treasure chest monster was at home and felt a genuine spike of panic. Did they not check every apartment? He looked at me sideways. Why? Do you have something at home you do not want found? Relax. They flew a drone in for a quick look. No thorough search. What are you talking about? What would I have? Who knows? What about that human-shaped package wrapped up like a mummy that came for you last time? Young men run hot. Go and find a girlfriend. If that does not work, there are places for that. Are you not afraid of attracting something unclean? That was not mine. I do not know which scoundrel wrote my address on it. I never even collected it. Who knows? When they came to collect it, they were completely covered up, could not see the face. A little taller than you. Maybe they were wearing lifts. You are presuming guilt. You are throwing accusations at me and you were a soldier. Forget it. I am not talking to you. I am going home to kill sharp-toothed birds. I left. Grandpa Joe smiled behind me, because he knew perfectly well the package was not mine. The kid who came for it was about my height and noticeably narrower. As for why I had looked guilty just now, he assumed the obvious. I am a scavenger. When you hear the police are searching, you feel guilty about something. That is just professional reflex. I went in with the greatsword up and cleared my own apartment like a job. Nothing. The wooden box in the corner of the bedroom was exactly where I left it, and I let out a breath. It opened its eye when it saw me and started to unfold into a crab. Shh, do not move. I put a hand out to stop it, went to the window, checked the yard, closed it, drew the curtains. Then I squatted down in front of it, found a picture of a drone on my phone, and held it in front of its ruby. Did something like this come in? Did you do anything unusual? Click, clack. The lid opened and shut. So you were processing prey when the drone came in, and you disguised yourself as an ordinary box and switched off the light of greed. Click, clack. Prey. What prey? The lid came all the way open with a pop. At the bottom of the box, in the exact center, lay 2 feathers. I picked one up and turned it over. Is this from a sharp-toothed bird? They are worthless. 2 tail feathers are worth a little pocket change. Otherwise, they are only good for roasting small birds. So you ate the sharp-toothed bird that got into the compound. Click, clack. Digested. Down to 2 feathers. I rubbed my chin. So the light of greed does not only work on things that want money. I assumed it could only pull goblins and new explorers. You are more useful than I thought. I looked at the box for a while. But it swallowed a whole bird? I saw the wealthy, greedy one bite Goblin Thief's arm off. I assumed a chest monster kills first and eats after. Speaking of which, your bite force should be quite good. The remains of my metal stool were no longer serving as a weapon rack, so I put one of the legs into the mouth of the treasure chest monster. Go on, try it. Snap. The metal leg became 2 metal legs. I looked at the cut, which was clean. Not bad, sharp. Let me find you something thicker. I was scanning the room for a piece of furniture I could afford to lose when my phone rang, and it was my sister. Hey May, you are coming home tomorrow? Okay. I looked at the treasure chest monster. I have a surprise for you. Sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? There are 2 bags of dumplings in the fridge. I never told Wang Mei I had become a card monster summoner, not because I wanted to keep it from her. She is the only family I have. If I cannot trust her, there is not much left in this world worth valuing. She simply had not been home, and on the phone she had said she was worried her communications could be captured and leaked, which, given where she actually works, was not paranoia. So I had been holding all of it inside my own head for months, and it was genuinely making me strange. During the first weeks of the beginner trial, when I was dying every single night and had started to be afraid of sleeping, I nearly called her several times just to have somewhere to put it. I did not. The next morning at 10, I picked her up from the bus stop outside the compound. She had said 2 days. She had brought a suitcase large enough to relocate a household. You said you were too busy with the project to come home before the end of the year. Why now? I took the case off her. Oh, a strange goblin got into the research area yesterday. Now the entire area is hunting for it and everyone is on edge, so the professor just gave us 2 days off. She said it casually and then noticed my face doing something. A goblin? What kind of goblin? She thought about it. They say he looks sleazy. Cunning smile. Carries a big patched beige bag. My lip twitched. There is no mistake. That is Goblin Merchant. But I placed the summon at 7-Star Marsh. How did he get into West Sector 4? Then I did the geography, and it was obvious. The research area is inside 30 kilometers of the 7-Star Marsh entrance. Whether you cross a contamination zone or a boundary fog belt makes no difference at all to where the deployment lands. They said it tricked Liu Fang out of her healing ring with a double pore air mushroom and then vanished using a magic nobody had ever seen. Vanished. That means it died. Wait, who did you say? Liu Fang? The Gao family's youngest daughter? Yes, her. Wow. So the magic ring belongs to the Gao family. I developed a headache in a new location. The night before, I had looked the ring up and worked out how to use it, which is simple. Physical contact, on a finger, or hung against the chest, plus attention, and the stored spell comes out. I had tried it. The magic came out as a clear spring and fell over me, and I felt cool all the way through, like drinking ice water. I could not bring myself to open a wound to test the actual healing, but it felt better than the vine. It holds 3 casts before it empties, and then it slowly refills by drawing from the environment, which happens much faster inside a contamination zone. Everyone says Liu Fang only got into the research area through connections and took somebody else's place, my sister said. And she is arrogant, so nobody wants to talk to her. With the Gao family's influence, do they really need to fight for a place? They could just create a position? I do not know. Our teacher and her teacher do not get along, so we have no contact. By the way, you said yesterday there was a surprise? I smiled without much joy in it. It was supposed to be a pleasant surprise. Now it is hard to say. Actually, why did Liu Fang trade a magic ring for a goblin's mushroom? It is a double pore air mushroom, a new material I discovered recently. Everything I have been doing lately is about it. The only supply came out of the contamination zone by accident, and it is almost gone, and I have not been able to find a new plant. Apparently, when Liu Fang saw the goblin holding one, she was so shocked that she fell straight into what everyone assumed was a mental spell and could think of nothing except completing the trade instead of the obvious response, which is to kill it before it destroys the sample. A mental spell, I said. A mind control spell. I was quoting Goblin Merchant's card text in my head, verbatim. Huh? What did you say? Nothing. This double pore mushroom. It does not have 2 holes and look like a pig's nose, does it? Yes. How did you know? Did you see the bounty we posted? I shook my head. Let us talk at home. Half an hour later, my sister was holding an alloy steel pipe in the mouth of a treasure chest monster, watching it bite down with a ringing sound and a shower of sparks, laughing until her eyes were crescents. Haha, brother, this box monster of yours is hilarious. I have been talking to you for 10 minutes. Did you hear any of it? I heard it. So you stole a profession stone from a rift, and now you get wrecked by a bunch of goblins every night in your sleep. What theft? That was an accident. How was I supposed to know a profession stone activates on contact? Okay, an accident. What is this box called? It is so cute, all golden. How about little yellow? Be good, my foot. I am standing right here. Otherwise, it would have taken your hand off. Also, it is not a dog. Why little yellow? I am telling you something serious. Can you concentrate and play later? It is not a big deal. She let go of the steel pipe, left the treasure chest monster to play with it, turned around and pulled a black object out of her suitcase, shaped like a pyramid model, covered in engraved magical runes. This came out of a ruin in the contamination zone. It has a magical reaction and nobody knows what it does. My teacher gave it to me to play with. Were you not planning to pretend you accidentally bought a profession stone off an explorer? How about instead I brought this magical black triangle home, and you touched it, and it activated, and that is how you got summoner. Does that not sound reasonable? I nodded, hard. So that is the truth. She found an animated film on her phone and pointed at a scene where a magical item transformed. If anyone asks how a triangular prism becomes a profession stone, describe it exactly like this. I took the phone. You know what? It really does look like it. Then she started taking small bottles out of the suitcase. This is a paralytic vine toxin extract. This is a spider venom compound. Both are venoms. Both are extremely fast, effective on most low and mid-level monsters. These are healing potions and weak antidotes formulated to imitate alchemical potions. They are only 50 to 70% as effective, and they take longer, but they are much better than anything on the shelf. And this is an energy recovery potion built around the double pour air mushroom, like a mana potion in a game. Restores a professional's mana and battle aura. These are all laboratory products. Use them yourself. Do not sell them. I frowned. Did you steal these from the institute? How could that be? She glared at me with real irritation. I am not stupid. The teacher knows you are a scavenger. That is why he asked me to bring them back. We are going to have Awaken test them anyway, so just write a review after you use them. Huh, I have to write a report as well. She ignored that. Most people would never get this opportunity. It seems your teacher treats you very well. She was immediately, visibly proud. Of course, I am a top student. Then she lowered her voice. The teacher had a daughter, about my age. She was affected by the contamination zone too. She was too weak to survive. I said nothing. Most of his research is on treating contamination weakness. The other drug work is incidental. I could feel where this was going, and I knew exactly what happens when my sister gets to the part where she thinks about our parents. So I rubbed my fingers, pulled out Goblin 3 Scoundrels, and took the largest double pour air mushroom out of the gray space with a fist-sized clod of soil still on the root. Huh? She jumped at a mushroom the size of a human head appearing in my hand out of nothing. Then she saw the dirt on the root and her eyes lit up like a switch. I will take this soil back to the lab and analyze it. This might be the key to artificial cultivation. If we can grow them, the energy potion can be mass-produced. You are not taking the pig snout itself? I have a whole pile. She shook her head. Forget it. I can invent a reason for soil. I cannot explain where a double pour air mushroom came from. Leave them for now. We can have the goblin sell them to Liu Fang after she has used up the one she has. You cannot take advantage of somebody's misfortune. She is still the Gao family's daughter. That is true, she said. They might tamper with whatever they trade, like putting radioactive markers into gold bars. Even melted down you cannot get it out, and the moment you spend it, somebody knocks on your door. So I cannot reveal my relationship with Goblin Merchant for the time being, I said, stroking my chin. Fortunately, I can place summons. Nobody will connect them to me. Over enough time, something always slips. Besides, if you cannot summon a goblin, do you still want to go into the contamination zone with an exploration team? You call yourself a summoner, and all you can do is throw a treasure chest monster at people. I will go as support, I said smugly. With symbiotic vine alone, those teams will be begging me. We finally got out of the scavengers. Why do we have to become an explorer? It is dangerous. The cards need upgrading and my class needs upgrading. This world is not what it used to be. We have to be strong enough to guarantee our own safety. Other people are unreliable at the moment that matters. I know, but do not worry. I will be careful. I patted her on the head. She slapped my hand away. How old am I? Why are you still touching my head? Are you a siscon? Nonsense. I am not that kind of pervert. Who knows? He still has not found a girlfriend. Psst. Stop reading those weird novels. Are you not a top student? Is that all you do? What is wrong with being a top student? Top students have hobbies too. We need to relax. She stayed 2 days and spent one of them entirely at home, feeding random household objects into the mouth of the treasure chest monster, until I could not stand it and took her out. When I am alone, I eat whatever. With my sister home, I decided we were going to a restaurant. She did not have the heart to tell me that the buffet in the research area canteen is significantly better than anything on that street. It does not matter what we eat. What matters is that we are eating with family. That is what she was thinking, and I did not know it, and it is probably the nicest thing anybody has thought about me in 2 years. We finished and strolled and were deciding whether to see a film. Then the air in the middle of the road started to shake. I had her arm and was moving backward before the alarms on both sides of the street had finished their first note. 2 or 3 meters above the asphalt, space came apart like something had put a pair of claws into it and pulled, and the rift was over 10 meters high and 8 or 9 across. Monsters came out of it like water out of a burst main. Some of them landed badly and did not get up. Some got hit by cars that had no time to stop. The rest came up screaming and went for the crowd with crude weapons, and the crowd did not all run. A remarkable number of people pulled weapons and got the elderly and the slow behind them. Then somebody got a proper look. Huh? Is that a fish man? Do not panic, everyone. These things are about as strong as goblins. A murloc has the head of a fish and the body of a large upright frog, webbed hands and feet, moves beautifully in water, and on dry concrete moves like a man in a costume. An adult who keeps their head can outrun them at a walk. Hold for a minute or two and the drones arrive. I had come out shopping without my greatsword, so I had a metal pipe. I pressed the handle, and a blade came out of the end, and it became a short steel spear, and I put it through a murloc's forehead. I got the soul-devouring gauntlet out of my bag and onto my hand and looked up. My sister had a long-handled stun baton in her right hand, already crackling, and something like a hand grenade in her left, and her face was tense, and her eyes were absolutely delighted. What is that in your hand? Self-defense equipment issued by the Institute. High-pressure shock baton and a smoke grenade. Irritant gas on detonation. Oh, a smoke bomb. I relaxed considerably. Nearby, a woman was running with 2 children when a murloc fell out of the sky and hit the road in front of them. It broke most of its own bones on impact and stopped being anybody's problem. She startled, stumbled, and went down with the children. A tall murloc warrior saw it, made a noise of pure delight, and came in with a stone spear. "Brother, over there!" I moved. The woman pulled a small pink pistol out of somewhere, screamed, and emptied the entire magazine, 7 or 8 rounds, into the murloc warrior's head and groin. It went down full of holes. Fortunately, its anatomy is not ours, so the lower half of that grouping did not cause it the distress it would have caused a man. I stopped where I was and did not go closer, because that accuracy was terrifying from every possible angle. Just in case, I summoned Symbiotic Vine onto my arm first. Then I woke Soul Devour into combat form, and the claws came out and the sockets lit red. At which point several dozen armed drones came in from every direction, locked every murloc on the street, and put a round through each head. In a few seconds the entire road was corpses. The swarm swept toward the rift. Underneath it, a tall murloc covered in ornaments of pearl and shell and gemstone swung a coral staff and roared something. Every bit of moisture in the air came together into thick white fog that covered the rift and spread outward fast. The drones switched targeting. Thermal was useless because these things run at ambient temperature. Sonic and LiDAR relocked everything inside the fog within a second, and the clearing continued at extremely high efficiency. Then more than a dozen water arrows wrapped in ice came out of the fog. Several were shot down. The rest each took a drone. Some exploded. Some grew frost across their bodies and dropped. Dark clouds gathered over the street and hail started falling, and the hail had edges. Damn, a high-level spellcaster. I grabbed one of the woman's children, got my sister, and got everybody into the lobby of the nearest building. Motorcycles came up the road with Awakened on them wrapped in colored light, obviously advanced players, and went straight into the fog without slowing down. Armored vehicles came in behind them. The patrol team finally showed up. Everything inside the fog got much louder. Everybody in the lobby relaxed. Sigh, 5th time this month in Dongchuan. The rifts keep coming faster. I heard a giant rift opened in Chiyu City last month. A horde of demons, tens of thousands dead. The authorities suppressed the news to prevent panic. I heard that too. With that many dead, how do you suppress it? You suppress it whether you can or not. Otherwise, everyone panics and we collapse before the monster even arrives. Do not panic, everyone. I heard the Institute in Donghuang City has developed a space stabilizer. Once installed, it significantly reduces the odds of rifts. There are stabilizing devices already. The cost and the footprint are impossible, and they damage the human body. They only protect nuclear plants and a few key facilities. This one is different. My sister leaned in and said very quietly, "My teacher says the same. Donghuang found a new metallic material in a contamination zone. It got past the old obstacles, a new kind of fixed space-based station. It simulates the effect of the solid space arrays we have found in ruins, stabilizes several kilometers, and does nothing to the human body. I bet that metal is rare," I said, equally quietly, "or they would have publicized it to calm everybody down." She nodded. "So far, one small vein. Even if they use all of it, it covers half of Donghuang. The dark clouds thinned, the fog on the street pulled apart. Huh? Are they done in there? They were done. The site got cordoned off, and neither of us had any appetite for a film after that. Back home, I summoned the treasure chest monster to entertain her for a while, and then she packed and took the bus back to West Sector 4. The plan we agreed on was simple. I would post on my social accounts, in a boastful and slightly unbearable tone, about how I had unexpectedly triggered a black triangle and gained a profession. She would go back and complain to her senior about her idiot brother who had barely awakened and was already telling everyone, and while complaining, she would inadvertently establish the origin of the stone. I posted. It took less than an hour. Zhao Yong messaged congratulations and then mentioned, extremely casually, that they were going into Emerald Forest on a mission tomorrow, and would I like to come? Huh. I was dozing off and somebody brought me a pillow. I typed back, that is great. Where should I find you? He took a while to reply, which told me he had not expected me to say yes. We are entering Emerald Forest tomorrow at noon. Meet in Explorer Town. Okay, see you tomorrow at noon. Then, could I ask Brother Chen, what profession did you get? Monster Summoner. Professional support. Huh? That night, the dream space had grown again, and the gotcha wanted to have a conversation about it. I reached in for a fighter and pulled out Goblin Merchant. I pushed him back down. I reached in again and got Goblin Scavenger. Acceptable. I reached in a third time, and Goblin Merchant came halfway out and got a hand into open air before I could stop him and took an enormous theatrical breath. Come on, I am ready. It is like I am trying to kill you, I said. I told you to go outside for some fresh air before, and you died so quickly. I let him out. It seemed cruel not to. The trial was dusk wilderness, at the hour when the light goes orange and everything gets long shadows, and Goblin Merchant immediately began his life's work, which is picking things up off the ground. He had no inventory, so he had to acquire some startup capital. He found an unripe fruit, bit it, screwed his entire face into a fist, and then held it out to me. You are actually being quite polite. He tried to catch a rabbit for lunch. The rabbit kicked him in the face and his nose started bleeding. How are you weaker than an unevolved goblin? You cannot even beat a rabbit. With this level of skill, you dare to go out and do business with other monsters? I only do business with customers who have an intelligence. A crossbow bolt went into his knee from 90 meters away. Gnolls. Dog-headed. Taller than a man, and famous in the field manuals for one behavioral note, which is that they hold grudges and they will follow you for 3 or 4 kilometers to settle one. 5 broke off ahead of the pack, 2 warriors and 3 crossbowmen, so I threw the treasure chest monster behind a rock in their path, told it to look expensive, and got down. The 2 warriors saw the gold and abandoned the formation instantly. Protect teammates? Protect my ass. They are all competitors now. The crossbowmen were so offended they nearly shot the warriors in the back, thought better of it, and ran to get their share. I came in from the front, and Goblin Thief came in from behind and put the stolen steel dagger through a throat. The last 2 turned and got a handful of sand in the eyes, and the great sword took both heads. The chest bit a warrior's arm off and ran away with the hairy hand still in its teeth, legs going like a spooked crab. Ha! This one is much smarter than the goblin. Goblin Thief gave me a look that could have curdled milk. We took the crossbows. I sighted on a rock at 20 meters and missed by 3. Gnoll craftsmanship is terrible. It has no accuracy at all. Goblin Thief fired at the same rock and missed by half a meter and nodded in complete agreement with his boss. Their den was a gully with a fire in it, and beside the fire sat an enormously fat gnoll in a beast tamer's harness with 2 hyenas the size of ponies at his feet, whipping a bright yellow bird taller than a man. Beast tamer was smart. He did not go to the shiny box himself. He sent 1 underling to check it, so I came out of the grass and cut the underling down in the open, on purpose, where he could see it. Then the treasure chest monster grabbed the loot and ran, and Beast Tamer went after it with 2 fighters, dragging the chocobo behind him on a lead. I could hear him thinking from where I was. Putting leather straps on humans and whipping them like wild animals every day would be a pretty good form of entertainment. Ah, what a fresh and great idea. That is what he was thinking about, on a full run, chasing a box that a human had obviously dropped because it was too heavy. Then he decided his 2 fighters were definitely planning to steal the treasure and ordered them ahead and stayed behind alone with the chest. The lid came all the way open with a happy little jingle. It broke both his arms at once. The ruby unfolded into an eye, and the eye was gloating. Goblin Thief put a bolt into him, and it went into the fat and stopped. Beast Tamer ran for his own men, screaming, and the chocobo, shaking so hard it could barely stand, put 1 clawed foot out in front of him. He went face first into the dirt. Goblin Thief opened his throat. The chest took a foot off. The chocobo went into a state I can only describe as religious and kicked his head repeatedly with both legs. I finished it with the greatsword, and he deflated rapidly like a punctured balloon. The rest of the gnolls arrived, saw a human, an unfamiliar goblin, a running box, and their own bird, standing over the leader's body, and made the executive decision to shoot the bird. They put 9 bolts into it before I could get there. I recalled the chest, called for the thief, and the dart came in. Trial successful. 65 points. Total 305. Green consumable, beast taming hood ring, white monster card, yellow chocobo, job level 3, +1 to everything. The ring does something I had not known was possible. It grants a beast card the taming trait, and a tamed beast card can be linked to a humanoid card as equipment, and the two of them become one combination monster. There is a warning printed under it in the smallest possible letters. Fusion may cause irreversible mutation or evolution. Yellow chocobo, strong legs, fast, powerful, and the kick does enormous damage. I lay in bed running combinations. Goblin merchant shoving a trembling chocobo into an ogre's mouth as an appetizer. The chocobo carrying goblin scavenger's junk pile, the chocobo standing lookout while goblin thief robs a den, then carrying him out at a dead sprint while every single arrow goes into the chocobo's backside. While I was describing to myself how pitiful all of this was, I became aware that I was smiling. Gearing up in the morning, my sister's potions on the belt, the gauntlet on my hand in hibernation, and the healing ring on a gold-plated chain against bare skin because it needs contact and attention, and wasting time peeling off an outer shell in the middle of a fight would be incredibly foolish. Grandpa Joe caught me at the gate and tried to recruit me into compound security. Work for a year or two, and I will promote you to deputy captain. Tempting. But if I stand around the gate long enough, maybe one day a rich second-generation girl passing by will take a liking to me and bring me home. I got about 4 steps. Damn it. If only I had been this aware back then. The team was 6 people and a lot of opinions. Zhao Yong and Yang Li, intermediate warriors. Gao Hui, intermediate archer, in charge of everything including morale. Yang Qing, junior archer. Liu Jian, junior warrior. And Xiao Jun, apprentice warrior, who announced within 1 minute of meeting me that he was level 9, and could advance at any time. You have been saying that for almost half a year, said Yang Qing. I introduced myself as a support summoner. They looked at the black-stained armor, the skull-shaped gauntlet, and the enormous black greatsword on my back. You say you are a summoner? Are you kidding me? I thought you were joking with me, playing on a pun. Huh? Were we not just making a pun? Emerald Forest had gotten worse. Not thinner, thicker. Something Lord tier had moved in, a banyan the size of an apartment block, and it had been growing the forest around itself like a man decorating a house. I offered a demonstration of symbiotic vine, and Zhao Yang volunteered before I had finished the sentence. The vine went around his neck, and he closed his eyes. It feels like something is flowing into my neck. No, it is power. It is the power of the sun. Intense, surging. I feel like I am about to burst into flames. Behind him, Yang Qing said, "Oh no, Brother Guo has gone crazy again. It is a pity I do not have a phone, otherwise I could record it and send it to the group." He put a knife across his palm to test it properly, and the cut sealed under a green glow while everyone watched. This feels better than a healing potion that costs 3,000 yuan a bottle. But that one keeps healing, said Gao Hui, and I saw her recalculating my share. It needs light, I said, before anybody could get ideas. At night, it barely works. I am telling you now so nobody plans around it and dies. Yang Li looked at Zhao Yong's neck and asked, "Why did you not let Huanxi parasitize your head? Your head would be all green and vibrant." The contract was the Moonlight Forest Deer, mid-tier magical beast, heals itself, and in forest terrain it is quicker than anything with legs. A client wanted the antlers for a tonic and was paying 5 times the standard rate, which tells you everything about both the antlers and the client. An hour in, Yang Li cut a bush out of the way, and a root came up out of the ground precisely between his legs. He got out of it with a roll that I would describe as inspired. The tree stood up, 5, 6 meters, and the knots on the trunk opened like eyelids. Zhao Yong's blade came down wrapped in white light, opened the bark, and he was moving away before the root reached him. Gao Hui put an incendiary arrow through the exact spot he had opened, and the whole trunk lit from the inside, and the roots came off in seconds. Xiao Jun, who had been in the field for 4 months, took it upon himself to instruct me. If your pants are not tough enough and your reaction is not quick enough, once the tree roots hit you, you are utterly destroyed. I made a mental note to price iron trousers. They gave me the terms that evening. 20% split evenly, 80 by contribution. Healing costs come out of the pot. If you cause the injury through stupidity, it comes out of your share. In an interview, you cannot just talk about salary right away, Zhao Yang said. You have to see if it is a good fit first. There was one tent. You are not worried Chen Cheng and the others will attack you at night? I am worried about a great many things, I said, and put the chest down at the entrance. This one will keep watch. Zhao Yang looked at the chest for slightly too long. Because Zhao Yong collects anime figurines, and Zhao Yong's desire for rare out-of-print figurines from the studios that died in the merging of the worlds far surpasses his desire for women or wealth, and a golden box glowing gently in the dark was doing something to him that he did not have the vocabulary for. He caught himself reaching for the lid and put his hand back down and lay very still. Elsewhere, 30 kilometers away and one world over, my placement summon dropped Goblin Thief into the dusk grass outside a human hunting camp, directly into somebody else's ambush. A goblin captain was crouched in the grass counting enemies. The enemy only has 7 fingers. Our little brothers cannot even count them on 2 hands. Then he noticed an unfamiliar goblin crouched next to him and decided it must be one of his own, because it is very hard to keep track. He also noticed that his beloved steel dagger was missing from his belt and elected not to suspect anybody, because morale. Goblin Thief had it in his bag already. The ambush went the way goblin ambushes go. Half the goblins fell in the first exchange, the rest ran, 2 survived. The humans held the camp and later found their dried meat and a Shadow Panther core missing. Goblin Thief shared the dried meat with the 2 survivors in a ditch afterward. If you are willing to share food, then you are like my half-brother. One of them was missing most of one ear and was noticeably smarter than the rest and did not leave his side again. When a goblin knight came through on a bull leading a revenge charge, Goblin Thief got swept up in the collective feeling and started running toward the fighting. Doo grabbed his arm and dragged him to the back. While the 2 mobs annihilated each other in the dark, the 2 of them robbed the human camp at leisure and walked out the other side. Steel dagger, gold chain, silver amulet, a healing potion, and a pack of compressed rations he tried once and disliked. The taste and texture were nowhere near as good as the chicken legs at Summoner's house. Around midnight, back at the tent, something came out of the trees fast and low and went straight into the golden chest. The chest rocked twice. There was a cat noise, then a whimper, then nothing at all. Zhao Yong, lying in the dark with his eyes open, swallowed. In the morning, I clapped once and the chest came running across the campsite like a dog. It is so well behaved. I really want one too. Inside were the teeth and claws of a poison claw demon cat, 2 amber eyes from a night owl, a bone, and a magic crystal. I dumped all of it into the group pile. Just follow the exploration team rules. Do not worry about me overthinking it. They looked at each other and something in the temperature changed. The chest hit level 3 and grew a 4th claw joint it did not know what to do with. By mid-morning, we met another team coming out, walking slowly, carrying 2 bodies wrapped in canvas. A goblin horde had come down on them in the night. 2 rookies did not make it. We bring the bodies back and clarify the cause of death. It prevents damage to the team's reputation. I said the right things, and my stomach was somewhere down around my boots. Next time I need to talk to them, especially Goblin Thief. Tell them not to attack humans. Otherwise, at some point somebody traces a pattern back to me, and I get charged with treason, and my execution gets streamed. Goblin Thief was, at that moment, walking doo into the territory of a goblin mage, a proper tribe with a wooden platform, sentries, and an old goblin holding a staff studded with magic crystals. He surveyed the mage professionally and concluded that the crystals were unstealable because the tribe had scouts and the mage had a mental sense that pricked whenever anyone looked at his staff too long. So he went next door instead, to a mine, where a kobold warlock sat meditating inside a ring of fire around one enormous lava crystal. He took the lava crystal. Then he ran back to the goblin tribe because it was full of his own kind and had a strong chief, which made it obviously the safest place to be. 2 hours later, the kobold warlock arrived at the goblin camp with every kobold he had and demanded the crystal and the thief. The goblins did not understand one word of it and interpreted the volume as a challenge. War. A kobold berserker went through the line and reached the goblin mage, and Goblin Thief threw sand into its eyes at the exact right moment, and the mage got a fireball into it and lived. Well done. As a reward, I am promoting you to be my bodyguard. Goblin Thief looked at the 2 previous bodyguards lying in halves on either side of the platform and accepted the promotion with the enthusiasm of a man being handed a live wire. I woke up from my watch shift with the results still hanging behind my eyes. Trial successful, 123 points. Total 428. White monster card, Goblin Warrior. Green monster card, Shallow Sea Merman Hunter. Gray equipment, Fishbone Long Spear. White equipment, Turtle Shell. Green equipment, Coral Staff. Job level 4, dream regenerating, 93 hours. There was a lesson in the numbers too. I had not killed every kobold and every goblin in that valley. I had broken the main force and the trial had counted it. So the objective is not extermination, it is the spine. The Merman Hunter was the funniest card I've ever been handed. Green tier, decent stats, a passive called Fish Sense that reads currents in water and air, and a subtitle, Fisherman, he fishes, with a rod made of fishbone. That is a documented behavior of the species, printed on an official card in a world that ended. I sat by the fire looking down at my own palm and laughed until my shoulders shook. Behind me, in whispers, he is probably addicted to his phone. He is pretending to be looking at it. Maybe he just thinks his hands are very beautiful. Gao Hui, who is the only reason that team functions, said loudly, "Old Shu, the potatoes should be cooked by now." Yang Li dug both hands into the coals, burned himself, and came up with 3 extremely hot rocks. Nobody had put any potatoes in the fire. While they argued about that, I ran storage tests on the chest. Rock, cloth, dried meat, potato. Recall the card. Rock and cloth on the ground, food still inside. So it keeps what it considers food and drops what it considers garbage, which makes it a refrigerator with opinions. At level 5, it unlocked basic expansion, plus 1 cubic meter, and a ritual. Enhancement ritual, 1 gemstone or magic crystal, 5 metals at 1 kilogram of pure weight each, and 5 kinds of fresh monster meat no more than 72 hours old. Bury the whole assembly 3 meters underground, or place it in a labyrinth, tomb, or treasury, and wait 8 hours. The quality of the stone determines what the chest gets. I thought about the lava crystal sitting in the gray space. Then I thought about the fact that Goblin Merchant also lives in the gray space, and went cold, because there is a genuine possibility that one day I reach in for a fireball and find a receipt. Elsewhere, Goblin Scavenger was deep in the red zone at the center of Emerald Forest, where the Banyan Lord had made everything hungry. He sneezed. A carnivorous flower the size of a car swallowed him whole and spat him out again half a second later. He flew into a thorn bush and came out of it looking like a green-skinned, yellow-haired hedgehog. A tree monster backhanded him 10 meters. A vine caught him mid-flight and slapped him back the other way. He sat up, wiped his nose, ate a red fruit he had picked up earlier, and walked on, seemingly forgetting that he had just been used as a volleyball by the local flora. We found the Moonlight Forest deer at the edge of the central zone, in a clearing ringed by 6 lesser tree monsters and 2 mid-tier ones. The plan was traps in a circle and the chest in the middle as bait. I gave them the honest warning first. The lower the intelligence, the stronger the desires, and the stronger the pull of the treasure chest monster. Silence. Zhao Yang said, very fast, "No wonder I did not have much of an urge to open it." "I did not feel anything at all," said Yang Qing. "Nothing here either," said Gao Hui. Yang Li looked at his own hands for a while and then said, "Have you not washed your feet in too long? Are you starting to hallucinate?" We were still setting the last trap when Gao Hui came back down out of a tree very quietly. 6 of them, masks, covered in blood that is not theirs. Demon cultists. The kind that take explorers alive for a ritual. The argument in the bushes went about how you would expect. They cannot be that stupid, right? If a golden treasure chest were hidden in the woods out of nowhere, even a fool would know something is wrong. Even if you know there is something wrong, you will still go and check it out. Lots of gold bars. Shh, how tacky. Beautiful jewelry, handbags. Ha, women. What do you think old Lee would put in the box? One of those figures with the revealing clothing. Like the ones on his shelf at home. The demon cultists came into the clearing intending to collect 6 explorers for a sacrifice, saw the chest, and forgot entirely what they had come for. Each of them immediately volunteered to go and scout it. You probably just want to grab the chest and run away, do you not? How could I possibly run fast while carrying such a huge box? Just take the most important thing inside. Would that not be enough? The leader said, "Let us all go together." Everybody understood what that meant, which is that he would take the lion's share again. These are men who did not want to be slaves of humans, so they became slaves of a demon. Then what is the point of that demon coming here? That sentence started it. 5 against 1, and the leader had been hiding his real strength. He tore the weakest one's throat out on the opening move. 3 more went down in the next 10 seconds. The last ran into the trees bleeding. "You ants dare to lay a hand on me? Now all the treasure is mine." In the bushes, Yang Qing whispered, "Did he just mention treasure? If I am not mistaken, the treasure he is talking about should be..." Everyone looked at the golden chest sitting in a bear trap in a clearing. No way. That is such an obvious anomaly. His body has mutated like that. How can you expect his brain to be normal? The trap took his ankle. He tore his foot straight out of it, which I want to note as a physical fact, and the second trap in the ring snapped shut on the exact wound. Yang Li got a shield in front of him, and the shield folded. His strength is at least 130 or 40. Zhao Yang's wave blade slash opened his chest, and Gao Hui put an incendiary arrow into the opening, and he reached into his robe and took out a small black statue. The wound closed over with ropes of new muscle. Horns came out of his skull, scales came up his arms. Whatever was human in his face left it and did not come back. Damn, this guy actually has a second stage? The regeneration cost him something. You could see it in the way he started looking at people. It had made him unbelievably hungry. and he ignored the two intermediate warriors entirely and came straight at the weakest thing in the clearing, which was me. He took an arrow in the ribs without slowing and went into the bushes after his meal, and found, instead of a support summoner, a goblin warrior with a turtle shell buckler and a bone spear. The spear snapped, the shell came apart, but it bought a full second. I hit him with the greatsword. The ordinary greatsword. The steel one. Then I remembered that this was not the trial dreamscape, and that when you die here you do not wake up, and that I was standing in front of a mutated cultist, swinging a normal piece of metal, because my body had learned the wrong habit in a place where death is a tuition fee. Why am I stupidly heading toward the enemy, instead of using the opening to run? I went out sideways in a roll and raked him with the gauntlet claws on the way past. He caught the wounded goblin instead, held it up by the neck, squeezed his eyes shut, and bit into its throat. So what if I have to eat garbage first in order to enjoy a feast later? The goblin died in his teeth and burst into blue-purple light and was simply not there anymore. He stood in the clearing with his mouth open and nothing in it. I finally made up my mind to eat garbage, and then the garbage exploded and disappeared. You bastards! You will not even give me garbage to eat? Then he ran into the forest. Behind me, Xiaojun said uncertainly. It seems like he is saying we will not let him eat garbage. Hiss. This one is pretty twisted, is he not? He ran deep, driving the deer ahead of him, and woke up every tree and every carnivorous plant on his route, and about 400 meters in the vines took him and folded him up. Goblin Scavenger, meanwhile, had found a sour green fruit and scrunched his face up like a chrysanthemum, and decided, on that basis, that the flavor was amazing and that Summoner would like it. He collected several more. Then he heard fighting and went toward it at a trot, because fighting means bargains, and the vines beat him the entire way there. Just you wait, I will set all of you on fire sooner or later. He found the cultist bound in vines and searched him professionally and found nothing worth carrying except a small black statue lying in the leaves. The statue got into his head immediately and started making offers. Power beyond imagining, wealth without end, a world remade. Goblin Scavenger listened to about 20 seconds of it. You have been babbling on and on without giving me a single penny. What are you even talking about? And put it in the sack with the fruit and the mushrooms. I found it later, in the gray space, wedged between a half-eaten pear and a mushroom, smeared in red and green juice into what was, accidentally, excellent camouflage. I did not take it out. Explaining where a demon statue came from would mean explaining the three goblin scoundrels, and I was not doing that in a tent. There was a worse thought underneath it, and I made myself finish it properly. The way card monsters die is too obvious. A body that bursts into blue-purple light and leaves nothing behind is not a thing anybody else in this world produces. Somebody will see it twice, then somebody will write it down. I am going to be suspected sooner or later, and the only defense I have is to be strong before that happens. We walked all night without a rest. Zhao Yong stopped every team we passed, told them there were cultists in the central zone, and walked away without answering a single question. Whether they believe it is their business, whether I say it is mine. The bureau took the bodies. Nobody in the team mentioned a goblin warrior appearing out of nowhere in the bushes. They covered for me and did not make a thing of it. Other people's business he keeps, Yang Qing told me about Zhao Yong. It is mainly his own stuff. He will tell you everything as you talk, especially after he has had a few drinks. The contract paid 860,000. After expenses, 30,000 in arrows and Yang Li's shield, which was scrap. My share came to about 500,000 instead of the 200 or 300 I had projected. Grandpa Joe watched the armored car drop me at the gate. Can you not see those big words on the side? Middle-aged unemployment front exploration team. What a terrible name. It looks so unlucky. Monster meat for the ritual came from a restaurant in Explorer Town. 8 kinds, 20,000 and change. The 5 metals were easy. The stone was the lava crystal, which heated my entire apartment through a closed box, and holding it felt less like holding a gemstone and more like holding a fireball with a schedule. 110,000 landed on my card from the team. Then I took a shovel into the park at 2 in the morning and dug a 3-meter hole until dawn, put the chest in it with the ritual materials, filled it in, and raked leaves over the top. Grandpa Joe, from the guard post window, watching me come home filthy and go out again with a shovel. This kid came back covered in mud in the morning and went out with a shovel in the evening. Is he digging up a grave or burying a corpse? That evening, a spatial rift opened in the park. What came out was a stone tunneling worm the size of a bus, and it took one look at open ground and did what tunneling worms do, which is go straight down, directly into my hole. Boom. A column of magma went up through the flower beds and the worm went up with it, arcing over the tree line, resembling a giant burnt sausage. Everyone in a 4-block radius said some version of the same sentence. Holy crap. Who planted a super landmine under the park? I looked at my card. So this landmine prodigy is me. Fiery, greedy treasure chest monster, wreathed in flame. On death, detonates its lava core. Core recharge, 720 hours, which is once a month, and in between it can also heat my dinner. Job level 5. Flying card range from 10 meters to 20. New skill, card swap, touch card A to a monster B that is currently fighting, and they instantly change places. This skill does not seem very useful. Drones came in first, then armored vehicles, and then something came down out of the sky in a spiral of blue wind and started cutting worms into sections inside the rift with blades of air. Dongchuan's wind god, Gao Tian. Why did Feng Shen come here? This is even more absurd than dropping a missile. And then, with a coldness that started at the back of my neck, he was not attracted here by a treasure chest monster self-destructing, right? I walked past the cordon with the shovel on my shoulder, looking like a man with a hobby. The soldier at the line ran my face and my file came up on his lens, dismissed from bureau. Employment. Joined an exploration team called Middle-Aged Unemployment Front, purchased 1 shovel, entered the park at night, exited in the morning, marked as a key suspicious person. His captain read it over his shoulder and snorted. It is impossible that he buried the monster there, right? Oh well, let us have the surveillance system keep an eye on it. I already had the line ready if anyone asked, which was that I had been planting emerald forest specimens in the park for my sister's research, and I was almost disappointed nobody made me use it. The truth about the statue came out of Goblin Scavenger later, and it is the single best thing he has ever done. That statue promised him immense power and endless wealth, and he considered it and concluded that it was talking rubbish because it had not paid up front. The damn thing was making empty promises to a professional appraiser. The emerald forest plants went to my sister, along with a cover story about a friend of mine whose girlfriend had left him and who was throwing out his hobby collection. She bought the lot on grant money and was delighted. The inspiration I brought from home has made great progress on artificial cultivation of the double-pore air mushroom. We ate at the gate of the research area with a snakeskin sack between us, and a graduate student in glasses walked past. Quiet, bookish, the kind of person nobody looks at twice. He looked at us for slightly longer than a stranger should, and his face did something complicated, and he kept walking. Why does Senior Lin look so odd? My sister said. The way he looked at me was like he was looking at an elderly father. Zhou Bo got into a taxi 3 blocks away. The driver did not turn around. Stop looking. The item has not been delivered. And the bookish young man's eyes changed into something that did not belong in a face. Damn demon priest, why did he not send his own men instead of using those brain-dead idiots? We have the sensing array. We will find the statue. I always feel like we are dealing with a tiger for its skin. Creating a better future world? Heh heh heh. I do not care about the future. I just want them all to die. At the gate, before he got into the car, he had seen a brother and sister squatting by a snakeskin sack, laughing about something, and for 1 second he had seen his own parents standing awkwardly outside a school with sacks exactly like that one, so happy to see him that they did not know what to do with their hands. At home, my apartment had become a zoo. Goblin Warrior had discovered music and was howling along to it. Merman Hunter had set up in the bathtub with a plastic stool and a fishbone rod and was fishing patiently in 80 liters of tap water. Goblin Scavenger was on the sofa laughing at a television program he did not understand in any way. I had wanted company for 2 years. Now, at last, he was starting to regret it. My sister told me about the novel she reads while I was putting the plants in the car. A rich and handsome guy with melancholic eyes, likely to starve to death at any moment but with 8-pack abs. Wang Lei, did you sneak into my room? I sold the fruit through a fence in West 2 called He Ming, who everybody calls Hey, and who has never once asked where anything came from. I went in a hoodie, a mask, and sunglasses. Damn, I disguised myself like this and you recognized me without even looking? How are you pretending? He turned the fruit over in the light. Every single piece had a bite out of it. I am just curious. Who has teeth that good that they can put their mouth on something like this? A normal person would find it unbearably sour just from the smell. 12,000 in cash, and the fruit went straight into a crate with 3 other people's fruit and stopped being traceable to anyone. Trial objective. Help the villagers clear out the monsters and reclaim the occupied village. I woke up standing in a valley full of corpses, not fresh ones, mummies, curled in on themselves, and skeletons picked white, scattered across a slope in the numbers you get from something that happened all at once. The fighting was easy. The chest had its lava core now and burned like a bonfire on 8 legs, and a wraith that came out of a doorway lasted 2 seconds inside it. Goblin Merchant walked the field appraising the undead and did not find one thing worth taking. A bunch of paupers, they do not have a single item of value on them. The chest jumped him from behind for the insult. I built a fire out of the bones lying nearest because the valley was cold and I did not think about it. Then I picked up a purple femur to add to the pile and my hand stopped working. It was human. They were all human. Under one curled mummy there was a small skeleton held. The villagers. I sat back on my heels with the fire I had built out of them crackling beside me. So, what happens if I beat up the quest givers' corpses before starting the quest and then stack them as firewood and set them on fire? Nothing happened. The trial did not react at all. This system is pretty stupid. It cannot even tell the living from the dead. Getting out of the valley was the interesting part. The walls were sheer. So I threw a goblin card 20 meters straight up with flying card and he blinked into existence at the top of the cliff with his legs already running. He came back down with a vine for me to climb. The vine was purple striped and his nose was bleeding. Outside the valley the air was green, not misty, green, the way a swimming pool is blue. Poison mist, thick enough to have texture, and within 2 minutes red blotches came up on my arms and my legs went stupid. Goblin Thief, unbothered, caught a fat caterpillar and tried to eat it, and it hit him in the face with a cloud of gas, and he turned a shade of green that was new, even for a goblin, and started foaming. Then, a venom slime I had cut in half detonated on death and put the whole area under a cloud. Trial failed. 2 points. I lay in bed being annoyed. The AI in this thing is so stupid. How could anyone possibly build a village in an environment full of poisonous gas? I stared at the ceiling for a while. Unless the villagers are undead. In which case they really could live in it perfectly well, and that unlocked the actual lesson, which took me embarrassingly long. This is the card monster summoner's trial, not the alchemist's. When you hit a problem, the solution is supposed to be in the cards. To calm down, I played a ranked match and lost it. 5 versus 5, badly. Even my super awakened one with all stats +9 cannot carry this bunch of useless trash. Then I looked at Goblin Thief, who was watching the screen with total concentration, and I made a decision that I stand by. I logged into a second account and handed him the phone. There is no law that says illiterate people cannot play games. 20 minutes later, the screen was flashing a message at a green hand that could not read it. Please enable voice chat. Please enable voice chat. Next trial, I found out something worse about the valley. The bonfire had not been a mistake. It had been the only reason I survived the night. Without a fire, even the safe valley poisons you slowly. Thin purple lines come up under your skin like someone drawing on you from the inside. The chest's flames drove them back off my arms. You are actually afraid of being roasted by fire? Merman Hunter tugged my sleeve. There was a river below the valley. There is a river. I want to go fishing. I let him go because I am not a monster. He came back 40 minutes later with something on the hook that had 4 eyes and tumors and was technically a frog. Just showing you what I have learned. Goblin Scavenger came over and with an expression of enormous pride, presented me with an apple. The apple was purple. The apple had the same purple as the veins that had been coming up my arms. I backed away from my own card monster, and he saw my face, and his ears went down, and his whole body did the thing a dog does when it has brought you something dead, and you did not say thank you. So I put the gauntlet on and accepted the gift. While it is good to be filial, this is too much. The pond above the river held fish with 3 legs, or 2 heads, or eyes on the tail. Is there a nuclear power plant on the mountaintop discharging wastewater into this? I threw a sharpened branch at a slime as a test and missed by 4 meters. Sure enough, simply sharpening a stick is not enough to make it a weapon. Merman Hunter, without a word, threw the next one in a perfect arc across 60 meters and put it through the center of the slime. You shot so accurately. Are you out of your mind? Do you think your boss has no dignity at all? No wonder you are still just a fisherman. The slime detonated, and every fish in the pond came up belly first across the whole surface. Merman Hunter turned and looked at me. I have never been looked at like that in my life. Not by my sister, not by my supervisor, not by anyone. I did not poison her, them, whatever. This has nothing to do with me. He kept looking. Anyway, this place respawns next time I come back, so I will let you fish here again then. He recovered instantly, which tells you something about how card monsters process grief, and also possibly about fishermen. That night my fire was visible from a long way off in a valley where everything else was dead. A swamp toadman on the ridge above saw it, put a mushroom-topped spear into the ground, and drove poisoned fog down the slope. Trial failed. 1 point. At about the same hour, in the center of Emerald Forest, a man in a black demonic mask was walking through the trees holding a skull wrapped in a haze of blood. The skull had led them to the body of a cultist tangled in vines. There was no statue on him. To recharge the skull, he brought forward 2 people they had bought cheap. Sick ones, weak ones, the kind who tried to awaken and could not. Rather than dying silently like dust, you might as well contribute to the arrival of a new era. The second one started screaming that he had awakened. Look, he was perfectly fine, and there were already growths coming up under the skin of his neck. Ignorant ant, you do not even know you are being toyed with by fate. The skull drank and glowed and pointed at nothing at all, because the statue it was hunting was, at that moment, inside a gray dimensional space wedged between a mushroom and a half-eaten pear. The masked man turned the skull over and frowned behind the mask. This thing is creepy. Holding it affects your mood. It makes you irritable without you noticing. They had cover for all of it. A bureau contract to scout the center of Emerald Forest, 2 materials gathering contracts for the West Sector 4 research area, and 1 black market order that was not written down anywhere to capture a monster alive. The vine leveling scheme I worked out is the most efficient thing I have ever built. Put symbiotic vine on Goblin Warrior. Send Goblin Warrior into a fight. The goblin gets experience for fighting, and the vine gets experience for healing him, and I stand behind a rock eating a sandwich. A wolf pack came down the ridge, got one look at the goblin, and withdrew with visible distaste. Goblin Warrior swelled to twice his width. Has Goblin Warrior become this powerful? He can scare enemies away with his aura alone. Idiot. They clearly think your meat tastes bad. They are only using you as a garnish. He attacked the entire wolf pack unassisted, which was also a valid outcome. That afternoon, I saw Xiao Ming in the field. His team had just muscled a kill away from Zhou Feng's team, the blonde kid from the bus, and there was nothing anybody could do about it, because his team had 2 intermediates and a family behind them. I ran the numbers on a direct confrontation and did not like any of them. So I did it the other way. Xiao Ming went behind a rock formation to relieve himself, and while he was squatting there, he noticed a rusty box half buried in the grass, and his eyes lit up. Goblin Thief hit him across the back of the skull with a branch. The branch broke. Xiao Ming went face down, and Goblin Thief went through his pockets with the speed of a professional, took everything, and then, this was his own initiative, I want to be clear, stripped him completely and had the chest burn the clothes. The chest was visibly disappointed. It had wanted a running start and a ram. His teammates found him a few minutes later lying naked and unconscious in the dirt, and the reason they found him is that dung beetles had discovered a large quantity of fresh warm material and were fighting over territory on him, leaving scratches in places I will not itemize. Several professionals who witnessed this scene instinctively clamped their legs together and gasped. I got a ring of power out of it, plus 1 strength, passive, worth 40 or 50,000, and a steel dagger. Hitting Xiao Ming in the stomach was more refreshing than sweating all day and then drinking an ice-cold soda in one go. The vine's evolution ritual needed 8 hours of moonlight, so I spent an entire night on the roof of my building in a deck chair with a vine on my arm, watching videos. A drone hovered over me for a while and then went away. The news was doing a segment on animal corpses in the outer zones getting up and walking, and a man in the comments asked whether that meant chicken skeletons could stand up too, and whether we would have to stop selling chicken skeletons. I fell asleep on a boring film, which meant I dropped straight into the trial with no vine on my arm, in a poison valley, already dying. I could feel it going. 20 minutes, maybe less, and I had made Merman Hunter a promise. I used most of what I had left to throw his card over the valley wall to the river outside where the fishing was good, and then I lay down on the rocks and let it happen. Because as far as I am concerned, the card monsters are my own people, and if I had to scheme against them over something as trivial as one night of fishing, I would despise myself. I woke up in a deck chair on a roof at sunrise with a notification behind my eyes. Green monster card, bright light vine, new passive, starry night vine. Under sunlight, moonlight, or starlight, its flowers purify poison and disease. The next trial I walked into the swamp on purpose. A Toadman patrol went past me, and the pollen off the mushrooms on their spears drifted down onto a dead fish in the water, and small mushrooms began growing out of the fish while I watched. I checked my own arms with an urgency I am not proud of. Then I took the patrols apart one at a time from behind and went down into their village. Ruined houses, colored symbols painted on the walls, and a chief 2 meters tall and almost perfectly spherical, hung with bone ornaments, carrying a club with a head on it like a scepter. He left with a war party while I was still in the reeds. I cleared what was left. One of them burst when I hit him and covered me in a poison that would have finished me last week, and the vine's flowers opened and pulled it out of me under the moon, faster at night than they ever worked in the day. At the far end of the village was a shrine, white marble, a goddess with a kind face, hands open, smiling gently down. At what she was smiling down at was a mountain of human skulls. My first thought was that somebody had built the statue there as an insult, a joke on the dead. Then I saw the food laid out on the altar, arranged carefully, the way you arrange food when you want to be seen doing it properly. It was not an insult, it was an offering. The skulls were the gift, and at the top of the pile, where the newest ones go, the skulls were small. The longer I looked, the worse it got. Burn all of it, I told the chest. Every bone. It went to work. And I stopped, and then I did not stop. Shut up. What kind of trash god are you? Go and tear that rock apart too. The chest looked at the marble, then at me. Then back at the marble. It has hard teeth. That does not mean it enjoys gnawing on stone. It started anyway, out of loyalty, and about 90 seconds in, it discovered that it loved this, and finished the job with an enthusiasm that was frankly upsetting. When the shrine came down, the poison went out of the air, all of it, across the whole valley. The swamp began draining into the ground within the hour because the entire ritual had been anchored to that altar, and the thing making the world uninhabitable was the offering, not the ground. And a fragment came up out of the great sword, the way it does, unbidden and out of order. Falsehood is the source of suffering. So the master your soul eater betrayed was really a god, I said out loud in an empty swamp. Then the traitor here should be called a god betrayer. The sword did not like that. Then it made me an offer, which is that it would teach me a new technique if I stopped talking about it. You are a great sword, and you still know how to force a sail. The chief came back at dawn with everything he had left. He hit the ground with the scepter, and the ground split, and a spring came up out of it, green and smelling like sugar, and the water that fell out of the sky afterward healed every toadman it touched and went through everything else like acid. The chocobo had feathers, the merman had slime, the chest had fire. Goblin warrior had nothing at all and screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and, because of the way he is built, only ran faster. I got on the chocobo and went straight for the back line. Even a bird knows the principle of killing the back row first. 5 venom arrows in a spread took the chocobo's legs out from under me, and the chief did not follow up with magic. He preferred the club. The club hit like a truck, and I went through mud far enough to be fired in a kiln afterward and sold as a terracotta warrior. Are you not supposed to be a spellcaster? How are you stronger than the Minotaur? I had one thing left that I had never used. Soul Devourer, full strength. Let me see your limit. The gauntlet came apart into a swarm. Black, vengeful spirits, dozens of them, going out over the swamp like vicious dogs that had just come off their chains, and they took the entire honor guard in about 6 seconds, and then they took the chief, and he did not have time to raise the scepter. At which point I noticed that I could not feel my hands. I had gone down to skin over bone. My tongue would not work. My vision had a tunnel in it. You damn fool, I managed as a wheeze. Why did you not say this move would kill me first? 2 red points lit up in the sockets on the back of my hand. You were the one who told me to use my full strength. And the spirits, having finished with the chief, turned around and came back toward the nearest available source, cheerfully. Trial successful. 203 points. Green monster card. Purple venom slime. Mushroom poison spear. Poison spring priest's wooden scepter. Blue. Poison spring priest's venom crucible. Special blue. Dream regenerating. 160 hours. The slime is a single-use poison grenade with a 15-meter burst and an 8-meter cloud, which pairs with flying card in a way that made me sit up in bed, and pairs with card swap in a way that made me sit up further. And the crucible produces 5 temporary cards at 5 o'clock every morning, each one a coating of venom for a weapon. I had gone to sleep a man with a big sword. I woke up a man with a delivery schedule. The next few days, I ran the leveling scheme by a lake at the edge of the outer zone, which is legal, boring, and extremely profitable. Vine on the goblin. Goblin into a nest of venom cats. The goblin's face went through several stages of agony, and he did not die once because the vine kept putting him back together at roughly the same speed the cats took him apart. The chest spent the afternoon disguised as a wooden crate catching rats, one at a time, with the patience of a thing that has nowhere to be. Goblin Warrior's enhancement ritual wanted 2 things. 5 victories won in a rage which he already had, being incapable of any other kind, and to eat approximately 500 kilograms of monster meat. He did it in one sitting. By the end, he was lying on a pile of bones holding his own stomach, resembling a giant balloon that could burst at any moment, and when I kicked him in the backside to get him moving, he made a noise like a door. Green monster card. Goblin Great Warrior. Over 2 meters. New trait Fierce, which frightens anything weaker than him. While he digested, I eavesdropped on a team across the water, and one of them said something worth more than the whole day's work. The Goblin tribe has built its nest more than 20 kilometers out now. 20 kilometers. Perfect placement summon range. That night, in the lobby of the Grand Hyatt in Explorer Town, Xiaoming was screaming at Zhou Feng's team. It must have been you bastards who ambushed me while I was taking a dump. Zhou Feng took a run-up and kicked him into a decorative screen. Security came in with shotguns. It was settled with money the way everything in that lobby is settled with money. And Xiaoming stood there shaking with his nose bleeding and said the thing that stuck to the inside of my skull like tar. You trash who is not even an awakened one dares to point fingers at me. Wait until the illusion realm arrives. Then we will see how you die. Across the lobby, a man at a table gave him a small, approving nod. Xiao Guang, captain of the Zhuzhe Eternal Life Team, mid-level fire mage, And then he got up and left the hotel immediately, the way you do when you have just noticed you were noticed. Out in the wilderness, Dudu had been busy. After the goblin mage died, Dudu woke up magic of his own, which happens to about 1 goblin in 10,000, and by the time Goblin Merchant found him, he had a following and had attached himself to a new leader who had come through a rift. Dudu offered his old friend nuts. Goblin Merchant, who never accepts anything without an equal return, took the nuts, looked around for something hard, and cracked them open on the black demon statue. Power, wealth, glory, just give me your thump. Crack. These taste pretty good. Dudu stared at him with his mouth open. What kind of power is that? The power to crack nuts? What a ridiculous monster. Then Goblin Merchant, on principle, because a gift must be answered, dug into his bag and gave Dudu a folding multi-tool. Dudu went through every attachment one at a time with an expression of religious awe. Goblin Merchant watched him with total contempt on his face and, on the inside, made a note. The folding knife is still a bit lacking. Next time I will bring something better to broaden this little guy's horizons, which is when a fireball came down into the middle of the camp. The masked man had arrived with the blood skull, and the skull had finally locked onto the statue, and it had led him to 100 goblins in a clearing. The fire took the front rank. Goblin Merchant went with it, and the statue went with him into nothing, and every trace of the signal ended in the same instant. What happened? Why did the guidance suddenly disappear again? I found out about it on the news the next morning. Bureau Bulletin. The large goblin tribe that migrated into Emerald Forest has been wiped out. Credit to the Juge Eternal Life Exploration Team. Goblin Merchant. Freshly reprinted and extremely offended. That damn bastard. I went to do business with him out of kindness, and he threw a fireball at me. I sat with the bulletin for a long minute. They did not stumble into that tribe. The skull took them there. So it is not that Xiaoguang's team has a connection to the demon statue, it is that they went for the demon statue specifically, which means the demon worshippers hiding in Dongchuan City have a registered exploration team, a bureau contract, and a name on the evening news. The Chocobo evolved that week into Swift Chocobo, with stronger feet and sharp eyes, and celebrated by going straight over to a tree monster to bully it, running circles, kicking it in the face, sprinting out of range, and screaming with joy. Why has this one become so cheeky? Has he been spending too much time with the goblin and gotten corrupted? Merman Hunter's ritual needed woven material, a kilo of metal, an ice crystal, and 8 hours of sleep in water. I put him in the bathtub. The bathtub is too small, the water is too shallow, and I am not sleepy at all. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers out, my placement summon dropped Goblin Merchant directly in front of an escorted bureau expedition. Specifically, in front of Gao Tian, the wind god of Dongchuan, who was in the field for one reason, which is that he had brought a blacksmith out to find materials. The blacksmith was Huang Bo, and the commission was a magic staff for Gao Tian's daughter Xia for her 10th birthday. She wants a real staff, Gao Tian had explained, with the total seriousness of a very dangerous man. Exactly like the ones the magical girls use in the anime. A wind blade was already moving when Huang Bo shouted, "Spare his life! No, goblin!" Gao Tian turned the blade aside in flight, and on its way past it cut a vine that had been quietly reaching for the goblin's back. Huang Bo got closer, and his face changed. "I know this one. It tricked my sister out of her healing ring." "Fair trade my ass," said Goblin Merchant. Nobody moved. The value of an item is reflected in demand. She voluntarily exchanged it, and after exchanging it, she wanted to renege on the deal. "Hiss," said Huang Bo. "What you are saying is not wrong." There was a pause of a very specific quality. "Chengadong," said Gao Tian slowly. "Can you understand the goblin language?" "Huh? I do not know. I understood what it meant as soon as it spoke." He looked around at the 6 professionals staring at him. "Can you not understand?" Every single one of them shook their head. That is the moment the whole thing turned, and none of them knew it, including the blacksmith. Then the statue in Goblin Merchant's bag started whispering to the nearest available mind, which was Huang Bo's, and bounced off a protective ring and an amulet, and he blurted out what he had heard. "It says it has a broken statue in its pocket that likes to talk nonsense." A wind blade opened the bag. The demon statue rolled out onto the grass. Goblin Merchant produced a stream of language that Huang Bo, unfortunately, understood completely, in which the central themes were paupers and highway robbery. "It is a monster," said Gao Tian. "So what if I steal from it?" "No," said Huang Bo, going red. "It is fine if people call me a robber. But I cannot stand being called a pauper." And he took off his own bracelet and threw it to the goblin. 800,000 at a generous valuation. He had paid 2.8 million for it. Goblin Merchant sniffed it, bit it, and pulled it up onto his forearm, where it sat like a hoop on a broomstick. "Although this bracelet is barely worth anything, I, Goblin, am magnanimous and will forgive you this time." They wanted information. Huang Bo offered a gold nugget for it, and the goblin tested it against his teeth before wrapping it in a rag and then pointed off into the trees. He was indicating the general direction in which he had once found a statue. 6 professionals immediately concluded that a surviving demon cultist was hiding in the Lord Tree's territory and started planning a sweep. Goblin Merchant blinked and thought to himself that he had only said the statue was found in this forest and everything else was their own guesswork. Then Xiao Guang walked out of the trees with his team. We are all law-abiding citizens. How could we possibly do something like murder? And stopped, because the wind god of Dongchuan was standing in a clearing holding a black demon statue. Gao Tian went vertical and left at a speed that turns a man into weather, statue in hand, straight for the city. The locals have a name for it, the Dongchuan Wind God Large Missile. Dongfeng Missile for short. The backwash blew Goblin Merchant into a tree head first and he came apart into light. Just like Yaya said, you can take your things with you when you die. The bracelet went with him. The gold nugget stayed in the grass because it was in a rag on the ground and not in his hand, which is a rule I have since had to think about a great deal. Xiao Guang stood in the clearing and went white. Damn it! Gao Tian is clearly fishing for us. 2 days later, back in the research area, Huang Bo could be found squatting in front of a feeding pen full of drugged wild goblins, listening intently. Strange. Could it be a different breed? Why can I not understand a word this one is saying? The 3 scoundrels each wanted a different enhancement ritual, and the list read like a prank. Goblin Scavenger wanted a soup made from 7 differently colored poisonous mushrooms cooked with meat. Goblin Thief wanted a shadow magic crystal. Goblin Merchant wanted a front tooth made of pure gold. Whether it is realistic or appropriate is unimportant, the card text said, but the gold purity must be high. I went to Hay for the crystal. 0.3 grams of black gem. 188,000. I want a hammer. What kind of garbage costs 180,000 for half a gram? It is 188,000, said Hay without looking up. Not 180, do not round it down. I did buy the bracelet's replacement out of the same trip, incidentally. Huang Bo's bracelet had turned up in my gray space along with everything else Goblin Merchant died holding, and it does plus 15 strength, plus 10 constitution, and makes your skin approximately as tough as a monster's. It also eats stamina like a house fire. The mushroom soup I made properly. 7 colors, real meat, a full afternoon. And then, since I had a 10-liter pressure cooker of it and only one goblin who needed it, I took the rest to my sister. I carried it onto the bus. I carried it to the gate of a national research facility. I set it down on the pavement. Wang Lei, are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to make me lose face in front of the entire research area? I opened the valve. The steam went up and she stopped talking and her mouth started watering visibly, and she squatted down on the pavement outside her own laboratory and drank a bowl of it in one go and then had another. Between bowls I told her about the park. It is just that when I was enhancing the treasure chest monster, I accidentally blew up the park near our neighborhood. She gave me a thumbs up without lifting her face out of the bowl. Do not worry, I will make time to come see you once you are inside. Then she told me about her world, quietly, with the bowl in front of her mouth. The conglomerate behind Kuz Biotech is trying to manufacture awakened ones out of ordinary people, not to save anybody, probably to prepare a way out for themselves. And most of the awakened who committed crimes over the years, the ones who were publicly executed, were quietly moved to laboratories instead. I said the only useful thing I had. Then be a top student who does not get noticed. She picked up the 10-kilogram pressure cooker with one hand and walked off with it. Wow, my sister is so strong. Get lost. On the way home, a luxury vehicle worth close to 10 million pulled up in front of me, and its door opened, and I stepped aboard. Beep, insufficient balance. Please top up. It was the bus. The bathtub had not worked, so I needed open water, and a rainstorm gave me the cover. Grandpa Joe watched me leave with an umbrella at 11 at night. Are you out of your mind? Running to the park to watch the rain at this hour? They had rebuilt the park already, which mostly meant they had dug up every cubic meter of soil in it looking for the monster that caused the explosion and then put grass back on top. The pond was full. I threw the chest in, it spat out the ritual materials on the bottom. I recalled it, and I dropped the merman card in after. He gathered everything up, arranged it around himself with great care, and went to sleep at the bottom of a municipal pond in the rain. To make the whole business of wandering around at night legal, I had taken a standing bureau contract that morning. Rainy night patrol, outer districts, low pay, no questions. Which is how I happened to be standing on that street when something came through a second-floor window and over a garden wall in one bound, carrying a child, 7 or 8 years old, held in one long arm like a bag of shopping. I dropped the umbrella and threw 2 cards. Goblin Great Warrior landed in front of it with a spear, and the burning chest came in from the side, and the thing, an ape, water running off it in a way that was wrong for rain, dropped the child and went up a wall and was gone. The child's throat was open. I burned a charge of the healing ring and poured one of my sister's lab potions into the wound and held it closed with my hands until the bleeding turned into oozing and the oozing turned into skin. Then the neighbors arrived with shotguns. Oops, I was so nervous just now that I forgot to take the safety off. Now that you mention it, I think I forgot to load mine. Damn, did you all buy your gun licenses on the black market? The ape came back for me an hour later because they hold grudges too, invisible in the rain, and I mean genuinely invisible, water bending around a shape. It opened my throat from behind and Huangbo's bracelet stopped the claws about 4 millimeters into my neck. Then it went for a target lower down and Goblin Great Warrior got a shield in the way. If that thing gets what it is aiming for, I might end up having to call Wang Mei my sister. Fisherman, stop hiding, come out and kill it. Merman Hunter came up out of the pond mid-ritual with weeds on his head and murder in his eye. The ape made a duplicate out of the rainwater and sent it left, and Goblin Great Warrior went after the copy like a dog after a stick. Merman Hunter walked directly at the real one. You pathetic monkey, trying to play water tricks in front of a fishman? Take this, my salted fish thrust. A net of frost came off the spear, wrapped the ape, and froze it in place from the outside in. Bureau reward, 19,362 yuan and 70 cents, plus 38,000 from the child's parents, filed under citizen gratitude. What kind of calculation method is this? Why is there a decimal point? The gold tooth had a logistical problem, which is that a casting needs a mold, which means the original tooth has to come out. I got out the pliers. Goblin Merchant went straight to his knees. I have shed blood for the organization. I have made money for the organization. It is for a gold tooth, 24 carat. He stopped mid-sentence. Why did you not say you wanted gold teeth sooner? Why are you taking so long? Is it because the pliers are not big enough? Get the treasure chest monster. Its pliers are much bigger. The tooth came out and he fainted on the spot. Holy crap. You are going to die just from getting a tooth pulled? I burned another charge of the ring on him because if he died the tooth would vanish along with him and I had just paid for the mold. The next trial dropped me into ruins on a grass plain, a collapsed watchtower, books that turned to dust when the wind touched them, and a map on cured hide with a red skull inked at one corner that I could not read one character of. A lynx the size of a cow watched me from the wall. We looked at each other for 11 seconds and it left. Behind me, Goblin Thief had picked a beetle off the blade of his poison knife and was raising it to his mouth. You cannot eat that. You poisoned the knife. The plan I settled on was arson. You are the one treasure chest monster. Unleash your fury and reduce all of this to ashes. The goblins looked at each other and concluded that the boss was reciting a mighty incantation. Something came out of the grass before the fire did. 2 meters of chicken with a snake for a tail. The scream stunned everything in a 20-meter circle except the chest, and while my ears were still ringing, the blue snake head came around the back and bit Goblin Great Warrior through his armor, and he turned gray, and then he turned to stone. The vine got its roots under the stone and peeled it off him in sheets, and there was new flesh underneath, which is the single most alarming healing I have ever watched. Then the grass caught. Then the fire got big. Then a storm griffin came down out of the sky to see what was burning its territory and hit the fire with a hurricane and turned it into a rotating column of flame 200 meters high with me at the bottom of it. I felt like the rotating grilled meat they display at the front of a restaurant, turning slowly, my own grease sizzling as it cooked. Trial failed. 1 point. It clearly guessed I would set fire to the grassland and deliberately left a boss standing there. Second attempt, I did it properly. Ambush for the lynx first, shield in the gap, chest out of the corner, knife into the eye while it turned. The sword fed, and I felt the day get easier. Then Goblin Thief went out to the storm-blasted tree to look for bones, and found an arm in a leather vambrace and a helmet with a charred skull inside it, and a bolt of lightning came down out of a clear sky and killed him where he stood. That night, out on the plain, I found the rest of the set. A skeleton knight on a skeleton horse, carrying a rusted lance, with a goblin still alive on the end of it, and its jaw was clacking in a rhythm that I am confident was laughter. Grass, Sentinel Knight. The trial had told me to find the Sentinel Knight's remains. You old silver coin. You told me to find his remains and he is alive and kicking. Did you even ask the Sentinel Knight for permission to bury him? The fight was everything I had built in one go. Venom slime thrown into the faceplate on a flying card. The frost net over the horse's legs, the chest taking an arm off at the elbow. And finally the greatsword through the horse's foreleg, which put the whole assembly down in the grass. He got up on one knee, and then he did not attack. He looked away east at the ruined watchtower on the horizon for a long time, and he sighed, out of a skull with no lungs, a sound like a door closing in an empty house. Then the light in his sockets went out on its own, deliberately, the way a man puts out a lamp he no longer needs, and he came apart into clean bones in the grass. I stood there for a while. Then I picked up every piece of him and the horse and carried them 4 kilometers back to the ruins he had been staring at. I dug the hole with a rusty shield. I laid the bones out the way I thought they went. I put the horse in with him because it seemed rude not to. I found a flat rock and scratched into it with the tip of my greatsword. Sentinel Knight's burial place. I looked at it. He is an alien. He probably does not understand these words. Trial successful. 355 points. Total 390. 3 goblins, wild lynx, wildwood spear, and one more line, in a color I had never seen the system use. Special reward, Sentinel Knight's gift. I opened it at home, with ceremony, because I am not made of stone. I showered first. I bowed to the lucky cat on the shelf. I turned to face east. The sun rises in the east. Give it to me. Open. An enormous golden chest unfolded in the middle of my living room, easily 2 meters on a side, radiating light. Inside it were 3 cards. Damn, it is just a few cards. Why make such a big box? Purple equipment, Sentinel Knight Greatsword, attack 30 to 80 plus 10 defense, and 3 aura effects around faith and valor that run at double strength on an actual knight. Green, Knight's Reigns, grants a beast card the riding trait. Green, equipment smelting stone, fuses 2 or 3 equipment cards into one. I fed the smelter the fishbone long spear, the turtle shell, and the coral staff and got back a blue. Fishbone turtle shield. Spiked, projects a water barrier, and when thrown, detonates into shell fragments and high-pressure water bullets. The card text ended with an actual exclamation mark, which the system had never done before. Important. Shield users, please stand in the front row and not behind your teammates to avoid friendly fire. Then the reins went on to the wild lynx, and the lynx linked to Goblin Great Warrior as equipment, and the 2 of them fused into one card in a flash of light that took out my light bulb. Goblin Rider. And then I gave the rider the Sentinel Knight's Lance, special blue, Goblin Wilderness Knight, plus 20 strength, plus 10 constitution, and aura of valor. Goblin Frenzy, which buffs any allied goblin in range, ambush from shadow, and 3 lines of fine print that tell you everything about what I had actually built. Knight's Anthem. In the presence of rousing music during combat, he enters a frenzy and accumulates escalating bonuses. Weak. After 10 minutes of sustained combat, strength minus 50, constitution minus 30, requires 1 hour of rest. Poor riding skills. One hand is permanently on the reins, so he cannot hold a shield. I lay in bed that night designing a support band. 3 goblins on beatbox and rap for city work. Out in the zones, switch to flute, swana, and erhu. A goblin folk band that would set the wilderness rider on fire in no time. 10 minutes in, the band has the atmosphere going, the swana is climbing toward heaven, and then the knight's timer runs out and everything goes cold and he sits down in the grass. What band could survive that? The Bureau posted an emergency contract that week that emptied Explorer Town. Magic Rainbow Gold had been found in Dusk Wilderness, the metal that goes into space stabilizers. The one there is one small vein of, in the entire country, half of which covers half of Donghuang City. Every team in the province started packing. In the plaza outside the Jushi Biotech building, 2 men from a team called Realm Breaker were arguing on a bench, and I was eating noodles 4 meters away. If you were not too lazy to even take the elevator and did not have to use shadow jump to go downstairs, your shadow gems would not run out so quickly. But it is so cool. You did not see how crazy the fangirls went. So handsome. When are you paying me back the money you borrowed last month? Upstairs, in a room I could not see into, Xiao Guang was being told that the demon priest was sending a replacement statue in through the believers in Dusk Wilderness, and that they were building a base at the Lake City ruins. He agreed to supply them, not out of faith, because a demon cult operating loudly in Dusk Wilderness pulls the Bureau's attention off everything else, and there is a metal vein out there he intends to have. A few old fogies, vainly desiring to achieve immortality and too afraid to take a risk for it. These old men will not live much longer. A new era will arrive eventually, and everyone standing in the way of it will be crushed. Out in the wilderness, Dudu was having a worse week. The new goblin chief was a hoarder. He had confiscated Dudu's bag of magic crystals on general principle and put it on the pile with everything else he had ever taken from anyone. The staff survived only because Dudu had smeared it in mud until it looked like a piece of driftwood. When the war party formed up to hit a human camp, Dudu made a great performance of tripping over a root and stayed behind in the camp with the other injured. He noted, lying in the dirt, that several other experienced goblins had been injured in exactly the same way, in the same place, at the same moment. One of them had genuinely been trampled to death in the rush. I thought he was a pro. He turned out to be a complete noob. Then Dudu got up, killed the single guard with a fireball out of a stick covered in mud, dug his crystals out of the chief's scrap mountain, and left. The humans overran the camp an hour later and kicked open the chief's dwelling. Damn, this guy is a junk collector. The 3 rituals all came due on the same day, which was a mistake I will not repeat. Goblin Scavenger sat at my kitchen table eating a black rainbow-colored soup with a spoon, one bowl after another, a nosebleed running freely down onto the window, his eyes pointed in slightly different directions, his expression beatific. I sat by the window in 3 masks with the vine wrapped around my forearm, and I did not dare open the vent because the fumes would have drifted down and killed all the elderly people doing their exercises in the yard, plus 5 strength, plus 20 constitution, poison resistance, then half a day of cleaning, air purifier, activated charcoal, vacuum, every window open once the coast was clear. Next time I upgrade cards, I will try to avoid doing it at home. The gold tooth went in, and Goblin Merchant immediately bit it hard to check the gold. He had seen people do that on television. Plus 5 intelligence, plus 20 spirit, and improved influence in trade negotiations, which is a stat I did not know existed, and which I now think about constantly. Only Goblin Thief was left. And the price of Black Gem had gone from 200,000 to 230. I am in a hurry, but unfortunately, I have no money. We drove out to Dusk Wilderness in the team's armored car, and the conversation in the back was about the sentencing reform. Overnight, without announcement, the standard for capital punishment on awakened criminals had been quietly lowered. Things that got you 15 years last month get you executed this month. Nobody in the car could work out why. I could, and I kept my mouth shut, and I stared out of the window with my sister's voice in my ear. Could it be that the lab ran out of awakened material, so the city's higher-ups changed the death penalty standard overnight? 40 kilometers out, the air over the highway split open. Class B, maybe A. The sound wave alone took out every window on the road, and a coach bus in front of us came apart along a diagonal line like it had been drawn through butter. Black fog came out of the tear. Things came out of the fog on too many limbs with their necks turned the wrong way round. Nobody in our car discussed it. 6 doors opened at once. Under these special circumstances, I said, routine regulations such as requiring a chocobo to have a license plate should be temporarily invalidated, right? Even if you rode a dragon into the sky, the Bureau would not hold you accountable. I cannot ride a dragon. It is like you have a chocobo. You know what? I actually have one. The chocobo kicked a car door off its hinges and into a monster and cleared a man carrying his wife out of the wreck, and I punted a spider thing's head down the highway like a free kick. Yang Li went into the black fog after a survivor and came out coughing, and he had breathed in enough ghost energy to see something. You could tell by his face for about half a second before he covered it. What did you see in there? Xiaojun asked. A few pretty girls waving at me. Nobody laughed, and the silence got long and heavy. Brother Wu, I said, do you prefer a flower wreath or a full-sleeve tattoo? The cover story for the mission was that I am an apprentice warrior. The problem with the cover story was that my team had decided to be nice to me. They carried my bag. They put me in the back rank. They handed me a water bottle before I asked. From the outside, it looked exactly like a rich kid being taken on a picnic by 6 adults, and when other teams asked, Zhao Yang said, with total sincerity, he is our exploration team's lucky star. At the loot depot, a junior warrior with demonic tattoos up both arms threw his pack at my feet. Grandmaster Lin. Here you go. Are you talking to me? Nonsense. Otherwise, why would I be talking to thin air? How would I know? Maybe you forgot to take your brain-dead pills when you left home this morning. Liu Jian crossed the depot at a run and put a foot into his chest. You dare to lay a hand on our lucky star? A null pack hit the depot an hour before dusk. Grandmaster Lin saw them coming, and instead of calling it, he shouted, loudly, in my direction, twice, and then he yelled, run, and ran, having neatly pointed 40 nulls at a boy he thought was an apprentice. I went past him on a chocobo at 50 kilometers an hour. Good luck, and whatever you do, do not get bitten in the backside, or you will die. He turned his head to watch us go by, because a 2-meter bird at full sprint is genuinely distracting. Holy crap, where did he pull out a bird that size? Then he tripped. They caught him in the open, and it was over before anybody could turn around, and I did not laugh and I did not make a joke about it afterward, because there are lines. What I said, later, to a chocobo, was this. See? I told him getting bitten on the backside by a jackal could cost you your life. The chocobo nodded gravely, providing me with a great deal of emotional value. The golden leopard captain tried to open an inquiry about it, and Zhao Yang stepped between us without saying anything at all. And then the tracks in the dirt backed my version anyway, because Grandmaster Lin had run in the wrong direction all on his own. After the fight, I stopped hiding the vine and threw it openly over Yang Li's shoulders in front of everybody. Within 90 seconds, 3 exploration teams were arguing about whose turn it was to wear it. Give me the vine now, and I will agree to anything. Goblin Thief finished his own ritual without me. He went out into the wilderness, found a shadow crystal in a cave on his own initiative, and came back having saved me 230,000 yuan. Shadow jump. He can now teleport into any shadow within 30 meters. Goblin Merchant got Smile and Behave, where the gold tooth lowers the guard of anything looking at it, and a second trait called Avoid the Important and Focus on the Trivial, which means when he dies, he drops the cheap items and keeps the valuable ones. Goblin Scavenger got Basic Self-Regeneration, and the card itself gained a 20% chance to summon 2 of them at once. The thief found Dudu dying in the grass 2 days later. The humans had been hunting him specifically, which none of them could have explained. It was the leather jacket with the pockets, which made him look like something special, and by the time they realized he was just a goblin in a coat, it was finished. He was down to sparks. He raised a hand and let off a red flicker that would not have lit a cigarette. Goblin Thief came out of a shadow. Dudu pointed weakly at his own jacket, offering what he had. Goblin Thief was already holding all of his gems, and there was a rare flicker of embarrassment in his eyes. He stood there for a while. Then he took a healing potion out of his bag. A real one, a bought one, the only one he had, and poured it into Dudu's mouth. He left the rest of his dried meat and a second bottle beside him and went off into the dark without looking back. Dudu got up an hour later and walked northwest toward a voice in his head he could not place but somehow already knew. Once in 5 deployments, the card sends 2 of them out at once, and the first time it happened, Goblin Merchant sniffed the air, followed the smell of wealth for 400 meters, and found Goblin Scavenger. So it was this poor wretch. I knew it. Goblin Scavenger was gnawing on an old radish with the dirt still on it. He spat. Too old and hard. It will get stuck in my teeth. I will take it back for Summoner to eat. Goblin Merchant found a burrow with 4 wounded kobolds in it. They snarled at him. He smiled slowly, letting the gold tooth catch the light. Their eyes went glassy. He produced 3 bottles of healing potion, assessed their solvency at a glance, and quietly put one back in the bag. He traded the other 2 for every scrap of ore and gold in the burrow, and on his way out, he carefully pulled grass over the entrance so nothing would find them. Then, 200 meters down the trail, he threw out the low-grade rocks that were weighing his bag down. An explorer team found the rocks that afternoon, backtracked the trail, and cleared the burrow. Goblin Merchant, at that moment, was in a different valley selling potions to an ogre warrior who had just discovered that he could understand Goblin. Does this mean I am very smart and have the talent to become a mage? The Null Pack came back the next night, and the Alpha opened with fearless roar. 3 exploration teams froze solid where they stood. It went through me and did nothing at all, because I level spirit evenly instead of dumping everything into strength like a normal person, so I threw the new card. Goblin Wilderness Knight, unleash your unwavering conviction. The aura went out over the camp in a green wave and pulled the fear off 18 people and gave them +5 strength and +5 constitution on the way past. Supporting the carry, Gao Hui said in awe. Awesome. The knight then charged the Alpha head-on heroically and got hit by a warhammer and flew back over my head. Damn. You cannot last more than 10 minutes and you can only show off for 3 seconds. I redeployed him to kill spellcasters out of the dark, where his ambush from shadow works. With your characteristics, you were born to be an assassin knight. The 3 goblins card came out inside the frenzy aura and formed up in what the card text calls the Goblin 3-talent spear and shield formation. It held for exactly 1 second. Then the shield goblin, who, on previous outings, could barely lift the shield, jumped, smashed a gnoll in the face with it, and then threw the shield, from 4 meters. The fishbone turtle shield detonated into bone shrapnel and high-pressure water bullets and cleared everything in a cone, including all 3 goblins, because the throw was too close and none of them had any protection. The card text had warned me, in writing, with an exclamation mark. All 3 died inside a minute and gained 2 levels doing it. The Gnoll Assassin was the real problem. He came out of nowhere with a poisoned blade and opened Gao Hui's arm, and she went down, and he turned to finish her. I sent Merman Hunter in on the direct line like a vacuum cleaner. The assassin saw a fishman coming, grinned, spun the knife, and made absolutely certain we were all watching before he drove it down into the fishman's skull. At the instant of contact, I used card swap, The fishman became a purple venom slime. How had this fish-headed monster suddenly become a slime? The blast took the whole clearing under an 8-meter cloud, the frost net went over it, and 3 archers emptied their quivers into the fog. Lucky that assassin was a show-off, I said afterward. He turned around and taunted us before making his move. Otherwise, we would not have had the time to switch. 3 teams fell back to the big lake as the rain set in, and the vine went around the camp on a rota that the captains negotiated like a treaty. Merman Hunter could not be hidden in the open, so Yang Qing solved it. 2 tents walling off a corner, and a hooded jacket 4 sizes too big pulled over him. He stood there in it, radiating dignity, cosplaying as a mop. "This female human is so noisy," he said. "Can I throw her in the lake as bait for the nest?" "He says you have a beautiful voice," I translated. He turned away with an expression of pure contempt and on the inside melted like butter. Dinner was fish soup cooked inside the treasure chest monster, which is a functioning pressure cooker with a lava core, and the smell went out through the rain and reached the other camps. The golden leopard captain arrived with biscuit crumbs still on his lips, saying he wanted to have a serious conversation. We put a bowl in his hands and he forgot what it was about. "Do not ask any questions, or you will not get any next time." The lake attacked at 2 in the morning. 4-legged eels, meters of them, coming up the bank through the downpour, where nobody could see anything. Merman Hunter read the whole shoreline off the moisture in the air and killed them blind, 1 strike each, without turning his head. Xiao Jun went forward alone to prove something, and a coil took him around the knee and pulled, and Zhao Yong kicked him free at the water's edge. 2 other teams lost people into the lake that night. We lost nobody. "I already told you," I said. "Rainy days belong to the merman." The trial that night put me in the ruins of a city that was never ours. Objective: clear out the monster horde entrenched in the city ruins and defeat the fallen shadow follower. The monsters were all wrong. Goblins, kobolds, gnolls, pigmen, even a slime, and every one of them black-skinned, and every one of them able to slide into a shadow and come out of another one. They fought each other constantly, which I appreciated. Is work boring but colleagues delicious? But the moment they saw me, they stopped and reorganized like a professional army, which I appreciated a great deal less. At nightfall, the black fog came in over the whole city, and I went blind inside it. So I set the chest down in a plaza as bait, and the monsters came to it and started killing each other over it, and I stood in a doorway feeling clever. Then the fog gathered itself up in the middle of the plaza and became the shape of a man. The strange summoner. And with no transition of any kind, I was looking at my own body from a bad angle, with no head on it. Ignorant and pathetic ants. Trial failed. 56 points. I was still processing what it feels like to see that when the system spoke again, in a tone it had never used. Rank increased. Beginner card monster summoner, +10 to all attributes. Card master, which means every card I own now feeds a fraction of its stats back to me. A trial reward card each run. Flying card out to 30 meters. Card swap made instantaneous. And trial rollback. Rewind up to 10 minutes, 5 times per trial. What do you mean by official card monster summoner? So I was just an intern before? In the waking world, we had moved into a cave system in Dusk Wilderness, and the chest spent the first evening staring at a blank wall with the unmistakable air of a creature that has come home. Then it started digging at the wall, and the wall turned out to be a bricked-up doorway, and behind the doorway was a staircase that had been cut by something that was not human and not recent. An underground structure, whole corridors of it. Somebody else's architecture, under our dirt. 3 teams went in, because 3 teams had all seen the same thing at the same time, and none of them trusted the other 2 to go in alone. The first thing we met was rat folk riding rats, herding a tide of ordinary rats ahead of them like a fire being driven. One extremely fat rat carried a ratfolk mage on its back, and it was eating a roasted rat while it walked, which raised questions nobody wanted to ask out loud. The wild lynx looked at all that fat and made a decision. That body of fat looks very tempting. It ran the mount down in a corridor, and the goblin wilderness knight put the lance through the mage's barrier, and that was the end of the organized resistance. In a side chamber off the 3rd corridor, we found a golden chest sitting in the middle of a bare stone floor with nothing around it. Zhao Yong stopped everybody at the doorway with one arm. "Do not get close. That box might bite." I have never been prouder of anyone. Gao Hui shot the gems out of its eyes from the door, 4 arrows, and it never got to open its lid. I would have felt worse about that if I had not been thinking about how much I had paid for my own. Deeper in there was a wall covered in runes, and I did what everybody does, which is put my hand on it. There was a white flash. And then I was somewhere else entirely, in a cavern hung with webs, alone, with no idea which direction anything was. From very far away, through a great deal of rock, I could hear a man screaming, "Xiao Ming, you idiot! I told you not to touch the mechanisms in the maze." So at least I had company somewhere in the building. Goblin Thief found the way out before I found the way anywhere. He walked me down a dead-end passage to a blank wall, shadow jumped through it, and opened it from the other side like a doorman. Behind it was a treasury, not a big one. An iron strongbox on a plinth, and inside it, a one-handed sword that frosted over when I touched the grip, 5 magic gems including a black shadow gem I had recently been quoted 230,000 for, and 2 rings. One of them cleared my head like cold water on a hangover, mind ring. The other had a small purple eye set into it, and when I put it on, the dark stopped being dark. I took everything, and then I had an idea that I want credit for. I threw the empty iron strongbox into a corner and had the treasure chest monster sit on the plinth in its place, and it adjusted its color to match the stone, and then shuffled sideways half a claw to line itself up properly. 4 people came into the treasury 11 minutes later. Xiaoming and one of his own, and 2 from the Black Dragon team who had already decided quietly, on the way down, that there would only be 2 people leaving. The greed light came up off the plinth and went through all 4 of them at once, and I watched 4 adults stop being able to think. And then Xiaoming, I will say this for him, jerked back like he had touched a stove. Something is wrong. There is something wrong with that box. Which blew the Black Dragon ambush wide open, saved 2 lives, and cost the other 2, because in the same motion he threw a smoke charge on the floor and ran. Over 5,001 each those things, he thought, in the middle of everything, and there are actually idiots who would buy them. The chest took an arm off the first one. The knight put the lance through the second. I took the third across the neck with the greatsword before the smoke cleared. They had come in with a plan to murder 2 of their own colleagues over a box. I do not lose sleep over the killing. What I lose sleep over is the possibility of getting the wrong person, and there was no wrong person in that room. The sword did what the sword does, and afterward, there was very little left to carry, and what there was went into the gray space where nobody would ever find it. I have stopped using a watch, incidentally. I tell the time by the recharge timer on the lava core. I have to say, it actually works really well. Xiaoming was still in the corridors when we came out, and he was shouting at my team, "If you keep spouting nonsense, we will kill you." Pa, stop trying to freeload here. He had just finished swearing, at volume, that he would eat dirt before he took anything from us. It has been a while, Xiaoming. Your tastes have gotten increasingly eccentric. He challenged me to a duel in front of 40 people. Loser's team leaves the labyrinth. His uncle, Xiao Hong, tossed me a clarity bracelet worth 70 or 80,000 to make it look fair, and then leaned into his nephew and said something very quietly that I could read off his mouth from 6 meters away, and it was about my legs. I was chewing dried meat when the duel started. He came in with a heavy overhead, and I met it one-handed, and his arms went numb to the elbow. Level 5 apprentice warrior? That is all? I kicked him in the backside and he went face first into the mud, which the crowd enjoyed more than I expected. Then my fine steel greatsword snapped in half against his shield. He heard the sound and his whole face changed and he screamed, "Go to hell," and brought his blade down on an unarmed man in front of 40 witnesses. I caught it, with the black gauntlet, in one hand, 4 centimeters above my collarbone. The claws closed on the steel and held it there, and the red lights came on in the sockets, and I leaned in. "You want to kill me?" He let go of his own sword and ran. "Uncle, save me." Damn it. I had not even started showing off yet. My emotions are stuck halfway up the ramp. What is the difference between this and being interrupted in the middle of I did not finish the sentence because Zhao Yong was already pulling me toward the exit. It turned out my team had a reason for rushing. Every one of them had breathed ghost energy on that highway, and 3 of them were running fevers, and they had all been performing perfect health for 2 days so the other teams would not scent blood. "If we were not afraid of arousing their suspicion, we would have left the moment you got here," Gao Hui said, gray in the face. "What era are we living in that we are still playing one-on-one matches?" I went back into that city with a plan. Poison coating on the knight's lance from the crucible, and when the fallen shadow follower turned to face the plaza, the goblin wilderness knight came up out of my own shadow behind him and put the lance through him, front to back. He healed it with a prayer in a language I did not know. The poison stayed. He killed me anyway. I rolled the time back 10 minutes and did it again with the merman replaced by a slime grenade at the moment of contact. He killed me again. I rolled back again. 4th pass. I ran him on the chocobo. Actually ran him. 40 minutes of circling a ruined city, refusing to engage, letting the poison work, until he finally stopped at a stone slab in the plaza and pressed his palm to it to start something big, which meant for 4 seconds he could not move his hand. Soul Devourer. He tore free with about 1/3 of himself gone and fled into the tower at the city's heart, and I went after him and found that the tower had no stairs at all. None. Just a shaft. Does he not have any friends? No guests ever? Something moved at the top. Goblin Thief leaned out over the edge, looked down at me, and dropped a body. Huh? He is already dead? Then the thief dropped a second thing after it. A black stone statue of a god, roughly the size of a dog. Did you not say you wanted to find a dark-skinned guy? The statue landed on the flagstones and rolled and stopped, and then it began, very slowly, to turn its head. The world went dark before it finished. I gave it 2 middle fingers on the way out. Come and hit me, you idiot. Trial successful. 631 points. Total 1032. Null Crossbowman. Shadow Slime. Rusty Axe. Shadow Bone Club. Hidden Ring. Blue. Shadow Blade. Blue. Plus a reward card. The reward card was a skeleton dog, a skull with a spine and a wagging tailbone and nothing else, which is somehow more endearing than a real dog. I put the beast taming ring on it, which turned into a collar, and linked it to the Null Crossbowman. They fused, but not because of the equipment. I read the notification twice to be sure. After the Null Crossbowman acknowledged and accepted the skeleton dog's soul was satisfied, and it evolved. Null Dog Training Crossbowman. And the dog, if it dies, reassembles in 8 hours without breaking the card because it has already died once and did not care for it. The Shadow Blade and the Hidden Ring went to Goblin Thief, who now fights with a knife in each hand and disappears whenever he is losing. The Shadow Bone Club went to Goblin Scavenger, who mostly uses it on fruit. The 3 scoundrels are supposed to be logistics. Why are they starting to look more and more like a bandit gang? The next placement summon dropped Goblin Scavenger directly into an ostrich nest. The bird lost its mind. I just built this nest and I have not even slept in it yet. It pecked him twice in the head. He killed it with the Bone Club, then hit it twice more out of pure spite, ate as much as he could hold, and then very carefully collected all the down into his sack. Scavengers have seen on television that humans stuff bird feathers into their clothes and their blankets. Summoner would definitely love these. The 3 goblins, meanwhile, took on a full-grown stag with a calf at heel and lost 2 of their number to the hooves inside 20 seconds, and the third one hid behind the shield until the poison worked and then danced on the stag's head. Ritual complete. Overcome a powerful enemy with overwhelming numbers. Celebrate with a grand feast. 4 goblins. At home, the situation had deteriorated. I woke at 6 to the sound of a mechanical keyboard. Goblin Thief was in my office chair with a mouse and a headset playing a new release called Dawn Century, in which every monster is modeled on a real one, and he was throwing kitchen cleavers at goblins on the screen with a knife in each hand. You traitor, stop playing around and go back to sleep. It is time for your brother to get some rest. The team chat on my main account had 3 messages in it, at 0:15, at 1:20, and at 4:15. At Wang Lei, let us team up, that is not the real person. Downstairs, Goblin Merchant and Goblin Scavenger were fighting over the remote because one of them wanted a jewelry appraisal program and the other wanted wilderness survival. Goblin Scavenger broke Goblin Merchant's neck. Then both of them burst into light because the shift ended mid-argument. This is unbelievable. Watching television can lead to a murder case. Now neither of them can watch television anymore. Bright Light Vine's next ritual was a salve made from the bark of 5 magical plants, rubbed directly into skin. It gave me tough bark, plus 8 defense, plus 4 magic resistance, and a layer of actual magical bark growing on my body under my clothes, and strong roots, which lets the vine detach and grow out of the ground on its own. I tested the bark with a fruit knife. The knife bent. Then I fed the 4 goblins on supermarket processed food until all 4 resembled bloated toads, and they evolved. Green monster card. Goblin Squad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 goblins? Is this evolution or reproduction? Every summon, 1 or 2 of them mutate at random into something with a different element, and as long as fewer than half die, the card does not. Break. At Hayes, I sold junk, wolf materials, and greenleaf fish for 164,880. He reached over and pulled an ostrich feather out of my hair without comment. Then he assessed the mind ring, plus 7 to 10 spirit, a mental barrier, resistance to exactly the kind of thing that had made Liu Fang trade away a healing ring for a mushroom. 950,000. Not selling. The ring and the strength bracelet were both going to my sister, and I had known that since the moment I picked them up. Hay looked at me for a second and then nodded. If the mind ring is for your sister to use, it is not a waste. Then, while he was counting out cash, he mentioned something in the same flat voice he uses for prices. Somebody at West Sector 4 pulled a file on Wang Mei last week. I stopped breathing for 1 beat. Do not worry, it is just that your sister has performed so well that they are running background checks. I looked at him, he looked back at me, and did not repeat it. On my way in, I had passed 2 men in the alley, and my hand had gone to my weapon before my brain caught up. Have you run into an enemy? Hay had asked. I do not know, I just felt something was off about those 2. Those 2, half an hour later, dropped a small scarlet statue into an alley where a drunk was sitting against a wall with his knees up. Xiao Ming had been thrown off his uncle's team. His parents had spent the evening explaining to him what a disappointment he was. He looked at the statue in the wet light and got onto his knees in front of it. Power, worship, blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice? All you need is those useless trash? He started laughing. That is really too easy. One day I will stand at the highest point and trample every one of you under my feet. The next trial dropped me into a valley where an ogre tribe was collecting protection money. Objective: wipe out the small ogre tribes. I watched the first transaction from a ridge. 4 ogres walked down to a kobold mine, stood there, and the kobolds brought out ore and put it in a pile without being asked. Holy crap, these ogres actually know how to collect protection money. The kobold warlock waited until they were out of sight and then raked his claws down the stone wall hard enough to strike sparks. Down in the ogre camp, the ogre mage was attempting a career change. He had taken his club, glued 2 rubies to the head of it, and carved runes down the handle. The runes lit. The club became a torch. 2 ogre children ran over, delighted, to welcome another fire staff into the family. An adult picked them both up and carried them away from the chief's line of sight. The ogre mage sighed, looked at his life's work, and used it to light the cooking fire. My plan had 3 parts: feed the sword on goblins on the way in, take out the ogre hunting party in the open, and then blame everything on the kobolds. I did not need to fake much. I dragged the ogre bodies most of the way home, left scorch marks around them, and dropped a broken kobold axe head in the grass at the mouth of the mine. The ogre mage found the burn marks and the axe head at dawn, and led the entire tribe down to the kobolds. And the kobolds, who had in fact been secretly forging weapons and drilling a unit of armored infantry for exactly this day, took one look at an ogre war party arriving early and assumed they had been discovered. It turns out these bastards had planned this all along. While they killed each other in the gully, Goblin Thief and the Knight cleared the ogre camp behind them. The ogre warrior left on guard had hidden every weak point he had, and the thief found the one place armor does not cover and put the shadow blade into it. The cunning ogre has hidden his weaknesses very well. The knight took the sleeper by the throat with the lance, and it was quiet. The survivors came back in the evening, 2 dead, 1 dying, the mage burned out, and 3 of their own already cold at the door. The ogre warrior brought his hammer down on the knight's head, and the knight became a purple venom slime a quarter of a second before impact, and the hammer detonated a poison grenade directly into his own face. The thief opened the wounded one's throat. The ogre mage threw a great fireball at him, and the thief stepped into a shadow, and the fireball incinerated the ogre's own dead. Soul Devourer, take all of them. Afterward, I sat in the empty camp where a child's carved wooden animal was lying next to the fire pit. I feel like I am the villain here, and these ogres are just poor innocent villagers being killed. Trial successful, 421 points, total 1,253. Kobold Greatsword Warrior, Crude Stone Spear, Inferior Metal Armor, Kobold's Exquisite Pickaxe, a reward card, and a blue. Ogre Mage, Firebolt, Rapid Fire, Small Fireball, Great Fireball, Flame Enchantment, Brute Force, and one more trait at the bottom, Wilderness Chef. Once every 24 hours he produces a temporary card for a wilderness delicacy that grants a buff. While it is true that fire mages and cooks both play with fire, is this the kind of barbecue I am thinking of? Does it have any food safety certification? I opened the reward card properly, with the shower and the bow to the lucky cat facing east, 100 evolution points. As expected, luck cannot be changed by spending money. The bureau alert came through the next morning. Demon believers confirmed operating inside Dongchuan City. Citizens being recruited. Report anything unusual. I went downstairs for breakfast. A delivery rider was crouched by the bins at the corner of my building with his helmet still on. He looked up. Chen, Huan, Shi. Xiaoming's body came apart and put itself back together bigger. Scales up the forearms. Claws. His jaw did something that jaws should not do. I will make you wish you were dead. Oh, that is awesome. I said it perfunctorily because I had just gotten up. You should be terrified, filled with fear, and then kneeling on the ground begging for, I think your most urgent task is to uninstall that thing from your phone. Then a shotgun went off behind him. Grandpa Joe, 71 years old, in his slippers, had come out of the guard post and put both barrels into a demon's back. Chen boy, run! No, why are you getting involved at your age? His German shepherd stood in front of him with every muscle shaking and did not move 1 centimeter. I threw the goblin squad. 8 goblins came out inside the knight's frenzy aura, and one of them had mutated into something pale blue with frost coming off its shoulders. The shield goblin detonated his shield at his own feet again and turned 3 of his brothers into pincushions, which by now I consider part of the formation. The frost one drove an icicle up into the demon from underneath at an angle I did not authorize and cannot defend. And then the ogre mage came in over the rooftops with a great fireball. When the smoke cleared, the park across the road had been reduced to exposed pipework and hanging cables, and Xiaoming was gone into the sewers with most of his back missing. A bureau officer stood in the crater taking notes. How much is all of this going to add up to? I asked. In this special situation, how could we possibly make you pay money? Grandpa Joe, reloading, asked the only question that mattered. Have you registered these monsters with the bureau? Oh, So when the armed drones get here, will they not shoot them too? I looked up at 11 drones coming over the rooftops in a firing arc. Shuffle! Every card on the street vanished a quarter second before the volley, and the drones put their entire load into a demon standing in an empty crater. The special response team told me the rest later, in a corridor, in the flat voice they use. Before Xiaoming came to my building, he had gone home. He had killed his parents and several neighbors and given all of it to the statue. They asked me about the park. I have a special summon that has to be planted in the ground, I said, and grew a vine out of the municipal flower bed in front of 2 investigators and a camera. The report closed with the line, "No suspicious monsters capable of causing a massive explosion were found." The lesson I took from that week is one I intend to keep. Holding the nuclear launch button in your hand is called nuclear deterrence. Carrying a nuclear bomb strapped to your waist is called a terrorist attack. The ogre mage made breakfast the next morning, and I want to describe what arrived. Scorching bull's eyes, 4 cow's eyes on a red-hot plate, shivering and sizzling. No, you cannot fool me. I am well read. Restaurants that sell grilled beef eye use a cut of beef that merely resembles a cow's eye. They were eyes. I ate them because I am not a coward and got 20 hours of enhanced vision out of it, and I have to report that the card was labeled original flavor for a reason, which is that it does not use seasoning of any kind. Grandpa Joe looked at me on the way out. Other people have swollen eyelids. How do you have swollen eyeballs? We took the next contract in the poison mist swamp, and I finally put the vine on the chocobo. It accelerated to the point of leaving an afterimage and covered everybody in a wall of swamp water. Holy crap, that is too fast. Slow down. Ugh, mud has splashed into my mouth. Then it came back spotless, because being recalled to a card cleans a monster completely. Damn, you cleaned it up that easily. What am I supposed to do? A crocodile came out of the reeds at us, and the ogre mage met it with a great fireball, which converted about 4 cubic meters of swamp into steam and boiled a quantity of pondweed onto Merman Hunter's head. The ogre studied him with professional interest. That fishman's head looks so unique. Can I cook it? Shut up. You will kill all the fish, and then what will the fisherman catch? Later that evening, he found my supplies, picked up a bottle of soy sauce, and drank the whole thing. The flavor is a bit strong, but it tastes very fresh. That is for cooking. Who told you to drink soy sauce straight out of the bottle? The spices changed his entire life. He smelled each one, tasted each one on the tip of his tongue, made a note of each in whatever passes for an ogre's memory, and then chewed his next mouthful of meat with his eyes closed. I must say, the way you look at yourself, you really do have the air of a gourmet. And somewhere in the middle of that conversation, I realized what had been strange about it since the first sentence. He was speaking a human language, not mine, the common tongue of a world that is not this one. In the same way the card texts arrive in words I can read, that is what the system means when it says a monster card comes with a small amount of knowledge attached. Goblin Scavenger volunteered as the ogre's taster and consumed, over 3 days, several kilograms of things that would kill a horse with no observable effect except enthusiasm. A Swamp Toadman patrol made the mistake of charging the ogre in the open, and he took 5 of them off the map with 1 string of fireballs. Then the sky went dark, and it was not weather. A spore giant eagle, 8 meters standing, 20 across the wings, and fungus growing out of its feathers and shelves, and everywhere it passed, it shed spores like flour off a sack. It was robbing the Toadman village, and it was very good at it. On the way past, I pulled a blonde kid out of a Toadman hunting party, and it turned out to be Zhou Feng, the one from the bus. Dying standing up is more dignified, he was shouting at 4 Toadmen, alone. The ogre mage walked straight past him without a glance, because Zhou Feng is not an ingredient. For the eagle, I use the box, chest into the middle of an open field, greed light at full output, ogre in the reeds. The eagle came down for a treasure it could use to impress females at a shallow angle, with its wing feathers full of dry spores. The great fireball went into the feathers. Its core went to the chocobo, which swallowed a crystal the size of a fist hole, with its eyes bulging, and then looked at me as though I had done something to it. Zhou Feng had to be the eater. The ogre requires an eater. Holy crap, Brother Chen, this barbecue is so delicious. 10 minutes later, ugh, I cannot take any more. Brother Ogre, please stop grilling. The ogre turned away in disgust. Worthless humans. They do not even have a tenth of the goblins' magnanimity. The rituals came thick that month. Purple Venom Slime ate 300 grams of monster cores and gained Venom Arrow and a self-destruct radius of 25 meters. Is 25 meters a bit far for a self-destruct? The flying card only throws 30. Will that not hit me? The wild slimes in the swamp had worked out their own method by then. Venom Arrow to the face, then a shadow orb, and then the victim simply is not there anymore. By the light of the moon, you could vaguely see inside one purple slime, a foot that had not finished dissolving. swift chocobo, after the Eagle Core, developed rapid lightning. It banks electrical charge as it runs and discharges on contact. No way, you turned my perfectly good mount into an electric chair. The Ogre Mage's ritual required a recipe book and a medium firestone. I bought him a simple and easy-to-understand cooking guide for beginners at a supermarket checkout, and he read it in my apartment while the floorboards creaked under him, and he looked at me with total innocence every time they did. And Merman Hunter's ritual wanted 10 fishing spots, 20 species of fish, 10 fights fought in water, an ice crystal, and 5 kilos of bone, and then 8 hours of sleep at the bottom of the park pond. He came out of it 1.90 meters of muscle, wrapped in frost, with mist coming off his shoulders in the warm night air. Blue, deep-sea merman stalker. Mimicry Fish School, which builds illusory fish out of water and vapor. Frost scale armor. He demonstrated the fish school for me on the spot, which drew half the pond into the air and then dropped it, and I walked home soaked at 4 a.m. past a very interested Grandpa Joe. 3 nights later, I was in the same park on patrol when I smelled blood. That is a kobold card bonus, and it is the single least pleasant gift I have ever received. A man was walking toward the tree line with a sports bag, and I broke his leg before he reached it. There was a dog in the bag. It had been somebody's pet for 7 years, and I will not describe the condition it was in. Little White has been with me for 7 years. It is my closest family. And your closest family ends up like this. Damn it, your parents should be thankful you are not a very filial son. He tried money first. He had more than 2 million, he said, and I could have it. Then he tried the other thing. You awakened ones, so high and mighty. How could you possibly understand the suffering of us ordinary people? I looked at his watch, which cost more than my apartment. You are just having a good time and want to act like a monster about it. The patrol took a blood-bone statue off him. They were the 4th patrol I had seen that week, and every one of them looked like they had not slept since the alert went out. Which was, of course, exactly the point. In an office on the top floor of a building with his name on the lease, Xiaoguang put his fist through his phone. If you are old, just go home and wait to die, you old beast. The plan was already running, and none of it depended on the demon cult at all. Gao Tian had taken the strength of the city out to Dusk Wilderness, chasing the metal vein and the cult base. 2 teams of Realmbreaker were left holding the bureau, so he would open a medium demonic rift inside Dongchuan itself. At most 10,000 dead, and the situation quickly brought under control, and more importantly, an enormous quantity of chaotic energy released into the city's foundations. That energy would feed an array he had already buried in it. And when the array came up, illusion realm rifts would open all over Dongchuan at once. Once half the city is merged and swallowed by the illusion realm, the self-sustaining cycle of Dongchuan breaks. Then we can make the awakened understand that the future of this world lies only in the contamination zone. His aide asked about the believers. The demon believers are nothing but foolish lackeys, utterly beneath the notice of the chaotic things they worship. Even companions are just more delicious food in the eyes of a demon. My sister sent me a video that week from the lab. A mage rotating the black triangle with magic, and the triangle unfolding into a cube, and the cube opening. I watched it 4 times and understood nothing. The ogre mage watched it once over my shoulder and read the writing on the side that was not visible to me at all. Magic box. Prizes are random. No returns or exchanges once sold. I am so angry. The discrimination against non-magical people in this other world is too severe. Without magic, you cannot even open a blind box. Inside it was a genuine profession stone. I put it in a small box and did not tell anyone. Meanwhile, Goblin Thief had moved to the PC version of Dawn Century and was maintaining a positive win rate. The 10th trial dropped me into gray rotting fog over a dead sea. The vine could not clear it. Within an hour there were sores on my arms and black discharge coming out of them, which meant the whole run was on a clock. Skeleton Dog dug up sleeping skeletons wherever we walked and brought them to heal. Delighted. Dead ones are fine too, as long as they can move. The enemy was Corrupted Merman, which is what you get when a fishman drowns twice. Cut one apart and the pieces slide back together and keep coming, and only fire actually ends the argument. There was a living fishing village under a blue dome halfway down the coast. Goblin Thief went in through a shadow to scout it, found a statue in the village square with pearls and gemstones set into the base, and pried out every single one, which broke the array. The dome came down, the fog rolled into the streets, and then the real objective came up out of the water. Thousands of bloated fishman bodies fused into one mass, 3 stories of it, dragging itself up the beach. It had been following my own merman, who had gone out fishing in a dead sea because I told him he could. A merman tribe is a collective of mermen, not a collection of mermen, you bastard. It ate the village defenders and got bigger while it did it. The ogre mage bent the trajectory of a great fireball around a wall of bodies it was holding up as a shield, which I did not know he could do, and which he refused to explain afterward. The goblin squad went in under the frenzy aura, and one of them, unable to find a mount, rode another goblin on its shoulders with a spear. Because they cannot find a mount, they ride on the necks of their own kind. Is this even reasonable? Thinking about it carefully, it actually made quite a bit of sense. One goblin got swallowed whole and, deep in the fanatical state, began headbutting the thing from the inside and biting the faces around him until the mass physically spat him back out onto the sand. A goblin may taste bad. A slime would still lick a goblin's corpse a couple of times. At the end, the surviving village fishmen turned on me, which I probably deserved. Goblin Thief took their shamans out of the shadows. The chocobo went through the rest of them at a gallop, discharging into standing water, and wet fishmen conduct beautifully. And the greatsword let out 6 spirits without being asked, and they organized what I can only describe as a battle royale. The statue turned out to be the answer to everything. It was not a fishman god at all. It was somebody else's god, roughly recarved into a fishman shape with the original gem settings left in place, which is exactly what my thief had emptied. Trial successful. 754 points. Total 1,707. Murloc Tidecaller. Great Claw Crab, whose card text reads, in its entirety, under the stat block, idiot. Recommended to hire a professional breeder, machete, pitchfork. Iron Pot Shield, which the card helpfully notes can still be used as a cast iron pot, and which therefore went straight to the chef. Deep Sea Pearl Pendant, and a special blue, Fishman Totem Pole, and the reward card gave me a purple, Super Multiplier card. The next 3 spells cast are doubled. This one, I said out loud, in an empty bedroom at 4 in the morning, is going to be a problem for somebody. I met my sister at the research area gate with an aluminum pressure cooker. Aluminum does not keep things warm, she said, taking it. Remember to use an electric one next time. Then I gave her the mind ring and the clarity bracelet and a small box. She opened the box and looked at what was in it, and then at me. Wow, where did that job come from? A fishman pulled a rusty chest out of a lake in the poison mist swamp, I said. There were 3 of them in it. I sold the other 2. She used it that night. Alchemist. At approximately the same hour, deep inside West Sector 4, where nobody goes without 3 levels of clearance, Joe Bo was laying out a circle, 1,000 goblin bodies from the feeding grounds, and a dozen staff members who were still alive. The organization's man inside the facility was starting to panic. Why use so many offerings just to summon a mid-level rift? Huh? A mid-level rift? Joe Bo did not look up. Were we not supposed to destroy Dongchuan City? He had a reason, and it is the only reason in this whole story that I have ever had trouble arguing with. Years ago, a Realm Breaker team tore the core out of an illusion realm at Lake City to harvest it. The merge came early and came wrong. Millions died in a week. His parents were 2 of them. The organization had handed him a script about a lone Avenger and expected him to play it at their scale. He was playing it at his own. Even if all of Dongchuan is destroyed, the city's leaders will find a way to escape. Let them experience losing everything first. Then let them die in despair. That is the right way to do revenge. He put on a mask with somebody else's face printed on it and walked out through a checkpoint that waved him through. The rift opened at the research area gate at 4 in the afternoon. The first thing through was a hand in black scales, and it was too big for the opening, so space itself sheared it off at the wrist, and the severed thing landed on the concrete and did not stop moving. It flowed onto the statue at the gate and grew over it until the statue was 10 meters tall and made of something that was not stone. Everything the blood touched became magma. I was already on the bus. I kicked the armored door off its rails to get out. You dare mess with Xiaobo, sabotaging the bus? You are dead. The driver left in a drift, throwing sparks off his own chassis, and I hope he claimed the damage. At the gate, the situation was this. Demons pouring through, lava spreading, and a black fog rolling over the crowd, carrying a whisper in it that made people see things that were not there. 2 men in lab coats were trying to kill each other over something neither of them could have described. I hit a screaming man across the face hard enough to reset him. He blinked at me, said, "There was an enormous bear," and ran the right way. I could not summon. Not into that. The automated defenses were tracking anything monster-shaped and the drones do not check identification. But a box is not monster-shaped. A box that just sits there glowing is, as far as an automated system is concerned, a piece of terrain. I threw the treasure chest monster into a pool of lava, and then I used the super multiplier card. Blazing greed at double output lit up like a second sun, and the light went through the black fog and canceled it out across the entire forecourt, and every single demon in that crowd stopped what it was doing, dropped whatever it was holding, and started walking toward the box. The artillery cut them down in ranks as they came. and the ones that got close started fighting each other over it, and the ones losing those fights detonated. The soldiers worked out what was happening about 90 seconds in, and then something happened that I did not plan for and will remember for a long time, which is that a Bureau line squad about-faced and started defending the box, holding back civilians who were trying to crawl toward it through the fire. An enormous demon eventually picked the chest up and carried it reverently all the way to the statue and presented it. The statue looked down at the offering. Foolish waste. Can you not even tell the difference between a treasure chest monster and a monster? Then it hit the box with something mental, and the gems in the lid shattered. The lava core went off. The statue went into the sky like a launch vehicle, and 3 interceptors that had been circling for 11 minutes with nothing to shoot at finally had something to shoot at. The rift closed behind it. Out in Dusk Wilderness at that exact minute, the demon cult had a bad afternoon. Dudu had died heroically at the start of the battle by lying down under a body and staying there, and was quietly eating a charred gnoll leg that had landed near him, which he regarded as takeout a colleague had brought him. Above him, the believers had just finished pumping an ogre chieftain full of blood mist. He had grown tentacles, pulled the essence out of every corpse on the field, and become something the wind god himself was backing away from. Fear, tremble, you poor ignorant ants. Then it stopped. Wait. Why has the blood mist disappeared? I can no longer sense any demonic power. Could it be that the internet is down? Idiot, what nonsense are you spouting? Their power had been coming through the rift in the city, and the rift in the city had just been fired into the upper atmosphere by a burning box. The Bureau debrief was uncomfortable. They had 2 lava explosions on file now with an identical magical signature, one under a park and one under a demon statue, and I had been standing within 400 meters of both. I denied everything with a straight face. The investigator across the table did not push. Instead, he offered me a settlement. The credit for the statue cancels the liability for the park, plus a commendation and a bonus. It is a good thing, I said afterward, but it feels a little strange that they let me go so easily. On the way out, I passed Liu Fang, who had personally held a corridor and kept my sister's whole research group alive. She stopped in front of me. Where is my ring? Huh? What ring? She looked at me for 4 full seconds. Forget it. It is all dirty from you wearing it. You can keep it. She walked off. Wait, what did she mean by dirty? Is she saying I am disgusting? And under all of that, unnoticed by everyone including me, a piece of demonic flesh the size of a cat slid into a storm drain. A black beetle went into a corgi in a courtyard on the other side of the district. A tired researcher walking home heard a helpful voice in his head suggesting that he go back to his apartment block, where there are so many people. My doorbell rang at 9 the next evening. Old Mrs. Zhao from 402 was standing in the hallway in a black lace negligee posed against the frame. The night is long, and I am all alone in that empty room. I coughed noodles out through my nose and closed the door and engaged every lock I own. Wang Lei, my sister said from the sofa, without looking up. What exactly do you do at Lichun Garden every day when I am not home? It is my own fault for being too handsome. My smile in the elevator was too charming. In the elevator, old Mrs. Zhao's face went completely blank. The clothes she is wearing are indeed the most alluring garments in this female human's memory, so why did it fail? The next morning, she looked at me across the courtyard, the way you look at a menu. Goblin Thief heard the noise from upstairs at 10 that night and did not move because he was in a ranked match, and nothing is more important than the game except things that concern Summoner. 5 minutes later, a shadow crystal on my shelf cracked, which is his own private alarm. He went. He came back with a report. His idea of a report was to climb down 4 floors of balconies in the rain, holding the demon's head by the hair. The black worm that had been steering it was pinned through the forehead with his own dagger. He delivered the whole assembly by putting it directly in front of my face while I was looking the other way. I screamed at a pitch I did not know I had and put a fist into a card monster. 10 minutes later, a badly bruised goblin was climbing back up 4 floors of balconies to put it where he found it, and then I sat on the floor of my apartment for a while. Because Mrs. Zhao had brought me a bag of oranges in March and told me I was too thin, and by the time anything came down that corridor in a black negligee, she had already been gone for 2 days, and I had said goodnight to it in the elevator. The police report said the victim's phone and jewelry were missing. Damn. No wonder he inexplicably leveled up. I bought Goblin Thief his own phone with the dead woman's money, which is the kind of sentence my life produces now, and I put a cheap case on it, and he has not looked up since. I also finally had the talk with them, all 3, in my living room, with diagrams. Do not attack humans. Humans are not on the menu. Nod if you understand. All 3 of them nodded. 2 days later, Goblin Merchant sold a set of Bureau-issue lockpicks to a bandit camp, and Goblin Scavenger came home wearing one hiking boot that was not mine. The worm's mother had already moved into the corgi. You never know when your neighbor, your colleague, your friend, or your partner might have been replaced. What the hell? How did this suddenly turn into a party game? The Bureau called up every registered explorer 3 days later because the rifts had stopped waiting their turn. E-Class, a hillside of lizards, and the ogre mage butchered one with his bare hands and had it over a fire before anybody had finished securing the perimeter, and then the entire team forgot the contract and sat down to eat. The chef should use his culinary skills to bridge the gap between himself and his teammates. Shadow Wolves next, Goblins under the Frenzy Aura, and Kobold Greatsword Warrior, opening with a charge that crossed 40 meters. Xiao Jun, said Yang Li, that kobold is way more skilled at using charge than you are. Murloc Tidecaller planted a totem in a puddle that he had made himself out of 2 water orbs and healed the whole line from it. And in the back of the wolf den, the kobold swung his pickaxe into the wall and opened a vein of magic iron and then brought the ceiling down on himself. Your kobold did not escape, Zhao Yong said carefully after we dug for an hour. We moved the rocks and it was gone. He is at peace, I said. He was in fact in my pocket. The Bureau pays 50% of assessed value on a metal vein. Half a day's work came to 800,000, and then they put our team in a recruitment advertisement, which Yang Li has never recovered from. Breakfast the next morning was roasted mountain rhinoceros thigh meat, which grants earth sense and plus 15 strength and must be eaten whole in one sitting, so my entire team watched me consume 4 kilos of meat like a man who had not eaten in 3 days. It is a magical food that adds a buff. It has to be eaten whole. The Desert Rift was D-class, and the objective was underground. Skeleton dog wilted in direct sunlight and had to be carried. And then I told the fisherman to fish, in a desert. He baited the hook with a lizard's head and bounced it across the sand until something under the dune took it, and then 3 warriors with strength over 70 hauled on the line together and pulled a sandworm out of the ground like an enormous sausage. The actual core of the rift was a beetle bigger than a house, and we drew it out of its burrow with a skinned lizard on a fishing line. Good news. The fisherman has really caught a big one. Bad news. It did not bite. It went straight for the fisherman. That ended with a lance through a wing joint, a burning staff across the back, and the ogre relighting the whole thing twice. There was a tiny E-class rift after that, full of poison gas, that had already killed a full team. I went in alone, because the vine and the bark and the poison resistance mean the gas is weather to me now, and my team sat outside the cordon playing on their phones, which caused the police at the barrier visible distress. Then the ogre mage came out of a Class E rift, dragging a string of toads and gnawing a toad leg. 11 weapons came up. Wait! Do not shoot. That is our teammate's summon. Grandpa Joe told me the other thing that week, at the gate, not looking at me. The neighbor's son, the one who had been picked up for worshipping a statue, had died during treatment. They were not allowed to see the body. It was cremated immediately, and a box of ashes was sent back. His parents have not been right since. The Bureau's public position is that mild cases are curable. I did not say anything. I went upstairs and sat with the lights off for a while. The vine's last ritual wanted a pearl of life under direct sun and gave me a blue. Bright light old vine. Bark at plus 15 defense and plus 10 magic resistance. Life stealing, where the roots draw life out of plants and out of fresh bodies. And bright light fruit. It grows fruit that heals, purifies, and cures. 2 Toadman bodies make 1 fruit. Its conversion efficiency is far inferior to the Greatsword, I said, watching it work. Then I thought about that sentence. Yeah, it is not as clean as the soul-devouring Greatsword. The slime went blue as well. Purple Poison Marshbone Eroder, self-destruct radius 35 meters, poison marsh 50, dissolves prey down through the bone. A great tool for murder, robbery, and disposing of evidence, or it is good for kitchen waste. A man smiled at me in a shopping mall the following Saturday, and I felt something touch the inside of my skull, soft and wet and gentle, like a tentacle stroking the surface of my brain. He followed me into the restroom. His left pupil split into a dozen red points. I did not draw. I put the gauntlet through his eye socket and closed my fist on the thing behind it and crushed it before he had finished turning around. The response team took my statement in the corridor. Normally we take these alive, the officer said, in a tone I could not read at all. Cases like yours, where the citizen gouges the parasite out barehanded without warning, are quite rare. I learned later, from a file I was not supposed to see, why they kept sending me places. The demons look at me and see a less threatening professional. My body carries no mana at all. Everything I have lives in cards outside me. So I read as an ordinary awakened with unusually rich blood and an unusually solid soul, which is to say, an easy meal. The note at the bottom of the assessment was in a different hand. If we take him on a tour around the whole of Dongchuan City, we might be able to lure out quite a few demonic parasites. The 11th trial put me on an island with an abandoned magic tower on it. Every book in the tower had rotted except one, bound in leather, with text that still glowed. I cannot read it. The ogre mage can. It was an alchemical recipe. Bright burst. A flash that incinerates undead within 100 meters, so I made him memorize it. 20 pages, word for word, out loud. Or, he said at the end of the first day, should I just jump off the magic tower? He studied for 2 days, and I know for a fact that he spent part of that time praying that something would come out of the fog and end the arrangement. Something did. A wrecked ship came in on the tide at midnight, and there was singing coming out of it. Naga ghosts. And what the song does is take whatever is rotting and shambling toward you and make it look like the person you would least like to hit. I broke the skull of a very familiar teacher from my old school before I understood what was happening. It does not only affect the mind, it affects the body in the fight as well. It truly is an evil and despicable spell. The ogre mage saw voluptuous lady ogres and spent the next 4 minutes attacking everything in the vicinity under 2 meters tall, which is everything I own. Around then, Grandpa Joe's rifle went missing. He had hung it on the wall of the guard post the way he has for 6 years, and it was not there, and he stood in front of the empty hooks for a long time with an expression I did not enjoy watching, because he had started to think it was his memory. I sent Goblin Thief back with it that night. Grandpa Joe found it the next morning, on its hooks, wet, safety on, fully loaded. Hiss! Could this gun be possessed by something? And he submitted it to the Bureau for forensic examination, which means that somewhere in a Dongchuan evidence locker, there is a shotgun with a goblin's fingerprints on it, a turtle egg hatched into a little turtle whose entire progression mechanic is eating dirt. It ate the soil out of my largest plant pot, then started on the pot, then began gnawing at the drainage hole. In a trial, it ate ground that had been dead for centuries and got food poisoning. Yang Qing dug it out of a hole in a riverbank a week later. It burrowed in as it ate. Eventually, it buried itself. The trial after that was a dust fog full of skeleton soldiers and a skeleton mage who threw a rib bone as an ice lance. His own comrade's rib. Pulled off him mid-battle. Neither of them minded. Then the Necro Knight rode out of the line, stopped, and pointed his sword at my Goblin Wilderness Knight, and my Goblin rode out to meet him, and the entire undead army stopped and watched. They twitched. They strained. Not one of them crossed the line. What era is this? Still playing one-on-one duels in front of the enemy lines. Maybe it is popular in another world, said the ogre. It can win over the troops. The Fishman Totem was healing the goblin from behind a rock the entire time. Would that count as cheating? The Necro Knight worked out he was being out-healed around the 4-minute mark, disengaged, and ran for his own lines. And the ogre mage, who had spent 2 days of his life memorizing 20 pages of another world's alchemy and had been waiting ever since for somebody to ask, stood up behind me and said the whole thing out loud, without one mistake. Bright burst. 100 meters of dust fog went white. Every skeleton on that plane came apart standing up. Was it worth it? I asked him. No, he said. Ask me to do it again, and I will jump off the magic tower. I caught him myself at the end by standing in the open as bait, because he always goes for the weakest target on the field, and by now I know exactly how that feels from the inside. If I did not want to test the trap's effectiveness, would I be standing here stupidly waiting? The site was marked. The burial place of the Black Bohemia Legion. I picked up a ghost crystal barehanded, and the skin of my palm died and went gray, and I had to grow it back with a fruit. Knoll dog training, crossbowman's ritual needed a full feeding, magical wood, a metal vein, and a bone that had gathered enough yin and produced a rapid-fire crossbow that functions as a hand-cranked machine gun, plus a skeleton dog the size of a pony that grows bone spines when it enters combat mode. Yang Li begged for a ride. He got up on it with a lance, shouted charge, and the dog entered combat mode, which is to say it grew the spines. Ouch! How does this dog have thorns? It almost skewered me into a chopstick. Thank goodness my iron crotch is tough enough. I thanked him sincerely, in my head, for so righteously stepping forward to clear the way for the rest of us. In an illusion rift out past the western checkpoint, Xiao Hong and his daughter Xiao Yu found particles of magic rainbow gold embedded in a goblin's stone hammer. Half a second later, an arrow came out of the trees on a spiral of wind and destroyed the hammer and everything else in a 6-meter radius, including her father. I found her afterward with her legs crushed under a rock. She asked me for help, and I gave her one of Goblin Merchant's expired potions and played the fool while I pulled the whole picture out of her. There is magic rainbow gold in this rift. That magic archer will kill every single person here to keep it. Then, still on the ground, still bleeding, she explained to me in some detail what her family would do to me once she was back on her feet, because she genuinely could not conceive of a world in which that was not the safe assumption. I stood there and did the arithmetic she had just handed me. Your deadbeat father is already waiting for you, I said. I will be a good person and send you down to reunite with him as soon as possible. Afterward, I turned to the kobold. How was I? Did I look cool just now? A woo? Then I set the trap. The chest disguised itself as a corroded bronze coffer half sunk in moss beside a tree, and I packed real moss around the base by hand and put a shadow slime card underneath as a trigger. I had a problem, which was explaining to my team how I knew to leave, so I became an astrologer. Mars is shining brightly while Ziwei is dim. This may foreshadow a calamity of iron and fire. There are no stars in an illusion realm. There is no sky in an illusion realm. Why do you not just speak like a human being? Ahem, I will be blunt then. There is danger in here, and it is best to evacuate immediately. Pack your things. We are leaving right now. Xiao Jun came to find me later, very serious. Is your fortune-telling a professional skill? Can I learn it? No, your intelligence is not high enough. You cannot learn this. Shu Tao, the magic archer, whose name I would not learn for another 3 weeks and then only off a wanted poster, found the bronze coffer at dusk. He probed it with wind. Nothing came back. The more he looked at that forgotten chest, the more extraordinary it seemed. He bent down to open it. A barbed shadow spike came up through his calf, and a second one took his eyes, and the burning box came off the ground with all 8 legs. The slime handled what was left. Then the chest settled back into its hollow, adjusted the moss on its own lid, and became a bronze coffer again. A hyena pack came through the clearing about a minute later, and every one of them started howling and would not go near the tree. Liu Fang hired me directly the following week, which I did not see coming. The Bureau's terms were a non-disclosure agreement, 2.3 million, and 5 vouchers worth 200,000 each against Bureau warehouse stock because every other explorer who had entered that particular rift was dead. It was flooded. Class D, entirely underwater. She wanted an earring from the same set as the ring. For you? I said. For May. Huh? I spent the first 10 minutes of that dive worrying about whether this woman was trying to seduce my sister. Underwater, the Fishman cards give me a water adaptation bonus I did not know I had. So I went through that rift swimming like something born in it while elite warriors with 3 times my stats thrashed around behind me. Merman Hunter put ice armor on both of us and filled the corridors with illusory fish. How much is that totem? Liu Fang said, at the first rest stop. Name your price. The city at the bottom belonged to lobsters, and there was a statue in the central plaza because there is always a statue, and by now a statue in a monster city makes my stomach drop. Torpedo lobsters that accelerate on a vortex. Assassin lobsters that change color to match the stone. Merman Hunter reads currents. Camouflage does not do anything for you when the man hunting you can feel the shape of the hole you are making in the water. The boss was the size of a truck. Liu Fang put a giant ice lance through it and 3 pieces of her equipment audibly cracked. Holy crap. How much money did we just lose? At least tens of millions, she said. And there is no guarantee we could even buy replacements. It is not worth it for a lobster. For her, it had never been about money. It was about being the Gao family daughter who got the earring, in front of people who say she bought her position. She walked away from the entire hall. What is the use of that kind of garbage? I came up out of that rift with half a lobster head, cut lengthwise, and a frost net full of the rest, in front of a police cordon. These people look like they went to the illusion realm to buy groceries. I forgot the turtle at the bottom. It was found 4 days later, gnawing pearls off an octopus statue and hiccuping. There was a rat outside my building that bared its teeth at me instead of running. You can see the worm behind the eyes if you know what you are looking at. So I set a trap directly in front of it, in full view, and then I gave it the finger. You idiot. Come and bite me if you dare. Then I called the Bureau. Hello, if I put a slime down a storm drain, will it clear out the rats and the cockroaches? No. No, it is a shadow-type slime. It is not poisonous. It will actively avoid humans. Down in the drains, a shadow rat was living the best week of its life. It had a burrow, it had a partner, the partner was expecting, and it had just successfully stolen an entire fried chicken leg. It came home and the burrow was empty and every scrap of its hoard was gone. Betrayal, a trap, the classic beauty rat scheme. A shadow spike came up through the floor of the tunnel. The slime ate the chicken leg too. The 12th trial was the one that scared me. Slay the knowledge believer, corrupted by divine corruption. The road in was lined with animals that had died in a way I had not seen before. Every body intact, every head gone, and gone outward. What kind of monster collects the heads of its prey? Does it eat brains? It was not collecting anything. It came around the bend at the top of the hill, and where its head should have been, there was an open book. And I looked at it, which was the mistake, and something came into my mind that my mind is not shaped to hold. A torrent of understanding, entire disciplines, the answers to questions I did not know how to ask, all of it arriving at once and none of it stopping. The knight went first, then the lynx, then the ogre, the gnoll, the dog, all of them inside 1 second. I felt fragments go past me like shrapnel, and the bark on my chest stopped 2 of them. Knowledge is power, that is true, but I have never heard of it being used like this. The ogre. Afterward, in my apartment, still shaking, it felt 100 times more painful than memorizing the alchemy recipe. The answer was not to look, so I died a second time on purpose with my eyes shut and cracked one eye at the very last instant to fix its position on the road. Then I rolled the time back, kept my gaze on my own boots, and set 2 cards on the ground along its route because that thing walks in a perfectly straight line and always has. The giant slime went off under it and the world went out in poison. Trial successful. Special blue, pure knowledge crystal, which instantly grants 1 or 2 levels to a card. Swift winged falcon. And a purple. Book of Knowledge, plus 35% to casting speed and spell power. It can imprint a spell for 5 instant casts. Knowledge is power, adds half of intelligence to strength. And a final line, which is the reason I love this card more than any other card I own, the weight of knowledge. Striking an enemy over the head with the book renders them unconscious. The pure knowledge crystal drifted out of my hand, on its own, toward the least useful card in my deck, which is the Goblin Squad. And the Goblin 3 Scoundrels card intercepted it in mid-air with a rune that resolved into one word. Greedy. Greedy, I said. Well done. At home, the remote control war had escalated to the point where Goblin Thief stole the remote and hid it, and a blessed silence descended on my living room for the first time in 2 months. He came shopping with me after that, riding in my shadow, tugging the hem of my jacket every time he wanted something. A toy pistol, a fruit knife, a set of women's underwear. This is not game equipment. It has no defensive capabilities whatsoever. 3 days later, a man walked into a shopping mall restroom behind me, locked the door, and drew a weapon on me with the smile of somebody who has planned this. He pointed it at my chest and pulled the trigger. It was a television remote. I watched a demon worshipper's entire worldview dismantle itself in real time. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I carrying a remote control when I go out? He looked at it. He turned it over. He looked at me. This is not my remote control. I know. It is an illusion. And he raised it again and pressed mute, twice, imagining bullets. The real one hit me from behind at that moment, and it was a shadow fiend, and it was fast enough that the greatsword only got its forearm on the way through. Then a gunshot went off in a tiled room. Goblin Thief from my shadow, with the toy pistol I had refused to buy him and had bought him, put a round through the shadow fiend's casting hand and broke the spell. The remote control man ran. The second shot took him in the back of the head from 11 meters. That is surprisingly accurate. Do not worry, I am a pro at shooting. He learned it from a video game. I want that on the record. Prices kept climbing. Black gem had gone to 350,000. A rainbow crystal gem on top of that put a single ritual over 400,000, and I was doing 2 a month. Hay took my money and then, apropos of nothing, said, 3 million. For what? The mind ring. Why did you not offer this price back then? He put his pen down. I should have bought your mind ring earlier. I grew up next door to Liu Fang. That set has an item I have been looking for since I was 9. Chish. If you do not say anything, how the hell am I supposed to understand? Goblin Thief's ritual gave him shadow form. He goes fully into a shadow, not into it, but as it, and jumps 50 meters. Goblin Merchants gave him Gem Eye. His eyes now shine with rainbow light, and any customer looking into them instantly perceives all the merits of the product, which saves an enormous amount of time on presentation. As for the various flaws and defects in the products, those are little surprises to be discovered at home. Damn. Is the next upgrade going to be replacing all my skin with gold plating? Here is what happens when a man starts putting 400,000 in cash across the same counter every month. The shopkeeper starts liking you, and somebody else starts counting. A gang came looking for me in the Poison Mist Swamp because word had gotten around that somebody was walking through the toxic zones without gear and coming out with cargo. 9 of them, led by a bald senior warrior called Wang Kai, and their business plan was to take my equipment and leave me in the marsh. I heard them from 400 meters away, because that is what a fisherman's water sense is for. So I hit first, and I did it with a song. The Naga Ghost sang over them, and the illusion did what illusions do, and by the time it broke, they had spent 6 minutes fighting people who were not there, and 3 of them had been hurt by people who were. Then a Toadman tribe arrived, drawn by the noise. Wang Kai abandoned every one of them and ran. 2 days later, starving and stripped of everything, the survivors smelled cumin drifting through the swamp and followed it, because that is what starving people do. They came out of the reeds into a clearing with a cooking fire in it. An ogre was grilling toads. Around him, sitting on logs, were a squad of goblins, a gnoll, a kobold, and a skeleton dog wrestling with a bone. Ogre, gnoll, goblin, kobold, and a skeleton dog. Why are these monsters sitting together eating roasted toads? I put my skewer down. Chef, kill them. 5 great fireballs came out of the Book of Knowledge back to back with no gap between them at all, which is a thing that is not supposed to be possible. Wang Kai lasted the longest because he was the strongest and because he ran again. The Goblin Wilderness Knight ran him down, kept aloft past his 10-minute limit by a fishman totem and a fistful of glowing fruit off the vine, which the knight ate on horseback like a man eating chips. The poison marsh bone eroder handled the rest. Murder and arson bring wealth and power, as the saying goes, and I want to note that I did not start that fight. They walked 400 kilometers to have it. Kobold Greatsword Warrior's ritual read, after defeating a powerful enemy, immediately bathe yourself in their blood. And in a footnote, the blood of a dragonkin beast counts for considerably more. I read that twice. They only said win, they did not say a fair fight. So does that mean a group fight is also acceptable? Besides, being poisoned, injured, or starved for a couple of days should not be a problem, right? The Goblin Squad ate until they could not stand and became Goblin Captain, an aura that gives +1 to every goblin around him, up to 11 goblins per summon, of whom 2 to 4 mutate into something elemental at random every single time. I no longer know what is going to come out of that card, neither do they, which brought us to the Dragon Volcano. I had been picturing a grim frontier. What is actually out there is a tourist town. There is a dragon hunting experience store. Tourists in light armor pay for a session, fight a dragon-horned rabbit in a padded arena, and go home with a certificate and a horn described as a trophy of the great dragon. The rabbits hit like artillery shells and gore people regularly, and the ones that survive their probationary period become veteran employees of the company. And then, eventually, they get cooked. The ogre mage took down a red-scaled feathered serpent for us, over 10 meters of it. 5 great fireballs curved around its flame breath. Then the burning staff across a wing. And then, when it was down but not out, he closed the distance and hit it over the head with the Book of Knowledge. The weight of knowledge is indeed very heavy. If you can win, do not kill it, I told him. Leave it alive for the kobold. The kobold bathed in boiling dragon blood and came out of it as an inferior. Dragon Beast, +15 strength, +10 constitution, +20 spirit and scales. Then I turned around and found the ogre eating a scorched glowing fruit off my vine. It tastes pretty good. Who let you taste that? At Hot Spring Lake, the water sits at 80 degrees and holds red-scaled fire eels worth a fortune, and Merman Hunter put on his frost armor and went fishing in near-boiling water, and I stood on the bank calculating. I never thought a single barbecue meal would cost me tens of thousands. The Swiftwind Falcon, my new aerial reconnaissance asset, cannot count past 5. I thought we had a scout. It turns out he is a bit dim-witted. The ogre looked from the falcon to the 10 goblins lying on their backs holding their stomachs by the fire, and then at me for a long moment. Does Summoner have some misunderstanding about the intelligence of these idiots? It seems Summoner is not very bright either. The last thing in that town was a monster coliseum operating under a license for public education, underground fights, tickets printed with monster faces instead of betting slips, so that technically nobody is gambling. Chips in the animals' skulls so the handlers can stop a fight before the paying customers get hurt. But gamblers who lose everything are even more likely to fall into madness, I said to nobody. Are they not? And on the way out, I saw a tattoo on the forearm of a bald man in the 3rd row. Black base. Green scales worked into it. I have seen that pattern before on the arms of a delivery rider who used to be Xiao Ming. My hand went for a card, and there were no cards because all of my goblins were out on placement, and I was, for the first time in months, a man on his own in a crowd. He noticed the movement. What are you looking at? You want to fight? I let it go. He watched me all the way to the door, and in his pupils, slowly, black fog spread out from the center. No mana fluctuations. Seems like just an ordinary awakened one. I went back to the hotel, bought dinner from a family stall run by a couple with 2 kids doing homework on an upturned crate, carried it upstairs, and fed the entire zoo. The ogre watched a cooking program with the intensity of a man taking notes. Goblin Thief was in a ranked match. The chest was pretending to be a minibar. Somewhere in a national research facility, my sister was writing up an alchemy result under her own name. Far out past the western checkpoint, a squad from an organization that does not have a public name was moving through the trees toward Dusk Wilderness to collect a replacement statue. They did not know that Gao Tian had come back from his defeat and demanded an internal audit, and that the audit had already removed every one of their people from the bureau, and that the wanted posters had been bait from the first day. 20 meters above them, moving from branch to branch without disturbing a leaf, a bureau shadow operative named Li Ru was thinking about her employer. The boss really is something. If he suspects Xiao Guang, he should just arrest him, even if he is old man Liang's illegitimate son. And in a mine 4 valleys east of all of that, Goblin Scavenger had eaten a kobold egg and was leading 150 screaming kobolds on a cross-country chase at full sprint. Was it really necessary to hunt me down like this? while Goblin Thief, unhurried, walked into the emptied mine through a shadow, cleaned out the chief's quarters, planted a stolen pickaxe at the scene where the wrong tribe would find it, and left with a chest containing a dozen magic stones. Behind him, on schedule, the kobolds came boiling out of the mine again with their chief in front, going to war with somebody who had not done it. Here is where I actually am. 6 months ago, I was a scavenger who got fired by a phone call, who owed 1.3 million yuan to a bank, whose sister paid his debt out of a graduate stipend, and who spent every night dying in a dream to a goblin with a stick. Tonight, I fell asleep in a hotel with a fishman in the bathtub, an ogre watching a cooking show, and a system that had stopped calling me an intern. That is the whole distance. I did not walk it. I was carried, most of the way, by 3 green idiots who steal remotes, argue over television, crack open ancient evils to get at the nuts inside, and hand me poisoned apples with their whole hearts. I am not worried about the demon cult. The bureau is enormous and the wind god is real, and none of that is my problem. Here is my problem. 2 weeks ago, somebody pulled a file on my sister at West Sector 4, and Hay told me it was a routine background check, and I believed him for about 4 days. Then the same clearance that pulled her file pulled mine, and I know that because a bureau assessment I was never meant to read ended with a note about touring me around the city as bait. Somebody in this city has looked at both of us, on paper, side by side, and drawn a line between the summoner with no mana in his body and the alchemist who did not flinch when the whisper came. They have not moved yet. They are deciding which one of us is worth more alive. So I am going to make that a very easy question, and I am going to make it very quickly, and when they finally come to the door of Lichen Garden with a warrant and a van, I want them to have to knock. Let them take their time deciding. When they knock, I will be the one holding the box.